Pishan Allurement, the white-haired boy, holds out a tray with bubbling purple liquid and tells Erilyn to take it.
Arellen trembles in fear as a sharp command echoes for her to drink the concoction, though she silently refuses.
The boy pushes the tray closer, questioning why she won't drink it while she recoils in terror. Passion Allurement, the crown prince of the Albrecht Empire, stares with his glowing red eyes and asks once more if she really intends to refuse the drink.
Arellen looks exhausted and unimpressed as the prince asks her what else she expects.
He puts on a piteous display, explaining that he personally hunted a monster on Crowan Mountain just to bring her its heart for her health. Feeling pressured by his sincerity, she stutteringly agrees to drink the medicine. Arellen swallows the liquid as the boy watches with intense expectation. She collapses with a heavy thud, feeling nauseous, but Passion cheers that she finished it and won't faint today. The prince smiles cheerfully, telling her she needs his permission before she is allowed to collapse again, leaving her annoyed. He signals with a sharp snap of his fingers. A massive health council of knights and 99 doctors is organized specifically for her recovery. Banners wishing for her good health fill the room, prompting Erilyn to wonder why they are going to such extremes. She enthusiastically declares they must now test how much her health has improved. He forces her to lift weights made of stuffed bunnies, ignoring her desperate pleas to wait. The training intensifies as she is ordered to run 10 laps around the massive mansion for cardio. With a sharp whistle sounding, Erilyn flees in terror, certain that this regimen will kill her before it cures her. She eventually collapses at the prince's feet, and he asks if she is already tired. He tells the exhausted girl she is too weak and must get healthy soon so they can hike and hunt monsters together. Patient beams with a bright smile, promising to definitely make her healthy. Erilyn desperately wishes for someone to take the overbearing male lead away. She recalls her past life as a genius 19-year-old violinist who died after being struck by a luxury sedan. The girl realizes she has been reborn as a character inside a novel. Her reincarnation into the fictional world is confirmed. Attendants worry as the lady suddenly stops moving, staring blankly at a pocket watch. She quickly identifies the specific story she has entered. She is Arlen Sigria Halburn, the sole heiress of a great ducal house in the Albrecht Empire. Arellen reflects on the immense wealth she was born into. Her satisfaction fades as she remembers her body's frailty, fainting and gasping for air after the slightest movement. She is merely a terminally ill extra in the plot. The young girl begins to overhear secrets meant for older ears. Staff members whisper about her mysterious origins and label her a disgrace while her father departs for the warfront. Her character's original fate was to die before the age of 10. She realizes to change her fate or start a business, she must prioritize her health above all else. Despite remembering her past, Erilyn remains in bed with zero motivation for an entire week. A sudden knock at the door reminds her that it is time for certain people to appear. A man with long, light hair waits patiently at the entrance. Maids whisper as they hurry past, identifying the visitor as Sir Mehen. The door with a slow creak. Mehen Laborgan, the steward of the Halburn ducal family, stands ready with his documents. He mentions he stopped by because she has been staying in her room, while she pities him as her guardian. Mehen asks her to share any troubles, though she thinks he sounds like a cold government clerk. Known as the predator of the estate, the commoner genius manages the entire mansion and the Duke's affairs. Arellen recalls how his stern demeanor used to frighten her. Looking at him now, she only sees an overworked corporate employee. She considers carefully. Erilyn greets him warmly, noting that it has been a long time. Mehen is visibly taken aback by her sudden change in attitude. She assures him that nothing is wrong and he shouldn't worry. The steward explains that reports from the childcare group suggested she was unwell because she hadn't left her room. The blonde girl recalls his past restrictions. Man explains his concerns for her heart. She promises to remain calm and quiet. The steward watches her rest in bed. Sunlight filters through a vine-covered window.
He notes her change over several months.
Mehen calls out to a man named Dun. He orders a gathering of the childcare group. The steward stands with a serious expression. He utilizes imperial funds to mobilize staff. A team of elite caretakers is organized. Mehen asks the staff for individual reports. Headmaid Rina reports that the lady has become strangely lifeless and secluded, though she continues to eat her meals well. Head butler Ern notes that she smiles much less than before and fails to laugh even when they try to amuse her. The staff wonders if something occurred.
Mehen asks about her health, but Rina clarifies that the court physician has found nothing unusual during recent examinations.
Maids contrast her seclusion with past behavior. He wonders what caused her sudden change. Rina suddenly recalls an important upcoming event. Arellen prepares for an official royal gathering. Dylan encourages her to enjoy the social event. The girl marvels at the palace's magic. She laments her body's extreme physical weakness. A maid directs Arellen toward Ta. Large golden doors open with a slow, heavy creak sounding. Arellen enters a room of noble airs. She compares the prestigious children to celebrities. She identifies a womanizer and swordmaster. She anticipates their future scandalous imperial drama. She reflects on destined futures. An announcement heralds the crown prince's arrival. Pazion Allurmont enters the crowded social hall. The white-haired prince walks with confidence. Arellen is stunned by his royal presence. Passion greets the group with a smile. Someone asks what game they should play. The prince asks for new game suggestions. Two boys struggle to think of ideas, playing outside to wide acclaim. Arellen agrees to a game of Find a Ball. She is overwhelmed by their high energy. A massive, joyous cheer of "Wah!" rings out. Arellen remains skeptical of her social status. She sits alone in a massive chair. She reflects on her pathetic social reality. Everyone treated her with cold, equal indifference. She once hoped for a loving family. Arellen sits alone at a feast. She decides to head outside regardless. A maid offers to escort her out. The blonde girl smiles softly amidst flowers. A maid's voice startles her as she walks away. Arellen reflects on her character's past social struggles. She questions why she should push herself. She decides to find a quiet retreat. She searches for a spot in the shade. She chooses to relax under a tree. A gentle breeze clears her mind. A sudden rustling sound startles her. Arellen notices a small tail in the bushes. She discovers a white cat in the garden. Arellen giggles as the cat lets out a meow. The white cat suddenly leaps away. Arellen crawls through the grass, chasing the cat. Her hand suddenly brushes against someone's clothing. Pazion Allurmont stares down and asks for her identity. Arellen is stunned to recognize the crown prince. She stutteringly identifies herself as a halberd. Pazion asks why she is hiding alone instead of playing.
A small magical girl watches the scene with worry.
Arellen explains that she is too ill to play.
The prince questions how running could possibly make her collapse. She feels uncomfortable and wishes he would leave. Pazion mocks her and accuses her of lying. Arellen insists she is telling the truth. He orders her to prove it by running immediately. The boy doubts her honesty with a mocking look. Arellen takes a deep, frustrated breath. She decides to endure the challenge to end it. She curses the prince's attitude in her mind. Arellen begins to run, despite her frailty. She gasps for air as her strength fades. Pazion watches as the girl begins to stumble. She collapses into his arms, completely unconscious. A maid watches the incident from a distance. The maid's expression turns to one of pure shock. Desperate shouts erupt for a doctor to help.
Arellen gasps while remaining in a deep faint.
Night falls over the grand imperial palace. Mehen walks through the mansion with a grim expression. He reflects on the disastrous royal social gathering. Arellen was returned unconscious without an explanation. Mehen suspects the royal family's direct involvement. Staff members declare this an act of war. He insists on prioritizing the lady's immediate health.
The steward asks if Erilyn has finally recovered.
Rena reports that the lady is now awake. Erilyn remains in bed, refusing to see anyone. Peshin stands before his mother at the palace. The Empress scolds him for being extremely rude.
The Empress concludes her lecture by reminding Pission of his royal duty to show kindness toward others.
Her stern gaze intensifies as she emphasizes that every action carries weight and he must acknowledge his mistakes. She issues a direct decree for him to travel to the Halburn estate and offer Lady Erilyn a heartfelt apology. As a severe punishment for his behavior, Pission is devastated to learn that all sweets and tea are strictly banned until he earns her forgiveness. The young prince stands frozen in absolute wide-eyed horror at the loss of his beloved desserts. Meanwhile, Erilyn enjoys a quiet afternoon on the terrace, nibbling on a cookie in the sunlight. Her expression remains somber as she stares down at her snack, lost in her own thoughts. She laments her own physical frailty, comparing her delicate health to that of a fragile sunfish. The girl is haunted by the memory of her recent collapse, wondering why her body failed her after such a short run. Erilyn grips her tea mug tightly, frustrated by her inability to do anything productive in her current state. A sudden, sharp clatter from nearby causes her to jump slightly in surprise. Nearby, two maids whisper among themselves, expressing pity for the steward who is burdened with so much responsibility. They note how tragic it is for a talented man like Mehen to spend his best years managing childcare duties. Erilyn remains silent and stoic, internally noting that she is quite accustomed to being the subject of gossip. She recalls the harsh voices of her past life, where jealous rivals mocked her musical talent and wished for her ruin. Those bitter memories reinforce her belief that most people are merely rivals waiting for a chance to strike. Returning to the present, she rests her chin on her hand, looking thoroughly drained and cynical. She sits in isolation on the grand balcony, a small figure dwarfed by the opulence surrounding her. In his office, Mehen sits buried under a mountain of paperwork, tirelessly managing the estate's affairs. He sighs heavily to himself, realizing that the task of raising a child is far more difficult than he ever anticipated. The steward clutches his head in frustration, clearly feeling the immense pressure of his current duties. He recalls Erilyn's soft promise to be a well-behaved child, which only adds to his inner turmoil. A memory of her bright, cheerful smile flashes through his mind, contrasting with her current lethargy. Mehen walks down a silent, sun-drenched corridor, his mind heavy with professional and personal concerns. He reflects on his failed attempt to maintain a strict emotional distance from the young lady. Looking out over the grounds, he realizes that regardless of his efforts, the girl truly needs the support of a family. His temper flares as he glares at a communication orb, cursing the Duke for ignoring his calls and neglecting his daughter. Dylan enters the office and notices the steward's distress, suggesting that he might be overthinking the situation. Mehen looks up with a weary, skeptical expression, questioning whether he is actually the one making things complicated. Dylan points out that since Erilyn has never met the Duke, Mehen has likely become the closest thing to family she has. The weight of Erilyn's lonely reality is emphasized as she sits alone in a massive, ornate chair. Mehen stares ahead with a resolute look, finally accepting that he must provide the warmth and care of a true guardian. A maid suddenly interrupts his thoughts to announce the unexpected and unwanted arrival of the crown prince.
The steward's eyes widen in disbelief as he demands confirmation of who exactly has come to the mansion.
He closes his eyes and lets out a long, weary sigh as he realizes the prince is the sole cause of the lady's collapse. A dark, vengeful aura begins to simmer around the steward as he fixes his blame entirely on the royal boy. In the reception hall, a nervous Pejin sits on the edge of his seat and timidly asks if he can see Erilyn. Mehin flatly rejects the request, leaving the prince stunned by the steward's cold and uncompromising tone.
Graham, the prince's attendant, stammers in acknowledgement, clearly intimidated by the steward's freezing hospitality.
Desperate to fix the situation, Passion presents a chest overflowing with precious jewels, begging for a chance to deliver his apology.
Mehin closes his eyes and offers a curt, hollow thanks for the gift while remaining completely unmoved. He continues with a sharp warning tone, making it clear that the imperial family's actions have consequences. A terrifying shadow of a snarling wolf looms behind Mehin as he demands a much more thorough explanation from the palace. With a final, icy dismissal, the steward orders the visitors to leave the estate immediately.
Passion asks his attendant for advice as they walk away, and Graham suggests it is best to retreat for the time being.
Graham notices the prince has stopped walking and looks back with a worried, questioning expression. Without warning, Passion spins around and begins sprinting back toward the house, much to Graham's vocal shock. As the prince charges back, Graham is left speechless and terrified of what the boy is about to do. Mehin looms over the scene with an oppressive, dark energy, repeating his order for them to depart at once. Poor Graham is left trembling and on the verge of tears, silently pleading for the prince to stop before things get worse. A massive, joyous shout of "Wah!" rings out over the estate. Something's off here. He finds the place vastly empty. He remembers the palace's warm atmosphere. He senses no warmth here now. He feels a chilling cold lingering. He hopes to find Erilyn quickly. Precision stares ahead with deep concentration. He regrets making Erilyn run earlier. He walks toward a bright hallway. He notices an open, mysterious door. He enters the grand, ornate room. Passion blinks in the bright light. He's surprised to see flowers. Erilyn stands quietly by the window. Narrative text describes her shimmering hair. Close-up of Erilyn's long, blonde hair. Erilyn turns around to face him. He is stunned into complete silence. Erilyn looks at him with surprise. A sudden, quick thump sounds within his chest as he looks at her. He stares at her in shock. He wonders why his heart races. They stand across the sunlit room. Erilyn walks toward the room's center. Passion stutters as he begins speaking. He apologizes for her sudden collapse. He promises not to repeat it. Erilyn listens calmly among the flowers. She tells him not to worry since she knew she would collapse, while he attempts to argue. She asks if he snuck in, and he wonders if it was that obvious. Erilyn explains that she still needs rest to recover fully. He agrees that she needs rest, and she politely bids him farewell as he leaves. A sharp tap sounds as he is addressed by his title upon exiting. He is baffled at being dismissed. He reminds of his status. He blushes with embarrassment and confusion. A staff member asks Lena what happened. Lena reports the prince left and tells the others to go now. A heavy sigh escapes the steward as Lena walks past him. A servant notes the steward's mood and considers delaying the lady's medicine. Lena worries about the medicine while a low, rumbling growl emanates from the steward's terrifying shadow. The servants decide to retreat from the steward's frightening and oppressive presence. Mehin stares with cold intensity. A soft click sounds as he enters the room and asks if everything was all right. Narrative text confirms the prince snuck in. Erilyn sits at the table and insists that absolutely nothing happened. The steward remains skeptical as the girl nervously claims she has nothing to hide. He offers a formal apology for his questioning. Mehin kneels beside her to divide comfort. Erilyn watches the steward, noting his unusually flustered demeanor while wondering why he seems so agitated. She reflects on her own existence, viewing herself as nothing more than a burden he was forced to raise by his lord's decree. Looking down at the tea table, Erilyn remarks that she has been seeing Mehin quite often lately and acknowledges how busy he must be. With a somber tone, she suggests that the steward should not continue to waste his valuable time on her. Her small smile carries a weight of deep, weary exhaustion. Mehin looks at her with a pained expression, insisting that her assessment of the situation is incorrect.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as he grips the table.
Mehin places a hand over his heart and formally agrees to follow her wishes if that is truly what she desires.
Arellen sits in a heavy, contemplative silence.
As he walks away, Mehin wonders if his presence is something she can simply ignore, questioning if he was wrong to urge her to stop acting like a guardian.
A memory of the girl's sad smile lingers in the air.
Man clutches his head in frustration, lamenting that he never intended to make a child wear such a pained expression. The scene shifts to the bright terrace, where a voice announces it is time for the lady's medicine.
Arellen winces and covers her mouth, complaining that the medicine tastes incredibly bitter.
Arellen asks where Uni is, and a gray-haired maid explains that Uni was called to an urgent meeting, so she has come in her place.
Arellen watches the maid with a cold gaze, internally noting that this woman is the one who constantly gossips behind her back while acting prim and proper to her face.
I have finished. Leave immediately.
The girl retreats back into the lonely comfort of her bed.
Narrative text explains that Graham, the Crown Prince's chamberlain, has been desperately wishing to resign lately.
Several official resignation letters lie scattered across a desk. Pacien stands before a grand portrait of Arellen, looking small against her painted image.
The young prince remains lost in deep thought. A voice from the past shouts for everyone to run, mockingly asking if they intend to collapse like Lady Arellen did.
A memory of children and staff running through the gardens flashes by.
Pacien tells Graham that Arellen bid him farewell before she left the palace, and he is certain her words carried a deeper meaning.
He looks up with teary, desperate eyes and orders Graham to find out immediately if the lady's health has shown any improvement.
In a flower-framed thought, the prince asks if Arellen is scheduled to attend the gathering of childhood friends today.
His face lights up with a bright, hopeful smile.
Graham reports that her health has improved and she had indeed promised to attend the gathering.
The narrative shifts to a grand doorway where the prince and Graham find that Arellen is nowhere to be found. Peshin looks back at his attendant with a cold, piercing gaze, expressing his deep disappointment in Graham's failure. As Graham wallows in misery over his desire to quit, Peshin scolds him and asks if this poor performance is really the best he can do. Graham tries to explain that the early end of the gathering isn't his fault, while Peshin wonders if Arellen stayed away because of his previous comments about her physical frailty. He reflects on her delicate nature, likening Arellen to a small, fragile kitten. The prince continues to ponder her absence. He looks down with a saddened expression, admitting to himself that while he may not see her again, he truly misses her.
Graham is startled as the prince suddenly stands up with a determined look.
With a mischievous spark in his eyes, Pacien declares that if Arellen cannot come to see him, he will simply go to her estate instead. A cheerful, purple-haired mascot offers a warm, bubbly thanks to the readers.
A status update confirms that the latest chapters of the story are now available.
A guard at the mansion gate is left in absolute shock at the sudden arrival of the prince.
The general looks up with authority, demanding that the guard hurry up and open the doors for him.
Graham clutches his head in a panic, nervously asking if he should at least announce their visit to the household. A sudden, quick tap sounds as Peshin charges ahead, announcing a change of plans and ordering Graham to follow. Graham follows behind with a pleading expression, silently begging the prince not to cause any major trouble. A sudden rhythmic tap sounds as the two walk through the mansion, with Pacien certain that he knows the way. Pacien pauses as he notes that the atmosphere in the mansion feels unsettled, far more tense than the lonely coldness he remembered. He notices the air feels strangely sharp as two maids gossip in the background about someone's rude personality. Graham asks what he is doing, but Pacien quickly tells him to be quiet so he can listen to the nearby conversation. The maids mock the steward's behavior, complaining about the absurd way he told them to leave after delivering medicine, and mocking him for acting like he's someone important. The brown-haired maid mocks the steward's perceived lack of authority, laughing that he is nothing without his master. As a hand reaches for him, Peshin ponders the maid's cruel words and wonders what they mean by calling someone an idiot or a half.
A sudden, sharp tap sounds as the prince stops, declaring his firm intention to understand the nature of the maid's conversation. The maids continue their disrespectful gossip, wondering aloud if the noble would be doomed without the steward's protection. With a cruel laugh, the brown-haired servant labels him completely useless and mockingly predicts his impending death. A final, biting insult hangs in the air, claiming that he doesn't even understand his proper place. Cruel laughter echoes through the dark. The maids are startled into silence as they realize the white-haired prince is standing right behind them, demanding to know who they are insulting.
A sudden, thunderous boom sounds as the two servants are nearly knocked over by a terrifying presence.
Graham stares down at the women with cold fury, ordering them to kneel and show respect to those they have no right to demean. A sudden, quick tap sounds as the terrified maids fall to their knees while being ordered to address His Highness. Patience looks at the trembling maid with icy disdain, asking if she truly thinks she possesses the right to question him. Walking past the kneeling servants, the prince asks which of them is the one who has forgotten their place.
The maid's hand trembles on the floor.
Narrative text reflects on the inherent malice found in those who seek to hurt and demean others.
A deep, chilling coldness fills the prince as he is confronted with such unexpected and blatant ugliness. Passion's red eyes burn with anger as he asks why they have become silent, mockingly wondering if their tongues were cut. While the brown-haired maid realizes her dire situation, the background crowd whispers about the situation spiraling out of control. A sudden, heavy boom sounds as Mehen appears behind the kneeling maid, looming over her with an intimidating presence.
The steward demands to know the cause of the commotion, while the maids break into desperate, sobbing pleas for mercy.
An eye reflects a distant figure.
Aurelin appears in the hallway, her presence causing a sudden ripple of shock among the gathered staff.
A desperate cry for help rings! The brown-haired maid lunges forward to grab Erlin's arm, sobbing hysterically as she begs the young girl for forgiveness. Both servants wail in despair, pleading with the lady to save them from the consequences of their cruel gossip. Mehen looks at the prince and sternly asks the staff if they still fail to grasp the gravity of their disrespectful actions. He points out the audacity of them calling their lord an idiot and a half-person within his own home. Erlin listens with a cold, hollow gaze, while Uni, her purple-haired attendant, begins to ask a worrying question. Uni asks if this kind of abuse has happened before, and Erlin quietly confirms that it has. Holding her hand with deep concern, Uni asks why the lady never told anyone about the staff's treatment of her. Aurelin stares ahead in silence. Uni reacts with a look of pure, horrified shock at the girl's quiet admission of long-term suffering.
A cold, final command echoes.
Mehen orders the staff back to their posts, while Graham asks the steward what should be done with the two maids. With an icy and unforgiving tone, the steward orders the women to be imprisoned for his personal interrogation. Passion runs toward Erlin with a bright, hopeful smile, asking if she has been well lately. Erlin internally sighs, wishing she had stayed in her room rather than encountering such an annoying disturbance in the hallway. Passion smiles brightly and asks how she has been, while Erlin's text box labels his presence as a major pain. In a chibi-styled scene, Erlin bluntly asks the prince what brings him to the estate. Passion explains that he was worried about her health after she missed their meeting, while Erlin offers a brief excuse about a hospital visit. Narrative text observes that the lively Passion and the weak Erlin have nothing in common, questioning the motive behind his visit. The boy explains that he couldn't just stand by while she was unwell, but Erlin begins to gently reject his concern. A sudden, sharp tap sounds as the prince stops, hearing Erlin explain that her condition could put His Highness in a difficult position. Looking like a dejected puppy, Passion asks if he was being too bold, but Erlin reassures him that he was not. Passion thanks her for the day,
while Erilyn reflects on the strange and cursed feeling of her own body.
Erilyn decides to see the prince off, citing the unsettled household and her own poor health as reasons to end the meeting.
Passion bids her farewell, while Graham urges the boy to leave quickly before more trouble arises.
Erilyn walks slowly back to her room with Uni following closely behind. The maid promises to help her prepare for bed, insisting that rest will surely improve the girl's condition.
The scene blurs as Erilyn stumbles and collapses, prompting a worried and frantic cry from the maid. Lady Erilyn suddenly collapses.
A credits page lists contributors and promotional links. Mehen questions his heavy involvement in these matters. The steward bows and offers his sincere apologies. Mehen demands the steward resolve things cleanly. The ashy-haired man sighs in deep frustration.
Mehen reflects on the estate's unsettled atmosphere.
Regret over overheard words haunts his thoughts. Dylan bursts through the doors in a panic.
Dylan reports that Lady Erilyn has collapsed.
Man reacts to the news with shock. Uni panics while tending to the unconscious Krull.
Erilyn gasps as breathing becomes incredibly difficult.
Uni identifies the onset of seizure symptoms.
Mehen demands an immediate medical update. Mang questions why the physician isn't there.
A grim medical warning is delivered.
Mehen wonders about the seizure's sudden trigger. He ponders Erilyn's fragile health and history.
Mehen asks about the girl's vital medication.
Uni runs off at a septent. Distant memories of calling for a mother. The young girl weeps for her mother. Intricate lace on a white gown. The story continues with Chapter 6. A recurring nightmare begins once more.
Past trauma is triggered by musical instruments.
A memory of a talented, beautiful mother.
Resemblance between mother and daughter Nevid.
The mother's singular wish is revealed. The mother places a burden on her daughter. A demanding question echoes through time. Ghostly music begins without a visible player. Stage fright freezes her mid-performance. Desperation to see her mother's true expression.
The girl while calling out.
A question of past mistreatment remains. A hand reaches out in sheer desperation. A dark shadow of a thorny branch. Two figures stand together in bright light. Repressed feelings of loneliness surface at last. A mother figure walks away without looking. A traumatic fall coincides with abandonment. Deep shadows consume the entire scene. Fear of being left alone returns. Erilyn looks pale and utterly drained. The blonde girl weeps on the floor. Consuming darkness fills her entire vision. Someone provides sudden warmth and comfort. Erilyn finds peace in another's arms. Mehen sits by Erilyn's bedside, holding her hand with a look of deep concern as she sleeps.
In a brief mental observation, Mehen realizes he instinctively reached for the girl's hand while she rested.
Mehen looks down sadly, wondering what kind of pain drives the lady to call for a mother she has never met. As Erilyn mutters for her mother in her sleep, Mehen reflects on the crushing loneliness of a child with no one to share her longing with. The quiet, grand hallway stands empty as the house settles into a somber silence.
Arlen's red eyes flutter open as she finally wakes from her troubled slumber. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, the young girl sits up and finds Mehen still stationed by her side.
Erilyn wakes up fully, looking weary and fragile in the morning light. Man looks visibly strained and worried as he prepares to address the waking girl. With a hesitant and pained expression, Menor informs the child that he is unfortunately not her mother. The ashy-haired steward leans in with a worried sweat, asking the lady if she is feeling all right. Erilyn gazes at him with a dazed and hollow expression as she processes her surroundings. Overwhelmed by emotion and the lingering nightmare, the young girl begins to weep. Man reflects on how unpredictable children can be as he recalls the day Duke Halburn first brought her home amidst public curiosity. A dark silhouette shows a servant cradling the infant, representing the mystery surrounding the girl's arrival. Narrative text details the scandalous rumors of her birth,
yet confirms she is a true Hellburn because the Guardian Stone resonated with her blood. As maids gossip about whether the child was a result of true love, Mehen listens from the shadows with a cold, dismissive gaze.
Mehen scoffs at the idea of his boss being in love, deciding he shouldn't care about the Duke's private affairs.
Holding her hand, the young lady walks while Mehen considers that even amidst the rumors, she must have wondered about her parents.
Man finds it shocking that despite his expectations, the girl has never once asked about her mother. He had even prepared a stack of written answers for her eventual questions, yet she remained perfectly silent on the matter.
Reviewing his papers, Mehen had begun to believe that perhaps the child simply lacked any curiosity about her origins. Seeing her cry for her mother now, Mehen realizes his assumption was wrong and feels a pang of guilt. Arellen realizes she is awake and no longer dreaming, yet the word mom still escapes her trembling lips.
Her throat feels tight and the words fail her as she worries about putting Mehen in a difficult position. Arellen lets out another desperate cry for her mother while Mehen sighs, looking overwhelmed by the emotional weight. Mehen runs a hand through his hair, looking exhausted and uncertain how to comfort the sobbing child. Arellen thinks about how the Mehen she knew would have cast her aside, but she finds herself calling his name instead. Mehen asks why she would ever think he has a reason to hate her, while their chibi forms play out a silent disagreement.
Arellen looks down and asks if he didn't actually want her gone or pushed away from the estate.
Mehen looks away with a troubled expression, starting to say that he only intended for her well-being.
A heavy silence fills the room as Mehen struggles to find the right words to explain his past coldness.
The two sit together in a moment of quiet tension as the girl waits for a response.
Arellen looks at him through a veil of tears, still thinking about the title of mother she used in her sleep.
Mehen's expression softens as he looks at the fragile girl sitting before him.
He reaches out a gentle hand toward her, finally deciding to lower his guard.
Mehen confesses that he is an orphan who has never seen his parents' faces or known their identities. He tells her he never had anyone to care for him, prompting Arellen to wonder about the nature of love. Arellen reacts with wide-eyed surprise at the steward's unexpected and vulnerable admission.
A faint, gentle smile crosses Mehen's face as he looks at the lady with genuine warmth. Admitting his own shortcomings, Mehen explains that he only ever wanted to ensure she was raised with everything she needed.
Mehen is startled into a confused response as Arellen begins to speak up.
Arellen tells him that if he is truly sorry, there is something he can do.
Mehen's chibi form looks nervous and unsure about what the girl might ask of him next.
Arellen grabs onto his sleeve and softly calls him Mom, catching him completely off guard.
Mehen smiles warmly and promises to do his absolute best to fulfill his role in her life.
Feeling shy, Arellen turns her head away with a faint blush blooming on her cheeks.
The girl maintains a firm, tight grip on the steward's sleeve, refusing to let him go.
With a gentle and content smile, Arellen admits that she finds Mehen's answer quite pleasing.
Mehen tells her that it is a good sight to see and encourages her to smile like that more often. A man in dark robes uses magic to stabilize the sleeping girl, while Mehen watches from behind with his arms crossed. With the girl resting, Mehen steps out into the quiet hallway, the door closing with a soft creak and a final click. Questions arise about what truly happened.
Mehen stands before Uni, his posture tense as he demands an explanation for the girl's sudden collapse. Uni looks down through her glasses and nervously admits she believes the lady's vital medicine has been stolen, prompting a shocked response from Mehen.
A moment of quiet, heavy discovery. Arellen missed a dose while Mehen was around, and though a maid claimed she delivered it the next day, the medicine was never actually given.
The investigation takes a dark turn with the news that the maid involved in the delivery was found dead in her prison cell.
Uni reports that the death is being called a suicide, though the circumstances remain highly suspicious to both of them. Refusing to believe the convenient story of suicide, Mehen demands to know if there is any trace of the missing medicine.
Yuni admits they haven't found it yet, prompting Mehen to sigh and decide to treat it as a suicide for now, while ordering her to keep the matter a strict secret.
Yuni promises to focus only on the young lady's health as the steward departs the room with a final, echoing click of the door.
Fury simmers within Mehen's dark thoughts. His eyes glow with a sharp, dangerous intensity as his teeth grind together in a harsh sound.
Betrayal strikes within his own home.
A recruitment notice for new contributors.
The physician reports to Mehen that the girl's mana reaction has stabilized, bringing a small sense of relief to the steward.
Though further observation is needed, the doctor notes her physical and psychological improvement is nothing short of amazing.
Looking at the peacefully Erlen, Mehen wonders what on earth he could have done to cause such a change. The steward admits to himself that he didn't actually do anything specific to aid her recovery.
Mehen sits by the large bed, watching over the fragile girl in the soft light of the room.
The physician warns that her body continues to grow weaker over time, but Mehen sharply tells him to stop before the man offers a pained apology.
Softening his tone, Mehen tells the physician to simply pay even more attention to her health, to which the man respectfully agrees.
Erlen finally stirs, letting out a soft yawn and rubbing the sleep from her red eyes.
Absence haunts the young girl's thoughts. The young lady blinks in surprise as she realizes the steward is still sitting with her. As Mehen settles onto a stool with a dull thump, he tells the lady she can have whatever she wants for dinner tonight.
Erlen beams with a bright, happy smile and expresses her profound relief at the unexpected news.
Mehen looks down at the girl with a pensive and slightly somber expression.
The steward calls out to the young lady in the grand, sunlit room, and she looks up to respond.
He reaches out a gentle hand toward her, offering a silent gesture of support.
Duty calls for immediate protective action.
With flowers blooming around her joy, Erlen laughs while Mehen acknowledges his renewed responsibility to take care of her.
Their hands join in a firm promise as he vows to raise her well from this day forward. The tale continues with title cards.
The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace, where a gathering of childhood friends is taking place.
Patience sits with his chin in his hand, looking completely disinterested and zoning out from the social event.
Nearby children look confused, noting that the prince's mood couldn't be worse today. Patient's hand tightens around a letter informing him of Erlen's collapse, and he realizes with frustration that she has fallen ill yet again. He wonders if her body is truly made of glass and lets out a long, weary sigh as he worries about her suffering.
The prince flatly refuses to join the other children in their play, looking away with a frown.
The silver-haired twins approach him curiously, asking His Highness why he seems so gloomy. Pezian tells them to leave him alone, stating he has no interest in playing with them right now. A heavy sigh escapes the prince as he remains stubborn despite the twins' attempts to cheer him up.
Patient admits he has a concern.
Looking up with renewed determination, he asks himself if he can simply visit her again. A bright spark of an idea hits Peshin, while Graham looks on with a sense of impending dread and shouts for him to stop.
Graham laughs nervously with a quick tap of his hand to his head, trying to process the boy's impulsive thoughts.
Persian stands up with new determination. With a quick dash, Peshin commands Graham to follow him for another visit, leaving the knight scrambling to keep up as he shouts for His Highness.
The silver-haired twins wonder who the prince is visiting.
Erlen peeks through the door with a curious gaze.
Prince Pessian greets Erlen with a bright, enthusiastic smile. Erlen feels overwhelmed by the prince's intense, positive energy. Peshin worries she looks pale and asks if she is sick, mentioning the friends gathering.
Erlen confirmed she remembered the social event taking place today.
Erlen questions why the prince is here instead of attending the gathering.
Pessian explains he left the gathering early to visit after hearing she collapsed. Rumors swirl about the powerful prince's unusual and exclusive interest in the young lady.
Peshin looks at her with a curious and expectant expression.
Erlen begins to offer a soft, hesitant response.
She tells the prince not to worry if he believes her collapse was his fault.
Pasien insists it is his fault and refuses to stop being concerned.
The prince vows to care for Erlin until she is healthy again.
Arlen reflects on her deep distrust of his fleeting and scattered affection.
She refuses to be swayed when even breathing feels like a heavy luxury.
Pasien asks the young lady if she prefers to stay still.
Arlen admits she likes to stay quiet and still in her own room.
Pasien wiggles restlessly in his seat while Arlen remains perfectly still.
Erlen notes that the energetic prince cannot stay still for even a second.
A bright and warm smile crosses the prince's face. Erlen watches him with a quiet, neutral expression.
Pasien remarks that it feels like the first time he has seen her smile.
Arlen realizes she truly does not understand the boy sitting before her. Soft morning light filters through the large windows of the room.
Mehen contacts Zarenberg, the knight currently stationed at the front lines.
Zarenberg explains that the prince had to leave for the front due to casualties. Mehen looks irritated, but tells the knight his concern is nothing.
Zarenberg asks Mehen whatever is on his mind, since he has been persistent.
Mehen prepares to deliver a blunt and harsh response.
Mehen demands Zarenberg tell the prince he is a piece and father of trash.
The knight is stunned and confused by the steward's insulting message.
Mehen abruptly hangs up on the frantic and questioning knight.
The steward sits back in his chair, feeling a sense of relaxation.
The lady's specialized and loyal staff members are introduced.
The staff claps and expresses their deep love and admiration for the lady. The servants are overcome with emotion because Erlen finally spoke directly to them. Erlen wonders if her staff has collectively gone mad or something.
Ern suggests the lady needs sunshine and purity instead of reading books.
Erlen flatly refuses to leave the room, stating she simply does not want to.
Rena explains the staff's change of heart as Mehen enters the room. Mang questions the staff's behavior toward the recovering girl with an annoyed look. Erlen reaches out and firmly grabs onto Mehen's leg. A delicate, heart-filled frame highlights the young lady's quiet call for mom.
The entire staff freezes in absolute shock
at the girl's sudden declaration. Gossiping maids wonder if the lady was born of forbidden love between Mehen and the Duke.
The staff notes that Mehen and the girl do share a similar aura.
Mehen tells them to stop the nonsense after the girl calls for her mother.
Rena accuses Mehen of trying to take the mother's place to seize the estate's assets.
Mehen sternly tells Rena to ensure no such behavior or gossip happens again.
Uni expresses her sadness that the staff is being left behind now that Mehen has reconciled with the young lady.
Mehen dismissively tells the staff to handle their own problems, though he reminds them that those caring for the lady should not be making her life more difficult.
The staff bows in heavy silence.
While reviewing a stack of paperwork, the steward wonders if the staff was always this odd, though he admits there is no one he trusts more.
Untrustworthy staff members were removed, and the mansion was repeatedly inspected to prioritize the lady's safety during her recovery.
Mehen vents his intense frustration at Duke Halbern's poor parenting through a communication crystal, though it offers him no relief from his anger.
A message confirms that Mehen offered his resignation with the full honor of a knight, uncaring of whether he is officially fired.
A small bird visits the windowsill.
Looking at the bird and a letter, the steward questions if the man he is dealing with is actually serious.
Prince Peshin hums a cheerful tune.
With a pounding heart, the prince eagerly watches the doorway in anticipation of a certain someone's arrival. His hope fades when a maid enters instead, and he flatly denies that he was waiting for her specifically. The prince remains certain he heard a faint, hesitant step that sounded exactly like Erlen's.
Pessin looks surprised and disappointed.
Worrying that she might be skipping the gathering again, the prince decides that if she does not show up, he will simply visit her every day. A purple-haired sits among white roses.
Erlen arrives in a frilly purple gown.
Spotting her at last, Pessin beams with joy and calls out the young lady's name.
Erlen watches in confusion as the prince comes dashing toward her with sudden high energy. Pessin immediately begins showering her with attention, urging her to try a variety of delicious treats. Surrounded by sweets, Erlen looks overwhelmed. Uni rushes through the palace hallways. The
the staff continues to pester Erlen.
Erlen humorously imagines herself watching the unfolding drama from a front row seat.
She decides that the current chaos is entirely the fault of Crown Prince Pizian. As the prince encourages her to eat, Arlen worries she will perish from food torture if she has even one more bite. Deciding to wing it, Erlen offers a cupcake to the prince, noting that he has barely eaten while taking care of her. Pizian is moved to tears by her perceived kindness, calling her an angel while she silently disagrees.
Enthusiastically accepting the gift, Pizian vows to eat everything she gave him, much to her relief.
As the prince eats voraciously, Erlen is glad that his simple-minded nature allowed her to escape the meal.
When asked about her knowledge, Erlen realizes she didn't learn things in a traditional way and decides to invent a story about her studies. Erlen claims she studied very hard, prompting Pishan's amazement, while other noble children look on with shock.
The other children whisper amongst themselves, wondering what Erlen did to make the prince act so flustered.
Observing the crowd, Erlen is reminded of just how popular the Crown Prince really is. Watching Pishan read, Erlen notes that while he usually acts like a happy puppy, he looks surprisingly sharp when he is focused. She reflects on how Pizian is a rare type of male lead who lacks the typical obsession, arrogance, or tragic secrets found in stories. Fine script covers the book's pages. Shaking away her delusions, Erlen tells herself to get it together just as the prince calls out to her. The prince insists on being called Pizian.
Erlen flinches from his direct gaze.
He demands she stop using formal titles.
The prince slowly repeats his name for her, causing Erlen to look quite awkward and flustered.
Erlen blushes and looks away awkwardly.
Pizian lets out a happy chuckle.
Their light-hearted debate echoes from the window.
Sunlight fills the quiet palace hallway. Feeling drained, Erlen is relieved to finally be heading home after managing to stop the prince from escorting her. A mysterious hand reaches toward the girl.
Erlen turns with a start, wondering if the Empress has appeared. A recruitment notice for new contributors. Narrative text recounts the history of the Albrecht Empire. A radiant silhouette introduces the beautiful Empress Azeni. Erlen observes the Empress's noble and upright character. Royal success is attributed to a refined upbringing.
Empress Azini welcomes the young lady with warmth.
The Empress hosts a private tea in the garden. Erlen is praised for her recent hard work. The child waits for proper etiquette before eating.
Azeni laughs softly, encouraging her guests to enjoy.
The Empress recalls memories of their very first meeting. Erlen remains perfectly still while she nibbles sweets.
Azeni notes a striking resemblance to someone else.
The young lady is visibly startled by the comment.
Erlen puzzles over the Empress's mysterious and cryptic words.
Hidden family connections are mentally questioned with shock. Erlen asks why she was summoned to the palace.
The Empress offers a playful and gentle laugh.
Dessert is offered as an apology for Passion.
Passion's overly energetic nature is jokingly and fondly lamented.
Erlen feels overwhelmed by the endless pile of macarons.
The Empress seems increasingly kind and warm-hearted to her.
Royal affection feels unearned and quite confusing to Erlen.
Erlen clarifies that her weakness is purely physical. The Empress listens to the explanation with calm interest.
A shocking realization leaves the young lady totally speechless.
Erlen formally requests to leave the childhood friends group. The Empress flatly and firmly denies the unexpected request.
Erlen cries out in silent and comical despair.
Azeni probes for any underlying trouble with other children. The lady hesitates before asking the Empress another question.
A long-standing mystery is finally and seriously addressed.
Her role in the inner circle is deeply questioned.
The Empress maintains a playful and frustrating sense of secrecy.
A social gathering begins at the palace days later.
Erlen feels completely drained by her royal social obligations. Constant and unwavering attention becomes a mental burden. The young lady laments her draining and annoying situation.
Escape from the group seems more impossible than ever. Azeni's secretive mood remains a source of great irritation. Intense blue eyes hold a deep, unspoken mystery.
Erlen senses a hidden past connection behind the gaze.
Intuition suggests a secret link between her father and royalty.
Silver-haired twins approach while shouting a silly nickname.
Erlen unsuccessfully attempts to dodge the enthusiastic pair.
The energetic twins corner their favorite and flustered target.
Ciel and Noelle introduce themselves as the Angel Twins.
Narrative text clarifies the birth order of the brothers. Erlen's name is repeatedly and humorously mispronounced by them. The twins mockingly demand a demonstration of her collapse. A shiny gold coin is displayed as a reward. A gold-eyed twin offers a gift, but the blonde girl remains unimpressed by his hollow claims of its value. The white-haired twins begin to cry, performing a dramatic display of hurt feelings. Erlen stares blankly, her patience for their theatrical behavior rapidly vanishing.
Despite their angelic appearance, the twins possess a truly demonic nature.
The twins pester the young lady, shamelessly fishing for compliments about their own cuteness. They enthusiastically offer to let her touch their cheeks and eyelashes as if it were a rare privilege. Erlen reflects on their malicious game of teasing anyone who shows the slightest bit of embarrassment.
The chibi-style twins tilt their heads inquisitively while the young lady remains entirely motionless.
Sensing an ominous intent behind their golden gazes, Erlen decides she must find a way to escape immediately. The young lady firmly tells the pair to move out of her way. Her irritation peaks as she demands they step aside, yet they seem only more amused by her anger.
The twins find her cold attitude adorable, mockingly wondering if she is simply trying to capture their attention.
Trembling with a sudden desire for strength, Erlen humorously wonders if a mysterious entity will offer her power. A loud, echoing crash interrupts the gathering as a voice commands the twins to get away from Erlen. Crown Prince Passion arrives with a fierce expression, interposing himself between the girl and the twins.
A purple-haired mascot cheers as the dramatic command to leave the young lady alone is repeated.
The Crown Prince stands protectively, his eyes flashing with irritation at the twins' relentless behavior. Imagining him as a savior on a white horse, Erlen feels a rare sense of relief at the prince's intervention. As Pishin begins scolding the pair, the young lady silently cheers him on from her front row seat. The white-haired brothers stop and stare in silence as they are confronted. Pasien demands to know what they are talking about, his tone full of suspicion. A sudden blur of movement shifts the tension in the room. The twins resume their pestering, prompting Erlen to flatly tell them she just wants to be left alone. The Crown Prince looks genuinely shocked and hurt by the unfolding social chaos. The twins shift their target, mockingly accusing the prince of having an evil plan now that he is flustered. Erlen turns her attention toward a new arrival with dark hair and striking blue eyes. The stoic boy is formally introduced as the young Duke of Muavisk. The black-haired boy approaches and stops right in front of the overwhelmed girl. While Peshin and the twins continue their petty squabble, Erlen looks toward the newcomer for an exit.
Surrounded by the loud demands of the three boys, the young lady feels more drained than ever.
A small hand reaches out and firmly grips a dark sleeve. To everyone's shock, Erlen grabs onto the boy from Muavisk and declares her intent to play with him instead. An elegant decorative border signals a shift in the narrative perspective.
Narrative text explains that in the original story, Arellen was merely an insignificant background character.
The history of House Halburn is described as powerful and secretive, looming over the empire like a shadow. Unlike other prominent families with flashy traits, the Halburns were once written as simple background figures. The scene shifts to Pesien happily presenting a large strawberry-covered cake. The mischievous twins, identified as the Dukes of Sferum, enjoy their own assorted treats. Harun, the Duke of Muavisk, maintains his quiet and refined composure while drinking tea. Looking over the chaotic tea party, the young lady questions if this gathering is actually going well. Harun gazes forward with a calm and mysterious expression. Narration identifies Harun as a genius and the prince's protector, noting his role as the original second male lead. Erlen notes that his handsome face makes it easy to see why the original heroine was once infatuated with him.
The twins immediately tease her for staring at Harun, much to her annoyance. The young lady acknowledges her sympathy for Harun's future role in the story.
Erlen sips her tea, categorizing the boy as the classic, reliable Northern Grand Duke type. She reflects on the symbolic meaning of a second male lead, which is defined as a steadfast and unchanging love.
Narrative text describes a proper second lead as a reliable pillar who supports the heroine from the shadows.
Someone offers another piece of cake, prompting a desperate, silent plea for Harun to rescue her from the food. Looking toward the black-haired boy with wide eyes, the chibi young lady internally screams for help. Harun stares while Arellen realizes her silent signal worked. Harun calmly feeds Arellen a roll cake while others watch. Arellen begs for rescue as Pessian stands with a thud.
Pessian intercepts the cake while Arellen looks stunned.
Pessian offers more cake while Harun looks annoyed.
Harun becomes a lovable cinnamon roll to Arellen.
The twins tease Pessian for his concern about Harun. Arlen despairs as her escape plan through Harun fails.
Chaos erupts as Pessian blushes and demands silence.
Popularity feels like an overwhelming, heart-thumping event. Arellen laments the excessive attention she receives. Night falls over the quiet and moonlit palace.
Man asks Erlen what happened as she clings.
Hugging Mayhen's leg finally calms her frayed nerves. A tall silhouette carries a child through a hall. Arellen reaches up to Mehen, asking for a hug. Mehen looks confused by her sudden, affectionate request. The brown-haired man lifts the girl into a hug. Mehen inquires about any trouble during the gathering. Erlen dismisses the day's events as nothing too serious.
Mehen encourages her to share any troubles with him.
He fears he lacks her trust while she demurs. Green-eyed Mehen stares in surprise at Arellen's words. Arellen firmly refuses to attend any more social gatherings. She knows Mehen will protect her from royal orders. Mehen promises to handle the excuses for her absence. A small hand grips a sleeve with deep trust.
Erlen hugs Mehen while joyously calling for affection.
The maids watch with shock as she seeks comfort. The child care squad vows to reclaim the lady's favor. They plan to show their professionalism through total devotion.
A sunny morning marks the day of the gathering.
Erlen stays in bed, happy to avoid the outing. Mehen officially reports her absence due to being unwell.
Erlen appreciates Mehen's support, viewing him as a mother.
A purple-haired maid worries about the young lady's health. Erlen dismisses the staff so she can be along.
The maids beg to stay while Erlen remains firm.
Clingy servants become a source of exhaustion for Erlen. Erlen scurries away while the maids look on helplessly. A sudden click echoes as she demands her space.
The maids are shocked by the 7-year-old's firm stance.
Erlen walks off in search of some much-needed peace.
Rivalries flare as staff argue over who she favors.
Mehen claims dominance based on his role in her health.
The maids bicker about failures while looking at her. Arellen peeks around a corner at the bickering squad. She reflects on her peaceful life before the chaos. Daily existence feels more like a war zone to Erlen. Erlen questions the butler's presence as she walks. Ern stands proudly with a heart pin on his lapel. Ern bows, pledging his service and protection from the shadows.
Erlen thinks that Ern hasn't really been a bother lately.
The childcare group makes a dramatic blood oath of perfect service. Ern promises to ensure no more negative incidents occur.
Erlen stares silently at his overwhelming display of loyalty.
She reflects on how common it was for servants to gossip. Walking with Mehen, she wonders if he dismissed the former staff. New maids now attend to the young lady with extreme care. Disrespect is no longer found in the palace. The childcare squad looms with an intense and cheerful energy. Ern vows that they will give her only reasons to smile. Arellen reacts to their suffocating devotion with a stunned expression. Staff energy is now poured entirely into watching over her. Arellen is startled as a maid suddenly spots her in the hallway.
The chibi maids eagerly call for their lady's attention.
The squad captures the girl as she reflects on their stifling concern. Exhaustion takes over as she compares this to royal parties. Arlen grinds her teeth, frustrated by their constant presence. She sits up suddenly, fearing she will die of stress.
Arellen imagines the maids' terrifyingly eager and glowing faces. While Mehen works, the girl realizes she cannot rely on him.
Bare feet come to a sudden halt on the palace floor. Grabbing a blue crayon, she prepares her final resort.
A small purple-haired mascot cries while clutching a tiny animal friend.
A line of maids gathers as a commotion echoes through the hall.
A maid reads an urgent announcement summoning everyone to the drawing room.
The staff wonders if the young lady wrote the message. The maids enter the room to find the girl waiting for them. Arellen presents a custom chart, confusing the gathered squad. She explains the system of well-done stickers for good behavior. The childcare squad stands in awe of this new arrangement. The concept of receiving praise leaves the staff momentarily speechless.
They realize the stickers are tangible proof of her favor.
The maids tearfully decide to preserve the sticker charts as heirlooms. A tall man enters and questions what everyone is doing. Mehen stands with a clipboard, looking calm and confused. He demands an explanation for the racket in the drawing room. Arlen stands firmly behind his legs as he addresses the squad.
The man confronts the childcare group about their behavior.
Arellen rewards Mehen with a sticker simply for being there. A sticker of favor is officially placed on the man's clipboard. Mehen looks touched and deeply conflicted by the reward. Arlen instructs him on how to properly use the sticker system. The other servants watch with intense jealousy at Mehen's success. A few days pass as the palace remains quiet. The grand estate stands under a bright and peaceful sky. Arellen finally enjoys a moment of quiet, well-earned tranquility. The maids brag about their sticker collections in the hall.
Arellen relaxes with a book, finally free from the constant pestering.
A small figure peers through the doors. Arellen hums peacefully while resting alone.
Someone enters with a sudden, sharp step.
A single pink eye opens wide. The young lady sits up, startled. She recognizes a familiar voice nearby. The white-haired crown prince shouts her name.
The story reaches its first 20 chapters.
Patient looks visibly shaken and distraught. A brown-haired man reports the lady's illness. Pazian glances back toward the others. The lords play while Peshin is distracted. Patient desperately wants to see Arellen. They discuss her recurring bouts of illness. Her absence weighs heavily on the prince.
Passion recalls her popularity among other lords.
The man hopes things will calm down. A dark, gloomy aura surrounds the prince. Fear of her permanent absence grows.
Memories of their tea parties surface.
Arellen walks toward a great window. Her long blonde hair catches the light.
Sunlight illuminates the empty palace hall.
Tension looks down with deep sadness.
The man looks confused by the prince.
Pessian questions the true meaning of solitude. He decides to visit the sick instead.
Arlen looks tired and slightly annoyed.
Pishan's visit ruins her quiet solitude. She laments that her plan failed. Persuasion suggests they exercise together now. Arlen is stunned by his strange request. A flashback reveals a previous conversation. Patian asks Sir Jade about gaining health. He wants to help a frail friend. Sir Jade finds his compassion deeply touching. Jade emphasizes the absolute importance of exercise. Peshin is inspired by Jade's physical strength. Arlen mocks his groundbreaking health discovery.
Chibi Passion gives her health advice.
Arlen views this as another boredom-fueled event.
Pessimism acknowledges that some people truly struggle. He offers a story about today's training.
Pacien's excitement meets Arlen's total disinterest.
Arlen finds his chattering somewhat cute. She decides to listen more politely now. Passion leans in with a bright sparkle. Arlen's pink eye widens in shock. Pacien stays close despite her request. He compliments her pretty pink eyes.
Bacian beams with a bright and innocent smile. Arellen wonders where a child learns such lines.
Pazian quickly tries to clarify his previous statement.
Erlen begs him to just listen to her. Ernie smiles awkwardly while sweating under the pressure.
Mehen scolds the prince for his unannounced visits.
Mehen questions the prince's overly informal behavior. Mehen asks Ern if he agrees to come.
Ern advises Mehen to simply smile for it.
Ern tearfully hopes the prince notices his dedication.
Pishin asks Erlen if she had fun today.
Arellen feels completely exhausted after their long interaction.
Arellen politely asks the prince to leave now.
Patian reacts with a dejected and cat-like expression.
Pussian wishes her peace until they meet again.
Arellen's pink eyes widen in sudden surprise.
Pension promises to look after her failing health.
Arellen finds his sudden, serious tone quite ominous.
Pessimism looks more determined and joyful than ever.
Arlen wonders why her bad feelings are right.
He vows to visit her every single day.
Erlen is overwhelmed by his sudden persistence.
Erlen assumes his royal schedule will stocken.
She decides not to take his promise seriously.
The prince's voice suddenly calls out her name.
Erlen realizes her assumption was a major mistake.
Passion runs toward her with high energy. The prince stays true to his daily visit.
Arellen hopes he will eventually stop coming.
Persian strictly monitors Erlen's daily walking schedule.
Arellen feels defeated by his relentless, cheerful energy.
Arellen reflects on her family's prestigious ducal status.
Arlen wonders why no one stops his roaming. The staff watches the children with absolute adoration.
She confidently declares that she can count on him.
Arellen feels isolated despite the servants' constant presence.
A plate of seafood pasta sits mostly untouched.
Arellen is shocked that Mehen approved this arrangement.
Patian lectures Erlen on the importance of nutrition.
Arellen draws even more of his attention. The maids find their close relationship incredibly sweet. A servant weeps at the heartwarming scene unfolding. Arlen clings to a small shred of hope.
People mistake nutritional science for a new magic.
Legion excitedly suggests they go for a walk.
A small, pale hand is extended toward her.
Pessian offers to lead her out for exercise.
The white-haired prince waits for her to respond. Arellen recognizes of his royal duties.
She appreciates him using his free time to visit.
Erlen questions the necessity of his daily visits. Pazian wonders why she would say such a thing. The white-haired prince beams with an innocent, bright smile.
Chibi Pazian laughs off her worry, claiming that while he is a bit busy, it is perfectly fine.
He gently takes her small hand in his.
Passion closes his eyes with a happy expression.
The boy asks for her agreement with a cheeky laugh.
Pazian points out how boring it is to stay home alone while Erlen remains silent. A sharp step echoes through the hallway. Erlen walks quickly past the palace windows. The pair walks together hand in hand through the hall. Narrative text notes that she needed to be accepted, shown over a girl playing violin.
She reflects on the need to prove her worth to other children.
Peers gossip that she is too intense and mock her status compared to her famous mother. A sharp clatter follows a discarded violin as she stands alone. She's stopped wanting to understand normal relationships. A gloved hand opens a door as the narration notes that one person was enough.
Arellen remembers calling out for her mother.
Cruel voices whisper that she was abandoned and will end up alone again. A warning not to expect anything appears as the blonde-haired girl opens her eyes. A soft ticking sound fills the quiet room. Erlen hides under her covers, regretting the return of her memories.
Patient's determined red eyes flash in her mummery.
He stands with his hand extended once more. The girl wonders what the point of befriending someone destined to disappear is.
Mehen asks Dylan if he thinks the current situation is okay.
Dylan looks surprised and asks for clarification. Man clarifies that he is concerned about letting the crown prince come and go so freely. Dylan notes that Mehen asked that with a very complicated look on his face. A frame of the young lady sits on the desk.
Dylan reflects that Mehen could have blocked the prince anytime, questioning why he hasn't. Mehen stares ahead with a stoic and thoughtful look.
Narrative text notes that he acts indifferent but is truly worried about the lady. The two children dance happily together in the grand hall.
Mehen looks with a sigh.
Mehen notes that Dylan knows a lot about kids, and Dylan explains he has many nieces and nephews.
The palace rooftop stands under a clear sky. A sunny day warms the estate's greenhouse. Pashin recounts his busy training schedule to a dark-haired woman. The white-haired prince smiles with wide, happy eyes. The dark-haired woman notes Erlen is getting better, but has a strange look on her face, hiding in her room. A gentle hand rests on the prince's white hair as his name is softly called. The woman continues her explanation as the prince looks up in surprise. The dark-haired woman watches the boy with a soft smile. Narrative text notes that one can walk away at any time.
A small purple mascot character offers a happy farewell message to the readers.
A credit page acknowledges the work of the translation and scanning team. A person walks alone down a dark, moonlit hallway. A monochromatic memory shows a child sitting at a table with a woman. Narrative text concludes that someday things will change. The dark-haired woman with purple eyes smiles gracefully.
A narrative thought explains it will make things easier for Pazian.
Pazian wonders why Her Majesty would suggest she dislikes Erlen.
The chibi prince rejects the thought with a firm denial.
Pazian resolves to stay strong for Erlen as he runs off.
Sunlight warms the empty palace balcony.
Erlen finds the current situation increasingly strange.
The prince arrives as a man begs him to slow down.
Erlen tries to ignore him, but he remains energetic. Pishan asks if she is sick through the locked door.
Maids report she is in a bad mood today.
Priscian is full of energy while his escort struggles.
Chibi Pashin greets everyone with a bright smile.
Pashin insists on greeting Erlen despite her mood.
Erlen is baffled by how easily he earns everyone's affection.
The prince spots her peeking through the doorway.
Erlen regrets letting her guard down.
He forces the door open and asks if she is done sulking.
She gives up as her isolation strategy fails completely.
Piscian asks about her health while she feels exhausted.
His genuine kindness becomes her biggest problem.
Erlen fears getting closer to him will lead to pain.
A memory of feeling ignored resurfaces in her mind.
Pazian notices her silence and asks if she is okay.
Pazian is confused by her sudden, blunt question.
Erlen decides to go on the offensive to push him away. The room falls silent at her sudden informal speech. Narrative text notes their clear difference in status. Her rudeness is overlooked only because they are children.
Erlen assumes he must be boiling with anger now.
She hopes he will get mad and leave the palace. Pazian reacts with shock while Chibi Erlen is confused.
The prince is surprisingly delighted by her informal attitude.
Erlen asks if he finds her rude or overstepping.
Passion says he actually likes it and wants her to continue. Erlen realizes she is falling for his pace again.
She retreats to formal speech, causing him dejection.
Passion throws a playful tantrum while the staff watches.
Erlen wonders why her rude behavior isn't working.
Contempt beams with a look that makes people back off. A minimalist transition shifts the scene's focus.
Erlen clings tightly to her guardian's leg.
Man notes that the prince's clinginess drained her energy.
Chibi Erlen calls him mom, leaving him completely speechless.
Man wonders if he should be thankful for her discretion.
Erlen asks him to grant a wish for being good.
Man notes his wish should come first after her stickers. A mountain of colorful presents sits in the room.
Erlen asks him to read a bedtime fairy tale.
Main is stunned by her sudden, sweet request.
Mehen is surprised by her modest expectation.
Mehen happily promises her bedtime stories every night.
Mehen finds her daily wish request a bit excessive.
He promises to do his absolute best. The topic shifts to the Crown Prince's visits. Erlen asks Mehen to stop the prince's visits. Mehen suspects the reports he received were
inaccurate. Erlen denies disliking the prince despite her request.
She fears the inevitable pain of forming bonds.
Mehen is by her adult-like emotional depth.
Erlen worries her presence will only hurt Peshin.
A quiet moment of reflection follows her words.
Erlen calls out to confirm Mehen's commitment.
Mehen stops as she calls his name softly.
Erlen smiles brightly while presenting her storybook.
A brief pause in the narrative flow occurs.
The Empress establishes a special group for children.
He is constantly surrounded by noble peers.
The white-haired twins find their activities incredibly dull.
Seal and Noel look completely drained and bored.
The twins, their extreme lack of interest.
They realize the lack of excitement is Erlen's absence.
The twins decide to leave the group early. They enjoy the thrill of annoying the prince.
One twin shares a secret discovery with Noel.
They are shocked by Pigeon's secret meetings. The twins decide to seek revenge for being excluded. They resolve to follow the prince's every move.
A plan is set to trail Pizian all day.
Wearing hoods, the twins begin their secret mission.
I must apologize for the twins' mischievous behavior.
The boys watch Pigeon endure his rigorous studies.
They observe the prince's close relationship with the Empress. The twins watch Peshin practice with his instructor. Swords clash loudly as Pizian trains without rest.
A sharp ring sounds as the blades collide. A sudden, wide yawn breaks the silence as Ciel tires.
The guards easily spot the twins' poor hiding.
Patient continues his sparring under a watchful eye.
Haru notices the prince is deeply lost in thought.
Pizian admits that something is indeed bothering him.
He expresses his deep concern for Erlen's health.
Pizian searches for ways to help her improve. The group suggests exercise as a potential solution.
They recall her past incident of fainting.
Pension worries about her lack of physical stamina.
Haru gives him a sudden, direct command.
He reacts as if he received a divine message.
The prince's sudden enthusiasm leaves Haru baffled. A heavy step echoes as the door creaks open. A mysterious questions the intruder's identity as quick footsteps echo through the hallway.
Passion lifts a disgruntled Erlen into the air, enthusiastically demanding they begin their workout together.
Pashan insists exercise is the key to health, while Erlen struggles to escape his grip and rejects his offer.
Patient drags a protesting Erlen across the floor, bargaining for a simple 10-minute walk to help her stamina.
Pizian suddenly hoists Erlen into a bridal carry, leaving her completely stunned and speechless.
Erlen stares in disbelief, shocked by the boy's superhuman strength for someone so young.
Phaeton offers a radiant and triumphant smile as he carries her along. Patient cheers with joy as he leads Erlen toward the exit of the grand hall.
A soft breeze rustles the trees in the garden as Erlen's name is called out.
In the quiet greenhouse, Pashan asks Erlen why she always chooses to be alone. Chibi Pizian clarifies that he never see any of her family members visiting the estate.
Pizian asks if her parents are away, while Erlen reflects on her secret paternal bond with Mehen. Passion freezes in shock as Erlen reveals she has never met her father since the day she was born.
Pasian asks if she is all right, but Erlen calmly dismisses his concern.
The prince looks down with a heavy heart, slowly reaching out his hand toward her.
Patient vows to stay by her side, leaving the young girl bewildered by his intense declaration.
Passion declares that he will accompany Erlen wherever she goes from this day forward. Erlen is left speechless by his commitment as the wind swirls around them. I braced myself for the familiar taunts, the cruel laughter I always anticipated. But instead, there was a gentle smile, a genuinely kind word. It completely disarmed me. A wave of unexpected relief washed over me. I hadn't realized how much I needed that.
Passion takes her hand firmly, surprised by her sudden internal hesitation.
Erlen smiles with a gentle warmth she has rarely shown before as petals fall around her. A dark, foreboding energy begins to cloud Erlen's vision, shifting the mood.
Erilyn's internal shadow asks if she truly intends to risk relying on someone else again.
The shadowy reflection demands she take responsibility for her life and stop clinging to others.
A cruel reminder surfaces that she has already suffered enough to know better than to trust.
Erilyn pulls her hand away from the prince with a sharp and sudden snap.
Erilyn recoils in horror, distancing herself from Passion's touch as if stung. Passion calls out her name, his voice filled with immediate worry and confusion.
Erilyn clenches her fist tightly, resolving that her burdens are hers alone to carry. Narrative text notes her inability to adapt and live fully like characters in transmigration novels. Passion watches her with a deeply pained and bewildered expression, unsure of what he did wrong. Erilyn thinks the prince is too pure and hopes he never has to experience her dark world. Erilyn breaks the silence by bluntly stating she no longer wishes to see him at all. Erilyn explains he couldn't possibly understand the pain of being rejected or left behind by those he loves. Erilyn respectfully asks him to stop visiting her as he stands alone on the garden bridge. The twins watch from the safety of the bushes as Passion stands paralyzed by her words.
Ciel and Noelle whisper to each other, deciding it is best to remain hidden and silent.
The twins are visibly shaken and horrified by the intensity of the rejection they just witnessed. Tears stream down Passion's face as the narrative questions if the prince is truly crying.
A title page marks the transition to the next part of the story.
The grand palace stands tall and silent under a soft evening sky. Maids gather outside the royal chambers, whispering about the prince's strange and sudden behavior.
The staff notes that the prince has become completely unresponsive to everything they bring him.
Lord Griam walks past the maids as they discuss the prince's lack of emotion following his visit.
Lord Griam closes his eyes, deeply troubled by the seriousness of the prince's condition. Narrative text notes that even the finest delicacies from the chef couldn't lift the prince's spirits. A door clicks shut, sealing the prince inside his quiet and lonely room. Patient sits alone in the dim light, listlessly stroking a cat that meows softly in his lap.
Lord Griam enters and asks the prince to explain what happened during his stay at the estate.
He remains silent and downcast, refusing to share the source of his profound sadness. Griam notes that the prince still refuses to speak, realizing the situation is far more grave than he initially imagined.
Sunlight streams through the Halburn state.
The mansion stands in somber silence while the palace is in chaos over the prince.
The Halburn mansion is engulfed in deep silence.
Maids whisper that Erilyn returned alone and has been locked in her room for hours after being seen with the Spherum twins. Mehen stands alone as the narrative identifies him as the only person currently allowed to visit the sealed room.
The blonde maid looks on with worry.
The mansion staff stands in line.
Mehen groans as he clutches his head. Mehen enters the bedroom and softly calls out to Erilyn as she sits small and isolated in the grand bed.
Erilyn looks up with tear-filled eyes, leaving Mehen shocked by her unexpectedly fragile and heartbroken state.
Mehen reflects that no matter how much one prepares, reality is always unpredictable and difficult to manage.
The maids share in Mehen's concern. Mehen turns to the staff and asks for their honest thoughts on what might help the lady.
The blonde maid suggests travel documentaries while excitedly holding up 2 white puppet figures.
Haru offers to bring more novels, while the purple-haired maid with glasses remains silent and observant.
A suggestion is made for more variety in picture books and fairy tales.
The purple-haired maid speaks up directly.
Uni explains that she isn't being lazy, but she believes Erilyn was happiest when she was simply by Lord Mehen's side.
A heavy silence falls over the group.
Haru laughs off the suggestion as useless, jokingly promising to discipline Uni thoroughly for her unproductive comment.
Uni is tied to a stake in a comedic display of punishment.
A soft click sounds through the hall. Mehen stands alone, repeating Yuni's observation about Arellen being happiest by his side.
A faded memory shows Mehen holding a young, sad-looking Arellen.
Mehen looks down with heavy thoughts.
Mehen walks away with firm resolve, noting it is far too soon for him to succumb to regrets.
Arellen sits in her massive bed.
Arellen stares blankly into the quiet room.
Arellen reaches for a beam of light while whispering the words softly to herself.
A dark memory reveals a woman's shadowed face looming over Arellen, pleading for her to be her light and fulfill her dream.
Her mother was a failed violinist who placed a mad, blind faith in Arellen after a tragic accident. Shadowy figures of her parents argue as her mother blames the father for ruining her life while he weeps and apologizes. The tragic family outcome was inevitable.
Her mother's shadowed form towers over Arellen, telling the young girl that she is just like her. Arellen recalls the crushing weight of her mother's expectations and how desperately she tried to avoid disappointing her.
Arlen fought hard to avoid disappointment.
Her mother perhaps always knew the truth. Arellen realizes her mother never truly loved her, only the dream of the daughter who could fulfill her own lost career.
A hand trembles while holding a bow.
The mother's cold gaze is piercing. Hands are tightly clasped in anxiety. The mother's face darkens with disappointment as she asks her daughter how she could possibly fail her. Arellen recalls being discarded by her mother without hesitation after she was unable to lift her bow during a major competition.
Silence follows the crushing family rejection.
2 months later, her father reappeared. Her father tells her that she upset her mother too badly and urges her to try and understand the pitiful woman.
A door slams loudly as a voice tells Arellen she is finally free to live however she wants.
A television announcement declares a winner for the Tchaikovsky International Competition. Arellen stands alone in a dark, cluttered room, watching a bright screen announce a new violinist's triumph over the previous year's hardships.
Arellen recalls a happy memory of her mother and father together while she cries out for her mom.
A hand reaches toward the fading memory as Arellen whispers that she is still here and right beside them.
Questions why she is still alive in this place if her presence is ignored.
A shadowy hand chokes a crying girl as a voice tells her to give up since no one cares for a girl abandoned by her family.
Arellen collapses onto her bed as a soft flop sounds.
A warm memory of Pacian and Arellen holding hands resurfaces in the girl's mind.
Patien's voice echoes as he calls out her name in the distance.
Pacian looks on with wide-eyed shock at the intensity of her reaction.
Arellen cries into her pillow, overwhelmed by the crushing thought that she will die soon.
Arellen clutches the sheets, deciding that while this is the end, she won't live like her mother or hurt others for her own gain.
The quiet is broken as quick taps of a knock sound at the door, and Mehen calls out to her, prompting her to whisper his name in surprise.
Mehen enters the room as she wonders why he has returned so soon after leaving. Mehen sits on the edge of the bed and softly addresses his young lady.
Mehen looks at her with deep concern and proposes they go out together tomorrow.
A sprawling view of the magnificent palace district stands tall under a bright, clear sky.
A transition page features staff recruitment details for translators, proofreaders, and editors for the series.
Lord Graham stares at the papers in his hands, bewildered by what he is seeing.
The desk, once full of reports, is now covered in tour pamphlets, dessert lists, and flyers, wondering at such an overnight change in priorities.
Remarks that the cute pamphlets do not suit the serious Mehen at all.
Chibi Graham sweats as he realizes helping with the outing is also part of his job, deciding that Charit is the best option for them.
Graham reviews the details, noting the location is close to the capital and well regarded for its stable operations linked to the Magic Tower and the Peraltry family.
Mehen approves the proximity, while Graham promises to be ready to return immediately if the lady's condition worsens.
The whiteboard was covered in charts and graphs, detailing potential venues, snack options, and even a contingency plan for rain. Budget spreadsheets were meticulously reviewed, and pros and cons lists debated with the gravity of a corporate merger. All this just to plan a simple trip to the amusement park.
Mehen firmly grabs his coat, declaring they should depart. Mehen walks out with purpose as Griam bows respectfully behind him. Griam watches Mehen walk down the hall, marveling that the day has come where he sees off the man known as the Ghost of Halburn for a leisure trip. Griam reflects on how deeply worried Mehen must be for the lady as he watches him go, before lapsing into silence.
Chibi Griam gets back to work, muttering that there is no point in just worrying.
The room is filled with the rhythmic scratch of a pen moving across paper. A glowing magical envelope suddenly appears on the desk, catching Griam's attention. Griam pauses his writing to look at the mysterious arrival.
A rhythmic clatter echoes as the horse-drawn carriage moves through the sunlit town square.
A close-up shows Aurelion's elegant white shoes adorned with red roses and delicate lace. Mehen and Aurelion stand together in the bright, blooming gardens of the destination. The city buildings stand tall and ornate under the warm morning sun. Mehen reflects on how long it's been since he traveled for leisure instead of business, enjoying the fresh air before Aurelion calls his name.
Aurelion looks up with a smile, noting that they are wearing a couple's look today.
Mehen pinches Aurelion's soft cheek in a playful, silent gesture.
Mehen points out their similar coat colors and asks if that's really something to be so happy about, though he admits it is a couple's look.
Chibi Aurelion excitedly adds that they even have couples hats as they stand in the bustling, sunlit market.
Aurelion looks around at the busy street, noting the large number of people gathered there.
Mehen asks if she dislikes the crowd, but Aurelion quickly dismisses his concern.
Soft ripples sound as Aurelion looks down in wonder, realizing there is magical water beneath her feet.
Mehen explains the legend of the sleeping beast Sherit and the magic involved, while Aurelion marvels at the cold and amazing water path.
A boy's shout for his father to wait catches Aurelion's attention.
A joyful giggle rings out as Aurelion watches from a distance while a mother picks up her son to show him something.
Mehen notes the many families at the tourist spot and considers holding his lady to keep her safe among the crowd. Aurelion looks down at her reflection in the rippled, magical water. A large hand firmly takes a small one, reminding her that Mehen is right there by her side. Aurelion looks up with wide, soft eyes as she feels his reassuring and steady touch. Mehen looks with deep thought. Mehen closes his eyes and confirms.
Aurelion reflects on her father's existence.
Mehen accepts her logic and sighs. Aurelion hugs Mehen while declaring affection. Mehen resolves to protect her position.
Mehen is glad she enjoyed lunch and suggests they wait for the fountain show.
A vendor calls out about flowers, and Mehen asks if she wants one.
Aurelion is overwhelmed by the beautiful bouquet.
Mehen pats her head as onlookers admire.
A new show begins as Mehen expresses relief that the lady feels better.
Mehen kneels beside her in the square. Aurelion hopes things won't become somber.
Aurelion asks Mehen to leave a flower for her later because it's his first gift, leaving him shaken.
Aurelion acknowledges that her illness is terminal and her death is imminent. Mehen denies avoiding attachment because of her health, but she asks him not to mourn her.
Aurelion smiles sadly while holding her flowers.
Megan calls out to her in concern.
A rabbit-eared host invites the pair to join a fun game for fathers and daughters.
Mehen initially declines, but Aurelion expresses a desire to participate.
Mehen is speechless as she asks for his cooperation in the unique game. The host explains the simple rules. The host recounts a classic story about saving a princess trapped in a tower.
The crowd laughs as they are assigned the roles of princesses.
The host explains that heroes must solve mansion secrets to rescue the princesses. Mehen reflects on her calm demeanor after making such a heavy confession earlier. Mehen wonders what he just saw. A screen flickers with static as the man questions what is happening.
A crystal ball suddenly cracks and shatters.
Aurelion finds herself standing before a boy.
Aurelion's eyes in absolute shock.
Pasion looks at the girl in surprise.
The two children stand in the hallway, a recruitment page for various staff roles. Narrative text describes the mansion escape game where heroes solve puzzles to rescue guardians. Arellen runs down a hall as a massive scarred beast roars behind her.
Arellen casually points out that she saw the man in the beast suit hiding.
Arellen admits she only joined to ease the mood with Mehen, but finds it interesting.
A hopeful tune. Arellen hums while using a key to unlock a door, hoping it works.
The door opens to reveal Passion standing right there. Both children are startled by the encounter.
Arellen calls out the blue's name. Patience smiles brightly and greets her.
Arellen panics and desperately tries to lock the door.
Arellen wonders why Pejin is there instead of the palace while he asks her to open the door. Arellen tries to sneak away quietly.
A loud shout of her name startles her.
Arellen decides she absolutely must run away. A loud crashing sound echoes through. Passion bursts through the broken door, asking where she went while Arellen hides behind a chair.
Pasion catches up to Arellen, announcing he's found her as she lets out a startled scream.
Arellen flees across the ornate rug while Pasion demands to know why she is running away from him.
A rhythmic pitter-patter sounds as he calls her name again. He chases her down the long hallway, begging her to wait, but she shouts for him to stop following her. A hand suddenly reaches out and grabs the blonde girl from behind.
Arellen freezes in shock, her eyes wide as she is caught. A loud thud echoes as she is stopped.
The white-haired boy enters the room. The dark room feels oppressive as she thinks about how scary the atmosphere is.
Arellen hunches over in distress, lamenting her weak and awful body.
She wonders why he chased her so relentlessly despite her previous rejection, startled as he calls her name again.
A loud crack sounds as Arellen desperately tries to hold the door shut against him.
She screams to stop before he causes more property damage.
Arellen exhales a sigh of the noise from the other side finally ceases.
Passion smiles softly as he realizes he has truly found her.
Arellen questions how he arrived at the mansion when he should be at the Imperial Palace, wondering if he followed her.
Passion bluntly confirms he followed her, leaving the girl stunned by his lack of denial.
He asks if his actions were that obvious, but she retorts that he chased her the moment they made eye contact. Passion looks down sadly, acknowledging that she had explicitly told him to stay away from the mansion. She tells him to leave her alone and go back, thinking that he might not understand her reasons yet. Passion firmly refuses her request, catching her completely off guard.
He leans in to ask why she insists on being alone. And though she claims to be more comfortable that way, he doubts her sincerity.
Pasion stands by the door, promising to withdraw if she truly desires it, but asks one final time if she really wants solitude.
The girl stands alone in the crushing darkness.
Arellen leans against the door in tears, questioning why he would go to such lengths for someone like her.
Pasion looks away with a somber, thoughtful expression.
Arellen bows her head, looking small and broken as she clutches her hands together.
Her expression is one of deep, weary sadness. She wonders if she was always faking her composure while secretly fearing rejection and being ignored. He recalls sitting alone with a cat while another man tried to address him in the distance. He reflects on how strange and concerning the entire situation feels. He declares that he simply cannot leave her alone.
Arellen argues that there is no value in caring for her and that he could find any other friend, but he insists it has to be her.
He asserts that there is meaning in his care and that no other friends matter if he doesn't have her.
Arellen remains silent, processing his intense declaration.
She worries his words will weaken her resolve, telling him to go, yet he persists despite knowing her wishes. Passion looks at her and clearly states that he likes her. A warm memory surfaces of a younger Passion happily running toward her. In the memory, they stand close together as he asks if she ever misses him. The girl in the memory looks back with a faint, uncertain expression. A soft smile touches her lips in the fading recollection.
In the present, Arellen grips the door handle, feeling as though everything begins and ends with him.
He admits it is all right if she doesn't return his feelings, but he cannot stop his concern. He looks at her with a mix of determination and sorrow. A soft, trembling breath escapes the girl.
Pizian asks if she can hear him while Arellen weeps, unable to understand why her tears are falling so freely. She feels a desperate urge to run away and hide in a place where no one knows her.
Her internal conflict grows as she admits she wants to flee, but something holds her back.
A sharp clench sounds as her hand tightens its grip on the cold door handle.
She struggles with the question of why she feels this way.
Bright light floods into the room as a heavy door is pulled open.
A small sniffle sounds as the blonde girl peeks through the opening with tear-filled eyes. The white-haired boy looks on with an expression of profound sadness. His hand trembles slightly as he reaches for the dark fabric of his bow. A dusty spiderweb clings to the corner of a dark, forgotten doorway. The girl warns the boy that getting close to her will only lead to his own unhappiness. Surprise and concern flash across the boy's face as he processes her words. The boy insists he won't let anyone say such things, but she fears he will end up hated and alone for her sake. He clearly states that he likes her, causing her to look away in deep, quiet sorrow. Reflects on how things might change a few months or years from now. A fading silhouette of the girl stands against a dark background, suggesting a future where she never mattered. The boy smiles brilliantly amidst white flowers, described as the protagonist and the soul of every sentence. She looks down with a pained smile, acknowledging the truth of his importance. She hopes to be by his side just this once, even if it is only for a moment. A rhythmic tap sounds as the girl begins to walk toward the waiting boy. She looks down sadly and tells him that she does not like him. He simply smiles and accepts her rejection without any sign of anger. The boy beams with pure joy as white petals drift around him. She reflects on whether he will be her destruction or the one who helps her find peace. Soft, steady footsteps echo through a vast and empty white space. He sniffs and wipes his nose as she watches him with a perplexed and worried gaze. A bright giggle rings out from him, leaving her to wonder if she is the only one feeling the strange tension.
She asks if he ditched class to find her, and he sheepishly admits it while promising to work harder tomorrow.
When she questions how he found her, he reveals that someone else told him her location. She realizes with shock that there is a traitor in her house leaking information to the prince. She asks if his involvement was a coincidence and questions if he's trying to hide the truth behind his smile.
She decides to move on and instructs Passion to open a specific box to help solve the puzzle.
He questions why she is walking around so much when she usually hates moving, but she pretends not to hear him. A loud crack sounds as the boy accidentally shatters the wooden chest with his strength.
He wonders why it broke so easily, while she notes that a different box has successfully opened.
They find a map inside and hope it will lead them to the princess's room in no time. She asks who the princess he needs to rescue is, and he notes that she originally came with Lord Mehen. A humorous vision shows Mehen and another man dressed in gowns, acting as the princesses to be rescued. A loud bang startles the boy, causing him to look around in sudden confusion. A voice calls out to ask what is wrong. He asks if the statue just moved, but she tells him not to make such frightening jokes. He stands firm, swearing that he truly saw the statue move on its own. A thought indicates a sudden, chilling realization. A strange whoosh sounds as he realizes they haven't seen any of the other children for a long time. He thinks about his fear of creepy mysteries and wonders if this entire situation is just a hidden camera prank. A static crackle sounds as she tells him to stop saying weird things and head for the last room. The air crackles with static as the girl's eyes widen in absolute terror. An unfamiliar, unsettling feeling washes over her as her heart thumps while he asks if she is okay. Her heart thumps loudly as her instincts scream that something is dangerously wrong.
A loud crackle echoes as a jagged, dark wrist in space tears open directly behind her. The girl is pulled violently into the rift as the static crackles, and the boy reaches out in shock. The boy cries out her name in a panic as she begins to vanish into the void.
She reaches out one last time, her face filled with horror, before being swallowed by the spatial tear.
He collapses on the ground in a sunny town as a man's voice comforts a scared child.
He hears a baby crying as someone nearby calls out to their lord.
Is anyone all right?
Ir Jansen kneels beside Griam on the ground, asking the white-haired boy to explain what happened. The dark-haired mage explains that there was a malfunction in the magic cast over the estate, and even the official mage could not provide a clear answer. Griam looks on somberly as the mage notes that all recorded visuals from the Guardian's room were wiped, which led them to search for the children themselves. The mage expresses relief that his lord is safe, but as he stands, the white-haired boy notes that Aurelin is still trapped inside. Ir Jansen is overcome with shock, demanding to know the meaning of the boy's words. Aurelin blinks her eyes open as she wakes up on the cold floor. A soft whisper escapes her as she realizes the room is pitch black and wonders what is going on.
The blonde girl recalls feeling something off and trusting Pazian, only to wonder if she got caught in the disaster anyway. She feels completely unsafe, realizing that a single wrong step in this oppressive atmosphere could lead to her death.
A glowing, segmented white energy slithers through the air behind her, causing her to freeze in terror. A soft rustling sound follows as she hides beneath a table, shaking while the strange energy moves above her.
Her instincts scream that the presence isn't human, and she realizes she might have been dragged into the trial meant for Pezhin.
She huddles close to herself as the sound of rhythmic footsteps approaches her hiding spot. A single tear falls as the girl listens to the footsteps, her eyes wide with mounting fear.
A tall silhouette stands in the grand archway of the dark hall.
A soft, ethereal shimmer resonates through the silent room.
Outside the estate, Jansen angrily demands to know where the mage in charge of the barrier is and who is responsible for the guest's safety.
He confronts the mage, claiming he found interesting details in the financial statements and audits and demands an immediate explanation for the current events.
Electricity crackles around a hand as magic is channeled.
The mage observes the mana repulsion and explains to Jansen that something like this is only possible for a royal-class mage due to the overlapping barriers.
Jansen asks for clarification as they walk toward the shimmering estate.
Narrative text explains that magical barriers cannot normally be layered in this fashion.
It notes that even if layering were possible, it would not serve to make the barriers any stronger.
The text implies that an overlap of this nature usually points toward a singular concerning conclusion.
Aurelin looks up in fear as the narration reveals that a second world is forming in the same physical space.
Rhythmic footsteps sound as the black-haired man walks toward the girl, asking if she can see him. He looms over the hiding girl as the text confirms she is trapped in a parallel world.
The title page lists the creators and provides legal information alongside recruitment details.
The estate is reflected in a dark void, described as a place typically called an inner world. The mage explains that it is like another dimension that can be entered under certain conditions and is also a natural phenomenon.
He notes that while the structure remains similar, the inhabitants are different, such as high-ranking demonic beasts or demons.
Jansen narrows his eyes, filled with grim determination and worry. He focuses on the terrifying reality of the place where his daughter is trapped. The mage explains that the same type of barrier magic circles were overlapped to create a phase rift, a feat no ordinary mage could achieve.
Jansen silences the technical explanations, stating there is only one piece of information he truly requires.
He stares ahead with intense eyes, asking if Aurelin will be able to make it out safely. The mage hesitates to answer as the two men stand before the estate.
A sudden, violent burst of flames erupts as the magic barrier begins to burn, shocking the onlookers.
Everyone, return to your positions. Stabilize the burning barrier. Call for Sir Anson.
Someone wonders in horror what is happening inside the mansion.
Jansen looks on with a pained expression, whispering Aurelin's name.
Inside the inner world, the girl stares up at the black-haired man with wide, trembling eyes.
The man is described as having ebony hair and golden eyes that seem to size up his prey.
Arellen realizes she cannot move her body at all, as if she has been completely bound by his gaze. A massive, spectral panther looms over her, and she feels as though she has become prey to a colossal beast.
The man places his hand on the table with a soft thud, finding the situation strange as the girl flinches. He leans down with a sinister smile, thinking she shouldn't be able to see him while wondering why she is looking right at him.
Arellen's heart thumps as she struggles with whether to pretend she can't see him or if he has already caught her.
The black-haired man smiles broadly, his golden eyes gleaming with predatory intent. An unseen presence finds the current situation rather interesting.
A sharp metallic chime sounds as the black-haired man snaps his fingers, causing a terrified Arellen to collapse as magic swirls around her.
The blonde girl wonders if the man used magic on her to freeze her body.
The black-haired man offers a predatory smile and tells her not to be scared because he has no plans to harm her yet.
Arellen trembles as the man looms over her, sensing a dangerous aura as a spectral, dark serpent coils in the background.
The blonde girl stammers in fear while trying to find her words.
Standing tall in the grand hall, the gold-eyed man asks for her identity. A moment of tense silence follows as the man stares down at the blushing, overwhelmed girl.
A single golden eye blinks, its vertical pupil focused with intense curiosity.
A boisterous laugh rings out as the man doubles over in amusement, leaving the bewildered girl to wonder what is wrong with him.
Leaning in close, he clarifies that he is not a low-level monster like the ones she might be imagining.
He wonders how she can see him at all, and questions if he failed to set the range correctly after removing everything living from the area.
He notes how impressive it is that she is enduring the atmosphere, explaining that ordinary people usually pass out and die upon seeing this place.
Arellen fearfully asks if she is going to die, and when he asks if he looks like a murderer, she frantically changes her answer from yes to no.
The black-haired man sighs and leans his head on his hand with a bored expression. He contemplates whether he should actually go through with killing her while she remains frozen in shock. She worries that she has angered him by hesitating to answer his question. Her fear deepens as she becomes convinced that her end is near.
Arellen closes her eyes tightly and prepares for death, wondering if she should beg for a moment to write a final will to Mehen. The man begins to speak again with a calm, casual tone.
Surrounded by an ethereal glow of white flowers, he smiles and suggests that their meeting must be fate.
A soft flutter sounds as he turns to leave, and Arellen watches him in disbelief, wondering if he is truly letting her live.
He stops to ask if she has seen anything massive or out of the ordinary around the mansion.
Still shaking, the blonde girl points toward a specific direction behind her.
The man looks intrigued by the information she provided.
He thanks her for the useful information and decides to give her a gift in return. Arellen finds a small white egg with tiny wings resting in her hands amidst a bed of flowers.
A soft flutter comes from the object as she asks if it is some kind of Easter egg.
The man walks away through a portal and advises her to hold on to the egg if she wants to survive, telling her to run in the opposite direction.
A sudden gust of wind echoes as he warns her not to get swept up and die, leaving a confused Arellen alone in the silent hall.
She reflects on the encounter, wondering what the man was if he wasn't a ghost.
The blonde girl feels as though she was briefly possessed by the strange intensity of the man's presence.
She notes that she cannot run even though he told her to, but as the egg begins to glow, a shimmering blue shield forms around her. A chilling, distant laughter echoes through the void.
A massive, violent explosion of dark energy erupts in the center of the room, and Arellen screams as the shockwave hits. Protected by the shield, she curses the man for not giving her enough time to escape before the disaster started.
The floor shatters completely, and a terrified scream escapes the girl as she falls into the dark abyss within her blue barrier.
Arellen groans in pain as she wakes up face down on a different floor.
She slowly blinks her eyes open and wonders if she has died and gone to heaven.
A soft rustle sounds as she looks up to find herself in a bright, pristine version of the grand hallway.
Something nearby catches her attention, causing her to look over with a startled expression. A crisp snap sounds as she realizes the white egg she was holding has shattered into several pieces.
She looks down at the remnants in her hands and wonders what has happened.
The narrative shifts as the current trial reaches a pivotal turning point.
A report indicates that the barrier around the estate has finally stabilized.
The dark-haired mage looks completely drained and exhausted after the magical struggle.
Griam collapses on the ground outside as a servant cries out in worry for the young master's well-being.
Rapid, frantic footsteps echo through the empty corridors of the mansion.
The silver-haired boy bursts through a door, looking around frantically while noting that she is not there.
A sharp bang sounds as he continues his desperate search, his red eyes filled with panic as he realizes she is still missing. The silver-haired searches frantically.
Desperate, he calls her name.
He finds Mehen tending to a weak Arellen, who whispers his name in relief.
Mehen and the boy anxiously ask if she has any injuries or discomfort.
Man demands to know what happened within the mansion during the crisis.
Arellen's eyes blink slowly.
Looking concerned, the silver-haired boy asks if she feels any dizziness.
Arellen suddenly loses consciousness and collapses into Mehen's waiting arms.
A soft, quiet slumber begins. A day passes as the purple-haired maid watches the window for her mistress.
The maids discuss their hopes for the lady's safe and happy return.
The purple-haired maid looks away.
A brilliant white light flashes.
Arellen lies still as specialists prepare to examine her condition.
Mehen finishes the initial treatment and asks the priest if something is wrong.
The priest begins his formal examination.
A calm priest arrives from the temple to assist the household.
He reports finding no irregularities in the flow of her magic. Physicians from the medical guild conclude she has simply fallen asleep from exhaustion.
A worried Mehen asks for a prediction on when she might wake.
Shaking their heads, the physicians admit her delicate state makes a prediction impossible.
Mehen dismisses the medical team with a heavy, disappointed heart. He bows his head in guilt, blaming his failure to protect her for this.
Gripping her hand, he laments being unable to shield her from harm.
He reflects on his intentions to cheer her up, which ended poorly.
The purple-haired maid looks down sadly.
Both maids share a somber, silent moment of worry for their lady.
Arellen remains in a deep, peaceful sleep.
Mehen's face is shrouded in gloom.
Mehen sits vigil at her bedside. The physicians and priest remain baffled that tests showed no cause for her sleep.
The blonde physician urges the priest to use vitality spells, fearing for the girl's life.
She looks on with grim focus.
The silver-haired boy takes his turn guarding the unconscious blonde girl.
Observers note the close bond and rumors surrounding the boy and the lady.
They wonder why he refuses to leave her side for even a moment. Night falls over the quiet estate.
The prince maintains his silent vigil. An attendant enters and respectfully suggests that it is time for the prince to return.
The silver-haired boy flatly refuses.
He declares he won't leave until she wakes, dismissing any suggestion to go back.
He worries she might wake up alone or worsen while he is away.
Recognizing his immense stubbornness, the attendant and staff reluctantly yield to his demands.
The attendant gives a deep, respectful bow.
A sharp click sounds as the door closes, leaving the boy alone. The moon shines through the window. The prince's gaze remains fixed. Arellen shows no signs of waking. A sudden realization strikes the boy as he watches her sleep. A soft, rhythmic breathing fills the air as he watches her.
The silver-haired breathes a sigh of relief as he notes that she is still breathing.
His red eyes remain fixed on her sleeping face with a look of intense focus. A sense of unease lingers as he finds the current circumstances incredibly strange. He begins to reflect on how much has changed in just a few short months. In a memory, he recalls being entirely unaware that Arellen was part of their childhood social circle. A single red eye narrows as he continues to ponder their past. The flashback shows the young blonde girl captivated by a small blue butterfly in a garden. He recalls the delicate details of the ornate dress she wore back then.
He remembers how Arellen was always determined to push him away and maintain her distance.
Drawings on a page illustrate his past hopes that they could eventually become a close-knit group. Despite his attempts to close the gap, she always felt like a presence he couldn't quite grasp. He wonders if she is trying to disappear from the world and leave him behind. A violent surge of imaginary power seems to pull them apart in his mind. He pleads internally for her not to retreat into the safety of a dream forever.
Back in the room, he hunches over her bedside and desperately urges her to wake up.
Tightening his grip on her hand, he vows that he will never let anything like this happen again. His expression is a mask of exhaustion and lingering fear for her safety.
A soft, shimmering light begins to emanate from her form with a gentle sound.
The blonde girl's eye slowly blinks open as she returns to the waking world. She looks groggily, her vision still clearing from her long slumber.
Seeing the figure leaning over her, she asks who is there in a small, weak voice. She observes the rose-colored eyes looking down at her, noting how much they resemble her own.
The striking similarity in their eyes leaves her in a state of dazed wonder. A tiny, faint smile begins to touch her lips as she recognizes him. A sudden sound startles the girl, causing her to sit up abruptly in bed. She questions if her previous experience was just a dream and feels a sense of urgency not to forget it. The boy leans in closer, his voice full of relief as he calls her name.
Startled by his presence, she asks why he is in her room and what he is doing that.
He bursts into a fit of dramatic, loud crying, leaving the blonde girl completely confused by his over-the-top reaction. Narrative text explains that she slept for several days while he remained by her side. The boy sits with a proud, determined expression as the girl watches him with a flat look. She calls him insane for staying, but he argues he couldn't possibly leave while she was so ill.
They enter a small bicker, with her insisting he should have gone home and him claiming she was dying.
She shouts back that she was never on the verge of death and he is exaggerating.
Man enters the bedroom, looking visibly relieved but still burdened by worry.
Arellen looks toward the brown-haired man with an expression of mild shock. She lets out a small groan, grumbling that nothing bad would happen in their own home. The boy looks dejected and asks if she truly wants him gone, causing her to feel a bit guilty. A sudden, close-up interaction leaves the blonde girl wide-eyed and blushing.
She stammers awkwardly, trying to clarify that she definitely doesn't dislike his company.
She reflects on her inability to get the right words out despite her true feelings. The silver-haired boy looks back at her with a steady, intense gaze.
Mehen stands tall in the center of the room, observing the pair with a tired expression.
A servant and butler watch from the corridor as Mehen moves toward the bedside. Mehen asks if she feels any discomfort, and she reassures him that she is perfectly fine. He places a gentle hand on her forehead to check for any remaining fever. Arellen notes that Mehen looks incredibly worn out, as if he hasn't slept in several days. She considers how much more affectionate he has become since he started acting as a mother figure. Mehen turns his attention to the silver-haired boy and asks about the nature of their relationship. Arellen is confused by the question, while the boy notes that their dynamic is far from a typical servant and master relationship. Arellen explains to Mehen that their relationship isn't very formal. Mehen holds the blonde girl close with a tender expression.
The silver-haired boy is shocked that Mehen is seen as a mother figure.
He realizes and accepts Mehen's parental role in Arellen's life.
Peshin declares he will be Arellen's dad-like figure from now on. The pair stares blankly at the boy's sudden, proud declaration.
Pessian returns to the imperial palace after staying for 5 whole days.
The boy waves goodbye from his carriage, promising to return soon.
A terrifying silhouette named Sir Pascello drags the panicking boy away.
Man explains the scary man is the head of the Imperial Academy.
Arellen worries if this silver-haired boy will be okay with him.
Mehen looks down with a somber and regretful expression.
The blonde girl looks up at him with wide, curious eyes.
She holds her arms out and asks him for a hug.
He smiles softly and calls her a spoiled girl for asking.
She hugs him tightly and explains he is her mom now.
She admits to hiding her feelings to appear more mature.
She feared being disliked and abandoned if she acted like a child.
He tells her she is wrong and pulls her into a tight hug.
Mehen looks down with a pained expression and apologizes to her.
He regrets leaving her lonely and failing to notice her sadness.
He feels deep guilt for not realizing how much she was suffering.
Arellen tells him he doesn't need to make such a sad face. She promises to stop acting so maturely if he reflects on his actions.
He blushes and finally accepts his role as her mother figure.
A moment of silent, awkward confusion passes between the two.
She reflects on how strict and meticulous Mayhen used to be.
She wonders if this is truly the same person she once knew.
Arellen watches him with a surprised and uncertain expression.
She playfully pounces on the brown-haired man for another hug.
He warns her that jumping like that is dangerous as she giggles.
She tells him that going out together was really fun.
The blonde girl laughs with pure, radiant, and genuine joy.
Mahen smiles warmly as he continues to hold her close.
He confronts a servant named Dylan for leaking secrets to the palace. The current emotional moment concludes as the scene fades.
A shift in focus occurs, moving away from the manor. Glowing magical circles suddenly appear in the night sky. A hooded mage questions why the branch isn't handling this matter. A public notice announces the suspension of the fate of Lake Cherit.
The mage complains that using his high rank is a waste of manpower. He prepares to personally inspect the integrity of the magical barrier.
A soft ripple forms as his foot touches the surface of the water. He activates a massive, complex magic circle in front of a building. He notes with confusion that all the barriers appear perfectly intact. He ponders why nothing seems wrong despite reports of a rift. The hooded mage pauses to reconsider the situation more carefully. He asks if anyone present noticed anything strange lately. He turns around as a sudden realization begins to strike him. A giant spectral serpent looms over the city as he understands. The hooded mage stands before the grand manor, detecting the magical beast's lingering aura.
He observes the surroundings and notes that the creature's presence has completely vanished.
A quiet rustle sounds as dark, shadowy wisps writhe within the manor's halls. A dark-haired man watches the eerie scene in silence, lost in his own thoughts. He ponders the strange events and reflects on the curious nature of the child he encountered. A sinister smirk crosses the man's face as he decides he has found a fascinating new toy.
Arellen realizes she is the only one who can see the strange symbol appearing on her hand.
She stares intently at the glowing mark as she ponders its mysterious name.
In a memory, Man holds her close and asks if she noticed anything unusual recently.
Mahen reflects on the question he asked her while looking visibly concerned and weary.
She admits to herself that she concealed the truth because of an ominous intuition.
She wonders about the identity of the mysterious man, noting his absence from the original novel. Looking at a picture of Peshin, she worries about getting caught in another bizarre situation. She decides to investigate the symbol further once the constant supervision around her decreases.
A sudden sound signals someone's approach as they call out for the young lady's attention.
Arellen turns her attention toward the newcomer with an inquisitive and expectant look.
Mehen appears before her, looking calm, composed, and much more rested than before.
She asks him if he has finally finished all of his pressing work for the day.
Mehen confirms everything is settled and appears to be in an exceptionally good mood.
Narration explains that after Arellen woke up, Mehen led a massive legal purge against their enemies.
Staff members watch in awe as Mehen works with terrifying, dead serious intensity for his lady.
His relentless pursuit of justice prompted desperate letters for mercy from those he targeted.
A judge's gavel falls as he secures a massive financial settlement in their favor.
Mehen leads the girl through the manor, explaining that his efforts were all for her sake.
The staff presents a massive treasure of gold as her first allowance, leaving her completely stunned.
Mehen asks what she would like to do now that she has such a large fortune.
She stares at the overwhelming mountain of coins and considers her next move carefully.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick tap sounding as she touches the gold.
She proudly declares her intention to give Mehen a bonus for all his hard work.
The staff and Mehen look on in surprise as she stands amidst the pile of treasure. She fixes him with a determined gaze as she prepares her special gift for him.
A sudden, heavy boom sounds as she offers him an emotional healing treatment for his stress.
The staff reacts with intense awe, suggesting the moment be permanently preserved as a holiday.
Mehen kneels and tells her that her sincere thoughts are already enough for him. Arellen finds his refusal suspicious and wonders if he has always been this sly.
She asks if the rest of the childcare team would be willing to accept it instead.
A dejected, chibi version of the brown-haired servant sighs over the turn of events.
He notes that the staff will likely use her gift as a sacred, lucky talisman.
Arellen begins writing a note to go along with her generous gift to the staff.
Man watches her with relief, noting that she seems to be back to her usual self.
He resolves to focus entirely on her recovery for the time being. The group remains in the grand room as they continue their quiet interactions.
Narrative text suggests that the news of her collapse has likely reached Jaren in the north.
A massive fortress stands tall against the heavy snowfall of the northern front lines.
A panicked outcry rings out as the news of the girl's collapse is delivered to the troops.
Jaren and his fellow soldiers react with absolute shock to the report of her condition.
They demand to know the specifics of the report, frustrated by the lack of detail.
Jaren yells in frustration that Mehen severed the communication before they could learn the truth.
His companion looks on with a worried and slightly overwhelmed expression.
A sudden, long creak sounds as the doors swing open to reveal a tall, imposing knight. In a scene marked by recent violence, a bloody sword tip hangs over the fortress floor as Jaren and his fellow knights stand at a distance. The sound of steady, heavy footsteps echoes through the hallway as a figure moves past droplets of fresh blood. The metallic clink of a sword being sheathed sounds as the blonde man in dark armor finishes his grim task. Jaren watches the man with a pained expression, noting that the very air feels suffocatingly heavy today. He reflects on the terrible timing of the news, feeling the pressure of the situation weighing down on him.
Despite his hesitation, Jaren approaches his superior to deliver the urgent report regarding their lord.
A sharp rustle sounds as the blonde man begins to turn his head toward the messenger. Jaren cautiously reveals that he has received the rough details concerning the young lady's well-being. He explains that the girl collapsed during her outing with Mehen and remained unconscious for several days afterward. A sudden swish sounds as the man turns away, coldly ordering Jaren to stop the report as he has heard enough. The sound of slow, departing footsteps accompanies Jaren's realization that his commander is more terrifying than usual. A dull thud sounds as the blonde man leans over his desk at the northern fortress, activating a glowing blue communication orb. Static crackles as a voice from the orb expresses surprise at receiving a call, but the blonde man curtly demands an immediate explanation. His eyes glow with an intense, threatening light as he asks Mehen to clarify exactly what happened to the girl.
A sharp click sounds as Mehen abruptly severs the magical connection, ending the tense conversation from his office.
Back at the manor, Mehen sits in silence, contemplating the unprecedented concern shown by his superior. He wonders what prompted such a sudden inquiry, as the man had previously seemed entirely indifferent to any news. He recalls the man's stern command to be notified first if the girl ever collapses again, questioning if this is a mere whim. Mehen reflects on the man's character, realizing that his recent behavior contradicts everything he thought he knew about him. A frustrated tap sounds as Mehen crosses his arms, lamenting how a difficult superior is complicating his life. He falls into deep thought, his gaze softening as he looks back on the past. In a hazy memory, a young boy with light hair reaches out a small, trembling hand. A voice from the past echoes through the light, asking the child if he wants to leave his current life behind. Narration identifies the speaker as the Grand Duke, the man who made the life-changing offer to the boy. Explains that this was the moment Mehen first encountered the Halburn Mansion and its master. A scene from the past shows a small hand firmly grasping an adult's, marking the beginning of a new fate. Looking back, Mehen recalls the intense, suspicious gazes that greeted him when he first arrived as a commoner. Spectral eyes loom over a memory of two young boys, representing the gossiping nobles who doubted Mehen's worth. He vividly the sight of a young blonde boy's back as they walked through the mansion together. Narration emphasizes that the image of that boy leading the way remained burned into his mind. A faint chuckle sounds as Mehen smiles to himself, wondering why that same man now hides away in the north. A polite knock sounds at the door as Dylan announces his presence outside the office.
Mehen composes himself and grants the servant permission to enter the room.
Dylan offers a respectful apology for the late hour, explaining that an urgent letter has just arrived. A soft rustle sounds as Dylan presents a sealed envelope, while Mehen notes how unusual it is for him to receive mail. The focus shifts to the intricate red wax seal pressed firmly onto the back of the envelope. The seal confirms the weight of the message, a formal summons from the imperial palace. The sound of rhythmic clopping echoes as a horse-drawn carriage arrives at the entrance of the sprawling palace. The sound of confident footsteps echoes through the grand hallway as Mehen, dressed in fine attire, makes his entrance. A soft click sounds as he pauses before a set of ornate doors, preparing to meet the host. Inside the lavish room, a regal woman with black hair and blue eyes sits gracefully upon a velvet sofa.
Mehen bows deeply to the Empress, who greets him warmly and invites him to take a seat at the tea table.
She playfully remarks that she doesn't recall granting him favors, while he dismisses the comment as mere pleasantries. A chilling smile crosses the Empress's face as she notes how easily power and glory can become addictive. She encourages him to enjoy the spread of cakes and tea she specifically prepared for his visit. A delicate clink sounds as Mehen lifts a teacup from its saucer to begin the meeting. As he sips the tea, he considers whether he should bring up the matter regarding possession. The Empress remains silent and composed as she takes a slow, graceful sip from her own cup.
Mehen is suddenly caught off guard, his eyes widening in a moment of sharp realization.
He confirms his suspicion that the Empress's true intent for this meeting concerns the Crown Prince.
The Empress notes that refusing to return to the palace is naturally a cause for concern.
A soft clink sounds as Mehen dismisses the Empress's worry while holding his tea. Mehen explains that the prince's visits have actually helped Lady Arellen become much more active. Arellen's physical activity has indeed surged as the energetic prince drags her along.
The Empress sips her tea, relieved the prince hasn't been a mere nuisance to the girl.
Mehen acknowledges that the Empress also cares for the young lady and thanks her for her concern.
The Empress modestly claims her interest is simply what a royal should do. The Empress observes that the young lady bears a striking resemblance to a certain woman.
A soft, nostalgic smile plays on the Empress's lips as she lost in thought.
Mehen wonders who the girl resembles since she looks nothing like the Grand Duke. Empress Zenny's deep ties with the Halburns likely trigger poignant memories when she sees Arellen. A soft rustle sounds as Mehen contemplates the weight of the Empress's unspoken thoughts.
Mehen realizes that the Empress's sorrowful gaze finally makes sense given her past.
A sudden moment of curiosity causes Mehen to look up with an inquisitive expression.
The Empress asks for his guesses while Mehen describes the Grand Duke's former lack of privacy.
The Empress bluntly asks if the Grand Duke could have had an unknown woman.
Mehen silently rejects the theory, knowing the Grand Duke's profound lack of trust in others. A light clink sounds as the Empress calmly accepts Mehen's assessment of the situation. Mehen inquires if the Empress knows why the Lord remains in the north or when he might return.
The Empress admits she's in the dark as her husband keeps the Lord's whereabouts a secret.
The Empress pauses, preparing to offer a calculated guess regarding the Lord's motivations.
Arellen looks up from her book with a wide-eyed and innocent expression.
Mehen remains silent, waiting for the Empress to reveal more of her insights.
The Empress gushes over how small and joyful Arellen is just to look at. The Empress praises Mehen for being a genius even when it comes to taking care of children. Arellen senses people are talking about her while Mehen credits her for growing up well. The Empress notes that the Crown Prince is visiting the mansion again starting today. Prince Passion worked hard on his lessons just to secure a visit with Arellen. A loud, enthusiastic shout for Arellen echoes through the Grand Mansion grounds. A firm squeeze sounds as the prince smothers Arellen with affection, quickly draining her energy. The prince brags about doubling his training just to see her as he hugs her tightly.
A sharp push sounds as Arellen demands the prince get off of her.
Tch. A frustrated tchk sounds as Arellen laments the end of her peaceful week.
A quick glance from Arellen shows her warily watching the prince's every move. A gentle tap sounds as Arellen finally places a hand on the prince's head. A soft potting sounds as Arellen begrudgingly asks if the prince is happy now. A soft slide sounds as the prince adopts a serious tone to reflect on his past. The prince admits he should have been more considerate toward her while they were apart. Arellen listens to his apology with a skeptical and questioning side glance. A soft rustle sounds as Arellen wonders why the prince is acting so unusually today. A triumphant flourish sounds as the prince reveals a sign about becoming a swordmaster. The prince unveils a massive exercise plan he prepared with experts to strengthen Arellen's body. The prince beams with pride, eagerly asking if she finds his plan amazing. Arellen stares with deadpan disappointment, ordering the brat to go back to the palace. A heavy thud sounds as Arellen flatly rejects the prince's absurd swordmaster proposal. A firm gesture sounds as Arellen makes her absolute refusal crystal clear. The distraught prince begs to know what she dislikes about his expert-crafted plan. A series of heavy footsteps follows Arellen as she debunks the prince's delusional claims of a promise.
The prince desperately pleads with her to at least read the plan summary.
A quick turn sounds as Arellen accurately guesses the ridiculous goal of his training regimen.
Arellen points out that she can't even run and dismisses Passion's training plan as completely absurd.
A soft rustle sounds as Passion urges the girl to at least read the proposal before rejecting it entirely. Arellen stares at the papers with a skeptical gaze, convinced the contents will be ridiculous without even looking. The girl scans the schedule and is surprised to find that the basic posture and walking drills actually seem manageable. Passion explains that the initial phase will focus on building basic stamina through light strength exercises and walking. Arellen is horrified to see the training is daily, though Passion cheerfully insists that persistence is the only way to build endurance. The sound of light footsteps echoes as Arellen attempts to walk away and pretend she never saw the exhausting schedule. He passionately, desperately pleads with the girl, claiming he poured his absolute heart and soul into crafting the perfect routine for her. The prince adopts a pathetic, wide-eyed expression as he asks Arellen if she truly intends to ignore his hard work. A weary sigh escapes Arellen as she closes her eyes, already feeling the weight of the coming exhaustion. Passion rejoices that she finally agreed, warning her that she is now bound to the plan and cannot back out later. Arellen privately doubts the plan, knowing her unique condition isn't something that can simply be cured through physical exercise.
Possession is too fired up to listen to logic, while Arellen realizes with a sweat drop that he is completely ignoring her concerns.
The prince vows with an intense, determined smile to restore Arellen to full health no matter what it takes.
Passion enthusiastically leads the way to their first session, promising to start with something light for her first day.
Arellen follows with a resigned expression, admitting to herself that she does genuinely need to improve her physical stamina. As they walk together, Arellen offers a faint, hopeful smile while wondering what could possibly go wrong with this new arrangement. A few hours pass as the scene shifts to a grayscale memory of Arellen, who realizes she has made a grave mistake. Exhausted gasps fill the air as Arellen struggles to keep moving, her body already pushed to its absolute breaking point. Arellen collapses onto the ground in complete defeat, gasping that she cannot take another single step.
Passion's shadow looms over the fallen girl as he asks what she thinks she is doing resting on the path.
Wearing sunglasses and a whistle, Passion sternly informs her that they haven't even reached the halfway point of the day's goal. The prince lectures her on showing weakness, reminding her that she gave her word to cooperate as his trainee.
Arellen tries to protest between ragged breaths, but her exhaustion makes it nearly impossible to form a coherent argument.
A sharp whistle sounds as Passion ruthlessly barks commands for chair squats, forcing a miserable Arellen to stand and sit repeatedly.
The sounds of trembling effort follow as Arellen is forced to maintain a perfectly straight posture for 20 agonizing minutes.
The girl's eyes well with tears as she reaches her absolute limit, feeling as though her body might simply give out.
A soft exhale sounds as Passion adjusts his glasses, showing no signs of letting up on his demanding training regimen.
Passion removes his sunglasses to mock her fatigue, questioning how she can be so tired from just a simple walk. The girl stares in horrified disbelief as Passion maintains his cheerful but merciless attitude, leaving her speechless.
A soft rustle sounds as Passion finally offers a hand to help her up, suggesting they wrap up their work for the day.
A moment of relief washes over Arellen as she considers that the prince might still have a shred of humanity left. The soft sound follows as Arellen reaches for the offered hand, though her expression remains wary and drained.
Passion offers a bright, innocent smile that contrasts sharply with the brutal workout he just put her through.
A heavy sigh escapes the girl as she concludes that the smiling boy is nothing more than a devil in disguise.
A quick tap sounds as Arellen continues her forced run, her thoughts filled with the realization that her life has become a nightmare. Arellen screams in frustration while lifting heavy rabbit-themed weights, driven forward by Passion's fiery demands to surpass her own limits. A sudden swish sounds as Passion throws open the curtains early the next morning, mocking Arellen for wanting to stay in the dark.
As the second week begins, Passion presents a bland diet of chicken breast, much to the girl's obvious disgust.
Passion greets her with a terrifyingly bright expression, announcing that it is finally time for another grueling leg day.
Arellen lies face down on the floor in a state of complete despair, convinced that this training will eventually be the end of her.
The girl miserably chews her chicken while Passion discusses more morning plans with a bespectacled man in the background.
Arellen's imagination Passion into a shadow devil, lamenting that the kind, smiling boy she once knew is gone forever.
Tears stream down the girl's face as she silently begs for the old, considerate version of the prince to return.
The focus shifts to the elegant details of the girl's attire, capturing a moment of quiet stillness amidst the chaos.
The scene transitions with soft, light colors as the perspective shifts through the grand manor. A crisp clack sounds as a polished shoe steps firmly onto the floor, marking the start of a new day. Passion hums a cheerful tune to himself, absolutely delighted with the progress and effectiveness of his custom workout plan.
The prince reflects on his success, confident that the diet and professional advice he sought are helping the girl build muscle at a rapid pace.
Prince Passion notes Arelin's frailty and wonders if she is naturally lacking in energy.
Passion considers what could provide Arelin with a significant energy boost.
Passention's attention is caught by something on the table before him.
The prince breaks into a wide and triumphant grin.
Passion exclaims that he has finally found the solution.
Reports arrive of monster activity increasing in both the southern and western forests.
A bespectacled attendant enters the Emperor's study to announce it is time for his medicine.
The white-haired Emperor notes that it is already time for his dose.
A light clatter sounds as the bowl of dark liquid is presented.
A soft gulp sounds as the Emperor drinks the prepared medicine.
A violent cough sounds as the Emperor suddenly vomits dark liquid while his maid screams in horror.
With blood staining his hands, the Emperor demands to know who tampered with his drink.
The afternoon shines brightly over the sprawling imperial palace.
A happy tune sounds as a chibi Passion balances a bowl on his head.
A sharp top sounds as hands present the empty bowl to Arelin.
Arelin gags on the taste as Passion praises her for finishing the entire bowl.
Arelin sticks her tongue out in total disgust at the foul liquid.
Arelin wonders if the prince forced her to drink some sort of elixir. Arelin questions if the liquid was actually meant to be a tonic.
Passion happily explains that he gave her the same tonic his father drinks.
Arelin asks for clarification as Passion nods with innocent pride.
A notification clarifies that the prince's father is the Emperor himself.
Arelin turns pale with horror, calling Passion a lunatic while he asks how she feels.
A heavy stomp sounds as knights approach, leading Arelin to suspect Passion is a spy.
A loud bang sounds as the doors are thrown open, startling the children.
A knight captain leads his men into the room and questions their presence.
A firm step sounds as the knight orders the prince to follow them immediately.
Passion cries out in confusion as the knight suddenly sees him.
A heavy shuffle sounds as Passion is dragged away while desperately calling for Arelin. A soft click sounds as Arelin watches the doors close behind the prince.
Arelin sits in stunned silence, completely bewildered by the sudden chaotic events.
The girl realizes that the knights even confiscated the empty bowl as evidence.
Arelin concludes that the entire commotion was caused by the stolen tonic.
A soft rustle sounds as Arelin wonders if this means her training is finally over.
A deep voice echoes through the palace as the Emperor summons Passion.
A heavy thud sounds as the Emperor sternly asks the prince for an explanation.
Passion trembles as his father scolds him for being a meddling rascal.
The Emperor scolds his son for tampering with his medicine and exceeding the limits of a prank.
Passion weakly tries to explain that his actions were not meant as a joke.
The Emperor questions the prince's logic, asking if he actually drank the bitter tonic himself. A soft exhale sounds as Passion clarifies that he was not the one who consumed it.
The Emperor is rendered speechless by the boy's unexpected admission.
Passion stands silently as his father struggles to process the new information. The Emperor begins to summarize the reasoning behind the prince's actions. The Emperor confirms that Passion gave the tonic to his sick friend in hopes of helping them recover. Possession softly confirms that he only wanted to help his friend get better. A heavy sigh escapes the Emperor as he is overwhelmed by his son's kindness. Tears stream down the Emperor's face as he marvels at how angelic his son is. The Emperor finds the prince so precious that he can no longer stay angry. The Emperor clears his throat and grants Passion forgiveness because of his pure intentions.
A soft glow surrounds Prince Passion as his red eyes sparkle with an overwhelming sense of joy.
Prince Passion embraces the Emperor with a joyful laugh, and the doting father warmly calls him his precious boy. The Emperor asks if the sick friend he tried to help is Duke Halbern's daughter, much to Passion's wide-eyed shock. With a teasing smile, the Emperor reveals that the entire palace is already whispering about Passion's crush on Lady Halbern.
Blushing furiously, Prince Peshin looks away and shyly admits that he does indeed like the girl. A gentle warmth fills the Emperor's gaze as he watches his son's sincere reaction. The Emperor is deeply moved, marveling at how much his son has grown emotionally. The Emperor affectionately pats Peshin's head while teasing him about being old enough to blush over someone.
A soft rustle sounds as the Emperor ruffles Peshin's hair, touched that someone has stirred his son's heart so deeply. A serene vision of Arellen appears, capturing her grace and ethereal beauty in a moment of quiet reflection.
Shadowy figures of the nobility stand in the background, their presence casting a judgmental weight over the scene.
Narrative text notes that Prince Peshin has been visiting the Halburn estate every single day without fail.
A playful scene shows a chibi Peshin chasing after a graceful Arellen, completely smitten with the young lady.
A dark, sinister silhouette of a woman smiles coldly, dismissively thinking that the girl will likely die soon anyway.
In a romantic daydream, an older Prince Peshin tenderly kisses the hand of a beautiful, long-haired Arellen. The Emperor looks down at his son and asks if he truly wants to find a cure for the girl's illness. With a subtle, knowing smile, the Emperor agrees that it is always a good thing to strive for health.
Prince Peshin looks up with determined eyes, hoping for a miracle that would allow Arellen to become the crown princess.
A boisterous laugh echoes as the Emperor mocks Peshin for being as red as a beet.
A soft potting sound follows as the Emperor tells his son not to be impatient, reminding him that health returns gradually.
The Emperor rests his chin on his hand, wearing a look of quiet pride as he watches over the prince.
A heavy thud sounds as a carriage arrives, and Arellen walks toward the grand estate under her attendant's umbrella. Arellen groans in annoyance as Pacian comes running toward her with a bright smile and a large gift.
The girl grumbles that the prince should have been grounded for a month for tampering with the Emperor's medicine.
A warm memory shows a younger emperor lifting a 1-year-old Peshin into the air with pure delight. Arellen's attendant sighs, realizing that the doting emperor would never actually punish or restrain the crown prince.
The attendant informs Arellen that the Spirum twins have requested a visit, asking how she would like to respond.
A soft groan escapes Arellen as she clutches her head, feeling utterly exhausted by Peshin's relentless energy.
A sudden spark of inspiration hits Arellen as she realizes there might finally be a way to escape her daily nightmare.
Arellen considers that if there are other children around, Pacian will be forced to be more cautious and less demanding.
Prince Peshin continues to run toward her at full speed, enthusiastically shouting her name.
To the attendant's utter surprise, Arellen announces her sudden desire to attend the upcoming childhood friends gathering.
Arellen wears a mischievous grin, planning to use the social gathering as a way to make new friends and avoid training.
A crisp step sounds as a dark-haired boy in a blue uniform pauses in a hallway, looking back toward the courtyard.
The dark-haired boy pauses, repeating the words, "new friends," to himself with a skeptical expression.
Prince Peshin stops in his tracks, sweating with visible anxiety as he overhears Arellen's unexpected plan.
A look of horrified realization crosses Peshin's face as he wonders what will happen to his position if she moves on.
A sharp step sounds as the dark-haired boy walks through the palace, his expression cold and detached.
With a weary sigh, the blue-eyed boy concludes that this social gathering will be just as tedious as all the others.
A grayscale memory shows Pacian acting bored and ignoring everyone else during past social events.
A heavy step sounds as the dark-haired boy continues his walk, convinced that the entire gathering is a waste of time. The boy's attention is caught by a small figure peeking out from behind a massive marble pillar.
A soft rustle sounds as the blonde girl carefully adjusts her position, unaware that she has been spotted.
Arellen gasps in surprise as she finds herself face to face with the dark-haired boy.
An ominous mist swirls around the text as Arellen reveals that this was the secret plan she had been crafting.
A loud slam sounds as Arellen pins a diagram of Operation Friend Shield to the board, vowing to win back her free time.
Leaning against the wall with a confident smirk, Arellen prepares to execute her scheme to regain her independence. A soft giggle sounds as Arellen imagines herself making a new friend easily, using the social bond as a perfect shield. A loud ding sounds as Arellen imagines herself happily drinking tea while a frustrated Passion is locked outside the gate. A sharp push sounds as Arellen adjusts her glasses with a dramatic glint, fully committed to her new role as a master strategist. A fancy shoe steps forward. A heavy thump sounds as jealousy looms.
A cold shiver sounds as Passion arrives. Arellen flees from the mischievous Trins.
A soft pew sounds as she hides.
A heavy flop sounds beside the boy. The silence between them feels awkward. The dark-haired boy asks if she is injured.
The girl looks surprised and curious.
Arellen questions if Haroun can actually speak.
She smiles upon hearing his voice.
Arellen notes that Haroun looks quite flustered.
The boy misunderstood why she was sitting.
A light pat sounds as she praises him.
Arellen finds him to be the perfect friend.
Haroun is Passion's dedicated guardian knight.
The boy remains devoted to his duty. His loyalty leaves others feeling frustrated.
A soft tap sounds as she approaches.
Arellen asks to be her friend.
She explains for making friends.
Arellen bargains for a casual friendship.
A sharp flinch sounds from the boy.
A long stare follows his silence.
The girl celebrates her successful recruitment.
A soft shake sounds as he agrees. She has secured her ultimate trump card.
Friendship is her escape from training.
Prince Passion arrives and demands an explanation. A sharp flinch sounds as Arellen explains.
The prince responds with a skeptical look. A soft breeze sounds through the trees. The twins observe the growing chaos.
Arellen notes a possible love triangle.
Possession and Arellen argue over the boy.
A loud crunch sounds as twins watch.
They bicker over who is Haroun's friend.
A soft nod sounds as twins judge.
Arellen declares her simple liking for Haroun.
A heavy pull sounds as they talk.
A sudden freeze sounds as Passion stops.
A heavy sigh sounds as Haroun suffers.
A sharp top sounds as Passion commands.
A loud baha sounds as twins laugh.
A sharp top sounds as Arellen protests.
The argument intensifies as Haroun pleads.
A soft tremble sounds from the victim.
A loud dash sounds as Haroun escapes. A loud dash sounds as Passion chases.
A sharp grab sounds as he catches him.
A sudden, confused silence fills the air.
Arellen demands that Passion let go of her hand, but the silver-haired boy stubbornly refuses to release his grip.
Looking up with wide pink eyes, the girl asks him what he is talking about.
Arellen worries that her plan to escape exercise is slipping away while she tries to process his words.
A grayscale memory surfaces of her offering to play with Haroun, making her wonder if the prince is still holding a grudge.
A soft tremble vibrates through their joined hands as his grip remains tight and firm. Prince Passion looks down with an intense expression, asking if she truly likes Haroun more than him.
The story title appears as the silver-haired boy and blonde girl share a tense, hand-holding moment.
Stunned by the prince's sudden insecurity, the girl can only ask what he means.
A sudden release follows as Passion looks away, telling her to never mind because he no longer wants to know the answer.
A loud grab sounds as Chibi Passion covers his ears and shouts that he cannot hear her while she tries to explain. With a sudden dash, Passion runs off to find Haroun, leaving a startled Arellen behind.
Arellen watches him leave in total disbelief, questioning the turn of events. A moment of quiet, downcast reflection follows.
The blonde girl looks down sadly as a memory of the prince's smile fades away.
Guilt washes over her as she admits to herself that she feels truly sorry for what happened.
A haunting foo-foo whisper echoes her name through a dark thicket of thorns.
A sharp intake of breath sounds as the silver-haired twins loom behind her, much to her annoyance.
With a mischievous snicker, the twins claim they have caught on to her true intentions from the very beginning.
Arellen worries that they have discovered her secret shield plan, finding the twins to be a massive headache.
The twins mock her for switching targets to the prince, accusing her of being blinded by a prize-driven obsession with their best friend game.
The Chibi twins dance happily while asking if she is thankful, leaving Arellen in a speechless daze.
A heavy sigh escapes Haroon as he sits alone on the steps, regretting his decision to agree to the friendship. The dark-haired boy considers if he should simply avoid Arellen the next time he sees her. Haroon admits to himself that he feels strangely nervous whenever the girl is around.
A quick glance sideways follows as he continues to ponder his uneasy feelings.
Haroon finds Pasine slumped in a depressed heap, wondering what exactly happened during the short time he was gone.
Haroon feels a sudden wave of unease as the prince calls out his name from his gloomy position.
Pasine asks when he and Arellen became so close, while the dark-haired boy realizes they were never close at all.
Haroon explains that they only became friends today, though he expects the prince will not believe him.
Feeling sick and tired of the situation, Haroon is asked to choose between himself or Arellen. A heavy, silent tension remains between the two boys on the steps.
Haroon feels fed up, amazed that the almighty passion would care this much about one person's favor.
The prince reflects on how every little thing Arellen does sends his heart between bliss and misery.
Passion droops in despair as he concludes that Arellen likes Haroon, much to the dark-haired boy's confusion.
A nervous sweat beads on Haroon's face as he wonders if he should comfort the mumble-prone prince.
A sudden fire ignites in Pessian's gaze as he vows to Haroon that he will never lose to him.
A loud doom sounds as Haroon is struck by a shock of realization, wondering why he is suddenly a target of competition.
A loud burst sounds as the twins run in, shouting that Arellen has declared she does not want to be best friends with them. Prince Pasinian is horrified to hear that she refused to even be best friends with His Highness.
Pasien frantically asks if she said yes to being best friends with Haroon, but the twins admit they didn't ask. With a dark smirk, the twins Noelle and Ciel offer to go find out the truth for the desperate prince.
A loud raise sounds as Haroon interjects with a shout, trying to stop the chaos from escalating.
A sharp click sounds as the group gathers by the ornate golden gate.
Haroon looks at them with a serious expression and firmly states that she said no. The twins celebrate the news, relieved that she refused to be best friends with the prince as well.
A peaceful atmosphere returns as the twins dance, and the prince nods in quiet satisfaction.
A soft pew sounds as Haroon wipes his brow, thankful that the simple-minded boys fell for his lie.
The prince remains with the twins as they continue their boisterous conversation.
A soft flutter sounds as Arellen stands alone in a moment of quiet reflection beneath a tree.
Watching Arellen from a distance, the light-haired boy asks the dark-haired girl why she does not try to talk to her, but the girl notes how harsh Arellen was, even toward His Highness.
Arellen hides behind a tree, realizing with a start that she has become an object of jealousy and is seen as unapproachable. Looking down with a worried expression, the blonde girl wonders what she should say to Peshin when he finally returns. Standing beneath the vast tree, she questions if she should apologize or if she is simply overthinking her feelings of guilt. A look of quiet sadness crosses Arellen's face as she remains lost in her own thoughts.
Arellen kicks at the grass in a fit of frustration, while the children nearby watch her behavior with confusion.
The blonde girl reflects on her life, admitting to herself that she has not changed much from her past.
Arellen concludes with a sigh that she is still just as immature as she has ever been.
Rumors spread among the children as one suggests befriending her for her royal connections, while others whisper that she is illegitimate or terminally ill.
A sudden cold chill sounds as the dark-haired girl notes that Arellen is indeed as pretty as the rumors claimed.
A sharp step sounds as a brown-haired girl in a red dress walks away from the gossiping group with a determined look.
Clenching her hand tightly, the girl declares that the position of crown princess has always belonged to her, and Arellen's arrival will not change that.
A heavy halt sounds as the brown-haired girl stops right in front of where Arellen is sitting by the tree.
Looking down with a smile, the stranger addresses the blonde girl as Miss Arellen, causing her to look up in surprise.
The brown-haired girl gestures toward the other children and invites Arellen to join them for a chat.
A decorative mirror identifies the newcomer as Leslie Belfart, the daughter of Marquis Belfart, who claims to have everything. Narration reveals that the Belfart family holds the rank of a marquisate rather than a duchy.
Standing with her back turned, Leslie asserts her status as the future crown princess of the empire.
A memory of a parent's voice echoes, telling Leslie that she will become the crown princess because no one else is worthy. Silhouetted against the light, the mother figure vows to do whatever is necessary to ensure Leslie gains the royal position. Looking highly confident, young Leslie reflects on her destiny to one day lead the empire. In the palace, Peshin stands before a group of children as Leslie watches him with a look of surprise. A quick turn sounds as Leslie looks back, her green eyes wide with sudden realization.
Passion shouts Aurellan's name across the hall, drawing the attention of Leslie and the other guests.
Leslie is shocked to learn that Aurellan is the young lady of the Halburn ducal family, remembering her as a quiet girl.
A soft step sounds as a red-haired girl comforts Leslie, claiming the prince would never like such a dim-witted girl. Mumbling in agreement, Leslie decides that she must maintain her standing against the newcomer. Watching the prince and Aurellan together from a distance, Leslie vows that she cannot just stand by and do nothing. She watches the pair walk away, her mind filled with competitive thoughts about her future role. Returning to the present, Leslie smiles and repeats her invitation for Aurellan to come over and talk. Aurellan looks at her with a confused stare, simply asking why she is being invited.
Leslie smiles and explains that they have arranged a small tea time for themselves today.
Leslie's inner thoughts reveal her plan to destroy Aurellan's relationship with the prince while he is not around to protect her.
Aurellan is surprised by the sudden invitation to tea as a chibi Leslie looks on nervously.
A soft snish sounds as Aurellan wonders if this girl is her savior, leaving Leslie hesitant and confused.
Leslie turns to the other children and announces that she has invited a special guest to join them.
The scene shifts to the girls sitting together in a grand room prepared for a social gathering. Aurellan sits shyly on the edge of the sofa as Leslie asks the other girls to give her a warm welcome. Surrounded by china and pastries, Aurellan admits that she feels awkward at her very first social event.
A soft foo-foo sounds as Leslie laughs and tells her not to mention it, claiming it is her duty as the future queen of high society.
Aurellan is puzzled by Leslie's claim, wondering if she meant to say she was the empress.
Aurellan decides to stop overthinking and enjoys being away from the awkwardness of meeting Passion. Looking across the table at the smiling Leslie, Aurellan hopes that she might finally be able to make some friends here.
A close-up shows the elegant tea service and cake prepared for the children's gathering.
A sharp clink sounds as Leslie asks Aurellan if she would mind answering a curious question.
With a wide grin, Leslie asks about Aurellan's relationship with the prince, noting that they seem to be very close. Aurellan is surprised by the observation, wondering if they really appeared close even after their recent argument.
The blonde girl begins to explain exactly what the prince represents to her.
A heavy gulp sounds as Aurellan describes Passion as the manager of hell, imagining him as a demon forcing her to run laps.
Leslie and the other guests are left completely speechless and confused by Aurellan's strange response. Leslie is shocked that the prince personally looks after Aurellan, but the blonde girl clarifies that his constant attention feels like torment. A false smile masks Leslie's true feelings. Leslie remarks on the closeness between Aurellan and the prince.
Aurellan looks skeptical and wonders if they are actually close.
A sudden burst of laughter sounds nearby.
Aurellan watches the red-haired girl laugh mockingly. The red-haired girl laughs at Aurellan's lack of etiquette, questioning who forgot to teach her proper manners.
Shocked by the sudden insult, Aurellan realizes her new acquaintances were never intended to be friends. The red-haired girl continues her mockery with a condescending sigh.
Aurellan notices the atmosphere has turned cold.
The group of girls whispers about how the prince treats Aurellan like a child while questioning her worthiness.
Aurellan realizes she was lured into a trap of public humiliation.
A sharp sneer follows as the red-haired girl dictates how a proper lady should carry herself.
The girls accuse her of desperately clinging to men.
Arellen experiences a familiar sense of social rejection.
Her gaze sharpens with growing realization.
The red-haired girl demands she be more mindful of her behavior instead of relying on her family's name.
She orders Arellen to stay quiet and stop showing off.
The girls claim their cruelty is actually concern.
They hide behind fake masks of kindness.
Their true motives are finally made clear. The red-haired girl commands Arellen to obey their group, prompting a blunt rejection.
Arellen smiles, asks who they think they are.
She questions their authority to command her, causing the red-haired girl to flinch.
Arellen demands an answer while the other girl trembles.
She points at the girl and questions her right to criticize a superior.
Leslie tries to de-escalate the tension as the red-haired girl stammers an apology.
Arellen turns her chilling gaze toward Leslie.
Leslie stares back in stunned silence.
Surrounded by dark roses, Arellen warns Leslie to stay out of the conflict.
Narration identifies her as the Sole Halburn Lady. Her full name, Arellen Sigria Halburn, is revealed.
Memories resurface of her childhood as a quiet, isolated girl surrounded by cruel rumors.
Young Arellen hugs her teddy bear while others ignore her.
She watched as the other children walked away. The girls remember a very different, weaker version. Arellen recalls how she used to smile foolishly.
She realizes she was far too trusting.
Glass shatters as the present-day Arellen demands to know why they have fallen silent.
The red-haired girl is paralyzed by Arellen's intense pressure.
The onlookers realize Arellen has completely changed. She challenges anyone to speak against her.
Arellen stands tall, exuding an aura of pure authority.
The tea party is silenced by her overwhelming presence.
The red-haired girl flinches as Arellen addresses her directly.
Arellen steps closer and demands to know her name.
She questions the girl's status and learns her father is only a viscount.
Arellen reaches out to drive her point home.
Grabbing the girl's shoulder, she reminds her that she has no right to address a duchess's daughter as an equal.
A heavy thump sounds as Arellen declares she never permitted the girl to offer advice.
Arellen looms over the terrified red-haired girl, coldly declaring that unsolicited advice from the unqualified is nothing but presumptuous meddling, and questioning if she realizes such insulting words are considered a criminal act.
A sharp, heavy thump sounds against the wall.
Mommy! The red-haired girl breaks down into loud, hysterical tears, wailing for her mother.
SF hic hic. Arellen watches the display of sorrow with a completely detached and silent expression as the other girl hiccups through her crying.
Looking at the gathered children, Arellen reflects on her past and wonders why her former self ever felt such a desperate, foolish need to be their friend.
SF click. A cheerful maid interrupts the tense gathering by opening the door to offer more tea and refreshments to the young guests.
Specs. The maid's professional smile vanishes instantly as she gazes at the chaotic scene in utter disbelief.
SX, sniffle. As Arellen attempts to explain the situation, the maid rushes over to comfort the sobbing red-haired girl who continues to sniffle loudly.
Arellen bluntly informs the group that crying is a useless tactic because it cannot fix anything in this world.
The maid stares back at the young lady in stunned confusion, completely speechless at her cold logic.
Declaring that the tea party was delightful, Arellen suddenly spins around to excuse herself and leave the group behind.
She admits to herself that her attempt at making friends was a failure and decides she is ready to simply go home.
SF trudge. The blonde girl walks away with heavy steps, leaving the awkward atmosphere of the palace room.
The grand, ornate architecture of the imperial palace towers over the landscape under a bright, clear sky.
SF whoosh. A man's hand reaches for a single sheet of paper from a tall stack of official documents.
The light brown-haired man sits at his desk in the palace, focused intently on the reports spread before him.
Narration describes the mysterious magic tower as a legendary headquarters for all magicians that many people doubt even truly exists.
The green-eyed man reflects on the tower's formal intention to visit the Albrecht Empire in the near future.
SF, scratch. Addressing Lord Mehen, the man decides they must arrange a meeting with the master of the magic tower due to recent incidents.
Mehen, a brown-haired man wearing glasses, presents.
The man continues his administrative work while discussing the never-ending subjugation efforts with his loyal aide.
Mahen notes that the northern fortress has requested reinforcements for the first time, signaling a worsening situation.
SFX crumple, womb. Dark energy flares as the man angrily crumbles a paper, wondering what the hell the Grand Duke is doing after abandoning his family in the north, while Mehen worries about the man's foul mood.
A close-up reveals the man's sharp, glowing green eye narrowed in frustration.
SF flutter. He notices a special request from the Crown Prince and picks it up to read its contents.
Mehen explains it is a secret mission entrusted to the First Night Order with a reward that has all the soldiers highly motivated. The man dismisses Passion's strange behavior as unbefitting a prince, but Mehen interrupts with a final, more personal report about the day's events.
Mehen relays that there was a minor incident at today's social gathering where Arellen reportedly made another young lady cry.
The green-eyed man is taken aback by the sudden, unexpected news.
SF turn. He turns with a faint, amused smile, noting his daughter knows how to quarrel, while Mahen remarks that children naturally grow up through conflict.
Chibi graphics show Arellen decisively knocking out her opponent as Mahen agrees with his master's assessment. SFX, whoosh.
The man grows serious, fearing that if Arellen takes after the temperament of Valere, it might be necessary to scold her now to prevent future issues.
SF click. He is interrupted mid-sentence as the ornate double doors to his office swing open suddenly.
Arellen stands in the doorway with a beaming, innocent smile that completely hides her earlier cold behavior.
SFX rattle. Mehen is visibly panicked by the girl's sudden appearance just as they were discussing her punishment.
The man's stern expression melts into a warm, affectionate smile at the sight of his daughter.
Arellen happily hugs her father and asks if she is interrupting his busy schedule, while Mahen frantically gestures in the background.
Mehen breathes a sigh of relief, realizing his worries about a harsh confrontation were entirely for nothing. SF, hic. A soft sob echoes through a palace hallway near an ornate window.
SF sniffle. Leslie angrily yells at the crying red-haired girl while the other guests watch the uncomfortable scene unfold.
The red-haired girl tearfully asks if she should apologize to Arellen, but Leslie scoffs and dismisses the need for an apology over a simple tea party.
Leslie rants that the conflict started only because Arellen lacks proper manners and snaps at everyone, while the other girl fears future retaliation for snubbing her.
Leslie reflects on Arellen's isolated childhood and lack of attention at home, questioning who would ever listen to her.
Looking down with a dark shadow over her face, Leslie fumes that someone like Arellen had the nerve to sneer at her as if she were worthless. Vowing to never let the insult go, Leslie declares her fierce intention to crush Arellen into the ground.
A blonde girl in a blue dress walks into the room and kindly asks if Leslie is doing all right.
The blonde girl in the blue dress offers a gentle, mysterious smile framed by soft blue roses.
Leslie looks back with a fierce, cold determination burning in her green eyes.
A chat record confirms that the father's name is Valere while expressing shock at the revelation.
SFX, clatter. A spoon is dropped onto a porcelain plate with a sharp, final metallic sound.
The purple-haired maid reminds Arellen that it is time for her next scheduled exercise session.
Arellen stares blankly into the distance as her thoughts drift toward a previous, unsettling encounter.
She recalls the silver-haired prince looking hurt while asking if she prefers the company of Haroon.
Considering his previous expression, the blonde girl assumes the prince will not be visiting today. Arellen allows herself to be led away, her hand resting trustingly in the grasp of her companion.
A soft, rhythmic hop sounding follows her steps as the maid leads the young lady through the palace.
The chibi maid mentions that a new book Arellen might enjoy has just arrived for her to read.
A sudden, sharp creak sounding echoes as Arellen reaches for the handle to open the heavy door. Prince Passion stands waiting on the other side, startling the young girl with his unexpected presence.
The silver-haired boy breaks into a cheerful laugh while Arellen stares at him in complete silent shock. A faint melodic counting of 8 and 9 echoes softly through the airy, ornate room. A quick metallic click sounding follows as a hand snaps the stopwatch shut to mark the end of the set. Arellen collapses in exhaustion as Pestian notes that the tonic he provided is clearly proving effective. A soft, heavy panting sounding follows as the young girl gasps for air on the floor. A quick, cautious glance reveals Arellen's lingering wariness as she watches the prince closely.
She notes with confusion that he seems to be acting no differently than his usual energetic self.
Despite his cheerful smile while he writes, Arellen wonders what hidden thoughts are lurking behind his eyes.
The blonde girl fumbles nervously with her clothes, feeling the weight of the awkward tension between them.
A sudden, sharp, sounding follows as Arellen struggles with a silent, agonizing scream of internal frustration.
A soft, heavy trudge sounding follows as Arellen approaches the prince, who offers her a seat.
He notes that she is being unusually calm as he helps the young girl settle into the chair.
Arellen admits her discomfort internally, while the boy observes that she is not even begging for mercy today.
Shifting the conversation, Passion asks Arelle about the tea party she attended with the other young ladies.
The silver-haired prince asks with genuine curiosity if anything out of the ordinary happened during the gathering.
A heavy, expectant silence falls over the two children as the question hangs in the air between them.
Carolyn bluntly claims that nothing happened, but her short answer only prompts a skeptical response from him.
She realizes that he likely already knows the truth, given that the gathering took place at his palace.
He calls her name softly, sensing that she is hiding the true nature of the day's events.
Arellen urges him to simply pretend he knows nothing to avoid complicating matters for her further.
Clenching her dress tightly, she explains that the entire conflict was a matter that stemmed from him.
Looking down at her hands, she begins to clarify that the situation was not actually his fault.
Patience stares back with a somber and focused expression, listening intently to her explanation.
Carillion looks away, feeling the weight of her own words as she reflects on the conflict.
A regal vision of the prince in a crown highlights his position as one who forgives rather than apologizes. A close-up reveals his sharp, intense red eye narrowed in deep and serious contemplation.
Suddenly breaks into a bright, innocent smile that completely transforms his previous somber mood.
Arellen reflects on her own harsh nature, lamenting that she always seems to hurt others with her words.
The two children sit together in the grand, quiet room, appearing small against the towering architecture. Wait, is this because of me? Am I the reason you're acting so strange?
He asks with confusion what she could possibly mean by her cryptic and serious comments.
Arellen reflects on her former self as a quiet, isolated loner who only found peace in playing the violin. She sees her current self surrounded by thorns, a visual representation of her self-imposed social barriers.
A small, weary smile touches Arellen's lips as she acknowledges her own complicated personality. Reacts with genuine, wide-eyed surprise at her rare display of vulnerability and warmth.
A sharp, close focus captures the prince's intense and focused red eyes.
A soft, rushing "ush" sounding follows as the prince suddenly lunges forward with surprising, energetic speed.
He begs her to agree to his request just this once, prompting a low, annoyed sounding from her.
His gaze softens as a happy, affectionate look returns to his bright red eyes.
A sudden, tight hug follows as the prince pulls the blonde girl into a firm and joyful embrace.
Pestian laughs and claims her affection is making him blush, while Arellen remains completely exhausted and stone-faced.
A sudden, sharp freeze sounding stops the world in its tracks.
Passion firmly declares that a certain outcome will never come to pass.
The silver-haired prince feels a focused intensity as he questions Arellen's trust in him. Arellen remains silent as Passion holds her in a protective embrace.
The two children stand together before a wall of ornate, handwritten text.
A soft, melodic giggle sounding echoes as the social gathering begins.
Arellen expresses a moment of genuine surprise.
The prince promises to stay out of her way today.
Chibi versions of the children argue loudly over Arellen's upcoming free time.
Arellen realizes Passion is trying to win back her trust.
The blonde girl decides to find a quiet place to read her book. Her foot catches on a stone with a sharp trip sounding. A sudden, heavy stagger sounding follows as Arellen loses her footing. She panics, fearing a painful collision with a nearby tree. A quick, light tap sounding signals a sudden intervention in her fall. A large, pale hand reaches out to gently steady the girl. The dark-haired man catches her and tells her to watch her step. He offers a mysterious and knowing smile as he looks down at her. The man notes that she almost suffered a nasty fall. His sharp yellow eyes gleam with a strange and quiet amusement. Arellen questions why he is there, but he claims finding her was obvious.
He boasts that there is no place he cannot enter. Arellen reacts with shock as a mark on her dress begins to glow. A sudden realization of an oops sounding follows as she identifies the location tracker.
A quick, dry crackle sounding follows as he mocks her annoying Halburn bloodline.
A heavy, rhythmic thump sounding follows as Arellen fears he intends to kill her. He touches her forehead and tells her not to be so terrified.
The girl looks back at him with a mixture of suspicion and annoyance.
She wonders if this man has always behaved in such an odd manner.
Arellen studies his face closely, searching for his true intentions. He lets out a soft, contemplative sounding as he smiles.
A quick, sharp flip sounding follows as he asks if she is done staring. He warns her that talking to him out loud makes her look insane. Arellen is left stunned and bewildered by his bizarre comment. The girl is frozen in a moment of absolute shock.
She realizes that despite his presence, no one else even looks their way.
She concludes that he is not a ghost, but something equally strange. A soft, rhythmic hopping sound follows as she tries to move away from him.
A sudden, light step sounding follows as he notes her social isolation.
He asks her bluntly if she simply has no friends.
Arellen turns around and considers Passion her only true friend.
They trade insults about their respective social lives and past companions.
A dark, eerie Shah sounding follows as he claims all his friends are dead. A sudden, cold drip sounding follows as Arellen fears she has triggered a death flag.
A mysterious announcement begins to circulate through the garden party. Rumors spread that Arellen was responsible for making another young lady cry.
The story transition marks the beginning of the 33rd chapter.
A soft, collective whisper sounding follows as the guests spread cruel lies about Arellen.
Arellen listens from the shadows as they insult her family and her character. She clutches her dress tightly, frustrated by the malicious gossip being spread. A mysterious voice notes that Arellen is no stranger to being disliked.
The dark-haired man stands with a smug, knowing expression.
Arellen admits she is not the lovable type, surprising her companion. A quick, light poke sounding follows as he calls the girl Piert. A soft, rhythmic sliding sound follows his close and unsettling presence. A sudden, rushing whoosh sounding follows his offer of dark assistance. Arellen rejects his help with a blunt and quiet refusal.
She reflects that his definition of neat is dangerously different from hers.
Cornelia cruelly gossips about the terminal nature of Arellen's secret illness.
The young lady maliciously wishes for Arellen's life to end soon.
A soft, dark snicker sounding follows the man's mocking and persistent question.
A sudden, tight clench sounding follows as Arellen rejects his sinister offer.
The white-haired twins interrupt the tense standoff with sudden curiosity.
They ask the gathering if they are discussing something particularly juicy.
A soft, collective whisper sounding follows as the gossiping girls panic.
A sudden, sharp flinch sounding follows as the twins repeat the insults.
The white-haired boys lecture Cornelia on her cruel behavior toward the sick.
Cornelia desperately tries to justify her hatred by blaming Arelin's previous actions.
The twins reveal that Nadeli was the one in the wrong first.
Cornelia is stunned into silence by the twins' defense of Arelin. They firmly declare to everyone present that the blonde girl is innocent. Arelin remains silent while she processes the boys' unexpected support.
One twin suggests that Cornelia is the one who does not belong.
A soft, sobbing hic sounding follows as he insults her lack of class.
A large, frantic apology fills the air as Cornelia breaks down.
A quick, rushing zoom sounding follows as the frightened girls flee.
Arelin watches the boys as one of them finally notices her. A sudden, heavy da-da-da sounding follows as they run toward her. The twins ask how long she was spying on their conversation.
They stare at her with an intense and expectant yellow gaze.
A soft, light flutter sounding follows the gentle movement of her hair.
A quick, deliberate raise sounding follows as she acknowledges their presence.
The white-haired boys are visibly taken aback by her simple response.
They remind her of her past refusal to become their best friend.
Arelin prepares to offer them a rare and genuine answer.
A soft, melodic smile sounding follows her unexpected display of warmth.
A sudden, warm blush sounding follows as the boys react with embarrassment.
The two children are left completely dazed and speechless by her charm.
A quick, cautious glance follows as Arelin searches for the man.
The scene shifts to the exterior of the Grand Halburn Private Library. Illustrations depict the Spheron and Imperial Palace libraries as renowned archives.
The interior of the massive library is filled with countless books.
A soft, dry shake sounding follows as a book is pulled from the shelf.
A quick, light step sounding follows as the maid assists Arelin's research.
Arelin examines book titles concerning ancient gods and star-class mages.
She holds a book tightly while a mark glows on her hand.
A quick, rhythmic flip sounding follows as she searches for any useful clue.
A soft, contemplative sounding follows her reflections on mage symbols.
The maid explains the lore of mages who achieved the star rank.
Arelin concludes the mysterious man is likely a powerful, undetectable mage.
Arelin eyes the dark-haired man warily as he leans in with a smug, knowing grin.
A sharp transition follows as Passion's red eye widens in a sudden moment of alarm.
Arelin reflects on the unsettling sense of intimidation she feels beneath the man's easygoing facade.
As Arelin reads, her mind wanders with a soft step sounding as Passion approaches, wondering if the stranger is a monster or an archmage.
Passion greets her with a bright, innocent smile that contrasts with her dark suspicions. A quick flop sounding follows as the prince closes her book and asks what she is reading. Passion is amazed that she can understand such a difficult language, noticing the books piled around her. The prince awkwardly asks about her recent gathering, realizing that is why she has hidden herself away. He recalls the white-haired twins' claim that they have already decided to be friends with her.
A sudden, dark gloom sounding follows as Passion is struck by a wave of intense jealousy and shock.
He questions why Arelin would choose to befriend the twins of all people.
A soft sulk sounding follows as Passion falls into a gloomy mood, leaving Arelin unsure how to comfort him.
Arelin's attention shifts with a soft whisper sounding as she spots the maid, Lena, nearby.
The girl hopes that Lena might have a solution to the prince's sudden emotional outburst.
A soft pat-pat sounding follows as Lena treats a stuffed rabbit like a child, prompting Arelin to remind her of Passion's status.
A warm hug and stroke sounding follows as Arelin chides Lena for treating the crown prince like a small child.
Possession suddenly stands with a firm stamp, announcing that he has finally made a decision. The prince looks determined, leaving Arelin to question what he could possibly mean. A quick step sounding follows as Passion runs off to speak with the Empress, ignoring Arelin's attempts to stop him.
A tight clench sounding follows as the prince reaffirms his resolve to change things for the better.
His red eyes burned with a focused and protective intensity.
Passion decides that disbanding the gathering where rumors about Arelin started is for the best.
A quick grab sounding follows as Arelin catches his arm, desperately calling out his name.
A soft touch sounding follows as she gently reaches for his face to calm his anger.
Arelin holds the prince's face between her hands,
drawing him into a close and quiet moment.
The two children stand in a frozen, intimate silence as the prince stares at her in shock. A sudden ba-dump sounding follows as the prince's heart races from their close proximity.
A soft release sounding follows as he pulls back, his face flushed with extreme embarrassment.
Mo! Arellen speaks with a serious tone, asking the prince to listen to her before taking any drastic action. Passion remains silent, his expression softening as he focuses entirely on her words.
A soft sounding follows as the scene shifts to the grand, quiet interior of the palace.
Arellen reflects on how she has slowly begun to enjoy her time spent at the palace.
She cherishes the simple joy of playing with Passion, Haroon, and the white-haired twins. Presension looks back at her with a tender and thoughtful expression.
A soft sounding follows his deep contemplation of her place in his life.
A quick bye sounding follows as Passion jokingly suggests kicking everyone else out of their social circle.
A weary sigh sounding follows as Arellen warns him that such actions would only lead to trouble.
A soft step sounding follows as Passion leads her away, uncaring of the consequences as long as he is with her.
The wind gently rustles the curtains of a large palace window. A soft flutter sounding follows the pages of an open book left on the table.
A soft zzz sounding follows as Arellen finally succumbs to her exhaustion and falls asleep while studying.
Passion watches her sleep, noting with a soft whisper how truly tired she looks.
A soft breathe sounding follows as the prince worries about the toll the recent gossip has taken on her health. He thinks it would be better to simply eliminate the sources of her stress.
Passion laments that his role as a friend limits what he can do to protect her. He considers the possibilities if he held a different position in her life.
The prince imagines a world where he could take care of her without anyone questioning his authority. A frustrated sigh sounding follows as he admits his secret desire was always to take care of her. Possession rests his head on the table, watching over Arellen with a gaze full of quiet affection. A soft touch sounding follows as the children rest their heads together. Passion narrates that the blonde girl is always on his mind. He imagines where he reaches for her in the depths. The scene shifts into a dark and quiet moment.
A gentle tuck sounding follows as he brushes a strand from her face.
The prince stays by her side while she rests on the table.
A soft snore sounding follows Arellen's heavy and peaceful sleep.
Passion watches her with a gaze filled with silent affection.
A grand title illustration appears as the story continues.
A sudden clack sounding follows as two silhouetted figures walk. A mysterious woman and a girl stroll through the grand hallway.
A rhythmic step sounding follows as a man and boy pass by.
A sharp clack sounding follows the landing of a fancy shoe.
A lady stops Passion to ask about his recent whereabouts.
The prince dismissively tells her that his business is his own.
She points out that his frequent outings have become quite unexpected.
Possession coldly states that he is constantly occupied with his duties. He questions her sudden and strange interest in his daily life.
A white-haired girl with red eyes watches him with a small smile.
A soft step sounding follows as she asks if her concern is weird. She thinks that everyone in the palace already knows his secret. A sudden smile sounding follows her admission of deep curiosity. The sister notes the lovesick expression Passion wears around Arellen.
A sudden smirk sounding follows as she awaits an obvious answer.
A soft snicker sounding follows as she mocks the imperial hierarchy. A soft flutter sounding follows the movement of dark hair.
A hand reaches out to take a cookie from the table.
A quick crunch sounding follows as Arellen snacks with the sunter.
Arellen recalls that Mehen was unable to see her persistent follower.
The man explains he follows her because she is entertaining.
He admits he is simply waiting for something to happen.
He leans close to talk about her investigation of him.
He asks if her background check on him was actually successful.
A sudden flinch sounding follows her shock at his perceptive words.
He mocks her trip to the library to research ancient mages.
A soft gulp sounding follows as she faces his intense presence.
He asks why she is so hesitant to speak her mind.
Arellen thinks to herself that she prefers to avoid dangerous questions.
A sudden puffed sounding follows as the man laughs at her.
A soft snicker sounding follows as he calls her adorable.
The two sit together at the table in a tense silence.
Arellen wonders if he is genuinely serious about her asking him something.
The girl finally asks the man what he really is. A sudden smile sounding follows as he calls it a secret.
He leans on his chin and repeats that it is a secret.
A quick poke sounding follows as she questions his playful joke. The blonde girl worries about the glowing mark on her hand.
He explains that very few left in the world can sense it.
Arellen directly asks the mysterious dark-haired man for his name.
They lock eyes in a moment of heavy and expectant silence.
The black-haired man with yellow eyes tells Arellen to call him Cheyenne as a soft rattle sounding follows.
Arellen questions about whether Cheyenne is truly his real name.
The man teasingly asks if she wants his true name, but the blonde girl quickly declines.
A sudden laugh sounding follows as the mysterious man finds her reaction to be amusing.
Arellen awkwardly asks if they were supposed to be taking turns during their conversation.
Cheyenne watches the young girl with a calm and knowing smile.
The two children sit together in the quiet garden as Arellen remains small and focused.
Arellen somberly reflects on the father she has never met. The dark-haired man remains in the garden, watching over the scene in silence. Arellen suddenly reacts to something.
A bright and airy transition shifts the scene to a new moment.
The garden table and chairs stand empty under the soft light.
Arellen snacks on cookies with a soft yum sounding, though she feels like she is being haunted.
A hand reaches out to take a cookie from the plate on the table. The blonde girl hurries through the grand palace hallway with a rhythmic step sounding.
Arellen decides to peek into the room and return later if her guardian is busy.
She opens the large double doors to find Mahan standing directly in front of her.
Arellen calls out for her mother as she embraces Mahan with a warm hug sounding.
Mahan holds the girl's shoulders with a soft stare, sounding, and notes her arrival. Arellen realizes it is Mahan's busiest time of day while she nervously fidgets.
Mahan presents her with a formal brown envelope with a soft give sounding.
The girl identifies the imperial seal on the invitation and feels a sense of confusion.
Arellen opens the card to read its contents with a soft flip sounding.
A narrative note explains the upcoming busy season for high society and the imperial family.
An announcement describes a social tea party that has been prepared by children.
Arellen asks Mahan if his permission was required for her to participate in this sweet event.
Man looks deeply troubled and admits there is a significant problem. A faded memory shows a happy child holding hands with a silhouetted man and woman.
Arellen stares down at the invitation with a deeply saddened and reflective expression.
A soft scratch sounding follows as Mahan writes Dylan on a document. Dylan reports to Mahan that mages from the Sky Tower will arrive for the founding festival.
Mahan hopes the Sky Tower visitors might know something about Arellen's illness.
The Guardian orders that a meeting with the mages be secured at any cost. Dylan acknowledges the order and bows respectfully with a quick bow sounding.
A brief moment of silence follows the end of their professional discussion.
Dylan reflects on the situation, thinking that their current position feels like walking on thin ice.
Mine is stressed as messages from the Grand Duke have stopped amidst the palace's gathering.
He wonders why the Empress would choose to hold such a family event at this time. Mahan laments that tiresome matters keep happening as the festival draws closer. The man remains uncertain about what the blonde girl's final answer will be.
Arellen looks completely stunned as she finishes reading the imperial invitation.
Mahan watches the young girl with a gaze full of heavy concern and worry.
Mahan tells Arellen she can skip the event if she wishes, confirming the Grand Duke's absence.
Arellen focuses on Mahan as her thoughts are filled with a sense of quiet sadness. A narrative note describes his inability to offer even empty words about her father.
The Guardian believes it is better for someone to face the truth from the beginning.
Mayhen looks at her with a serious and protective expression as her dedicated guardian.
Arellen hides behind her guardian's legs, finding comfort in the sense of being protected.
The girl grips her dress tightly while she nervously fidgets with a soft fidget sounding.
Arellen looks up with a resolute and determined gaze, announcing that she will attend the event.
Mahen begins to speak as he stands directly behind Arellen in the grand hall. The Guardian looks down at the girl with a sudden start sounding and an expression of deep worry. Memories of Dylan and the other children contrast with Mahen's current focus on Arellen. Mehen warns the girl that he may not be able to protect her once they arrive at the palace. He leans down and holds Arellen's shoulders while urging her to be extremely cautious.
Arellen grips her guardian's arm with a firm grip, sounding to reassure him of her resolve.
She asks if he will still be by her side while he clenches his teeth with a soft clench sounding.
The blonde girl notices the pained and conflicted expression her guardian is trying to hide.
Arellen reaches up with a gentle touch and gives Mahen a bright and comforting smile.
The girl affectionately leans against him while thinking about how soft her guardian's cheeks feel. Arellen suddenly resolves to make a strong impression as a loud bang sounding echoes in her mind. The girl imagines a grand stage where she leads her new family like a rock star.
A narrative note explains that only 10 days remain until the children's grand tea party begins.
Passion stands before a chalkboard and explains that the venue will be the Crown Prince's Palace Hall.
The prince announces with a loud bam sounding that they must now decide on the decorations and dress code.
Arellen tries to stay hidden with a soft sneak sounding as the other children eagerly raise their hands.
She looks skeptical while worrying about the high costs associated with hosting such an elaborate party.
Passion tells the group to prepare their own refreshments while the imperial household handles the essential tasks.
Arellen watches the white-haired prince closely, sensing that his enthusiasm hides a deeper intent. The children cheer as Passion reveals that the invitations will be sent out bearing the imperial seal. A girl squeals with excitement, while Arellen wonders if the prince has always been this charismatic.
The blonde girl realizes that Passion is far more than just a friendly and cheerful companion. Arellen reflects with a soft, sounding that she won't be able to see Passion as a friend for a while.
Passion instructs everyone to ensure that the decorations and floral centerpieces for the tables are plentiful.
Arellen pauses and looks around when she feels like someone has just glanced toward her.
The Crown Prince looks back at her over his shoulder with a knowing smile sounding.
The blonde girl stares ahead, momentarily stunned by the sudden and intense focus the prince gave her.
Possession explains that any attire representing a family, academy, or knightly crest is allowed for the event.
Arellen feels flustered by what she perceives as a deliberate charm attack from the prince.
The other children shout a loud cheer sounding of agreement as they prepare to leave the room.
The tall bookshelves of the palace libraries stand silent as the meeting comes to an end. A low rumble sounding echoes through the grand building as the scene shifts to the hallway.
Arellen walks away with a soft step sounding while pondering the difficulty of the flower dress code.
A quick patter sounding follows the children as they move toward the exit of the palace.
The white-haired twins suddenly ambush Arellen from behind and pull her into a giant hug.
They insist on doing the preparations with her because they have officially become friends. The twins squeeze her face with a soft squeeze sounding while demanding that she work together with them.
Arellen desperately shakes her head with a soft shake sounding as the twins celebrate her supposed agreement.
Leslie watches the group from a distance and questions why her opinion was completely ignored.
The brown-haired girl glares at Arellen before walking away with a heavy step sounding. Leslie stops in her tracks as she hears someone behind her call out her name.
She recognizes the voice and turns around with a sharp turn and a look of surprise.
Passion stands before her with a cold and stern gaze that is devoid of any friendliness. The prince whispers a harsh warning to Leslie, telling her he won't tolerate her behavior any longer.
Leslie watches him walk away with a rhythmic step, sounding as her eyes fill with tears of shock.
The girl cries out in despair with a loud ooh-ah sounding while a woman tries to comfort her.
Leslie sobs into her mother's lap with a soft hick sounding and admits how much she hates Arellen.
The mother gently pats her head with a soft pat sounding and asks about the young girl named Arellen. The woman considers Erlen's social standing and determines that the crown prince is the only untouchable one.
She lets out a dark smirk, sounding while deciding that Erlen is a target that can be easily dealt with.
The brown-haired woman silences her daughter with a stern command.
A gentle touch accompanies Leslie's soft sniffle, sounding as she stops crying.
The woman resolves to act if Erlen tries to take the crown princess title.
She reassures her daughter to focus solely on her own future. The mother smirks while promising to handle the competition herself.
Flashy floral arrangements and dress samples fill the room during preparations.
The twins present a collection of gifts to a very unimpressed Erlen.
Erlen looks annoyed while the white-haired boys celebrate their successful meeting.
The energetic twins celebrate their successful infiltration of the Halburn mansion. Erlen calls them shameless punks as they run off into the distance.
The boys are awestruck by the legendary paintings hanging on the walls.
They sprint up the red-carpeted stairs to find even more valuable artwork.
The twins obsess over the ancient painting style as Erlen grows tired. Erlen lets out a weary sigh while Browning continuously apologizes in the background. The blonde girl glances back at her eccentric new companions. She reflects that such an enthusiastic reaction is typical for the twins. To Erlen, the masterpieces are nothing more than simple picture frames. A close-up reveals the unique power held within the twins' golden eyes. The artwork shines with a hidden brilliance only they can perceive.
The title card introduces the story as the male lead's obsession with health.
A narrative explains the era following the fall of ancient gods. Divine remnants can now only be discovered within forgotten holy grounds.
The Spherum family dominates the Empire's riches using the power of the golden eyes.
Seal possesses the unique ability to visually quantify the value of any object.
Noel uses his power to identify and avoid levels of potential danger.
The twins remain high-spirited while preparing for the upcoming festival. Erlen urges them to stop daydreaming about the legendary landscape paintings. Ciel explains the rarity of the Imperial collection, but Erlen remains unimpressed. She ignores their chatter and insists on focusing on the party meeting.
The boys suggest importing exotic flower tea from the Eastern continent.
Ciel smiles brightly while describing the exquisite quality of the tea. Erlen rejects the idea, prompting the twins to offer to handle everything.
The blonde girl looks on with skepticism as they plead for her agreement.
They present a massive floral arrangement representing their family's prestigious crest.
Erlen suggests using lilies instead, and the boys immediately agree.
Noel asks about the gift, and Erlen plans to find something appropriate.
The twins smirk at what they perceive as her pathetic expression. They excitedly volunteer to vet all the gifts for the tea party.
The boys begin picking through the presents, leaving Erlen completely speechless. Erlen recalls their previous help and wonders why they are so dedicated. She questions if being friends is enough reason for their extreme kindness. The blonde girl stares ahead with a look of pure confusion. The twins blink simultaneously as they notice her bewildered expression. They silently wonder if they have genuinely taken a liking to Erlen. A narrative note begins to explain the reason for their interest. They are drawn to her because she is shrouded in mystery. A memory shows that she has always possessed a low value but high danger. The boys initially dismissed her as nothing special, despite Noel's findings. They view her as a perfect new card to tease the crown prince. Erlen approaches the twins as they finish their game of chess. A close-up reveals the unique brilliance within the boy's golden eye. One twin insists that a certain outcome is impossible, while the other asks what is troubling Ciel. A narrative note explains that an unremarkable number appeared above the plain-looking blonde girl. Noel looks stunned while noting that her perceived value is far too low for a halberd. A quick rattle sounding echoes through the room near the empty picture frames. Erlen stares blankly as the symbols above her head suddenly change into new patterns. The white-haired twins sit together and exchange a curious look. The boys draw a sketch of Erlen while questioning her personality change and their eyes' reaction. A memory reveals that the young girl is particularly susceptible to acts of kindness.
The twins recall her preference for playing with a black-haired boy named Harun.
They wonder why she dislikes them despite her refusal to stay far away from their company.
A purple crayon rests alone on the table.
The twins run happily through the hall, celebrating that they have finally learned how to be happy.
Arellen looks on with a skeptical and unimpressed expression.
The boys stand before a bright light as they enter a grand new room. They lean in and cheerily remind Arellen that they consider her their true friend.
The twins wonder if they need a specific reason to simply like her company.
A soft smile sounding crosses the boy's face during their heartfelt conversation.
Arellen looks conflicted while the boys point out her obvious suspicion regarding their true motives.
The twins blush and insist she needs them, while Arellen reacts with a silent and weary stare. The blonde girl urges them to focus on gifts while they tease her for being embarrassed. Passion feels a sudden start sounding and taps his desk while sensing a threat at the Halburn estate. Arellen agrees that they have finally finished deciding on all the preparations for the event.
She rejects the boy's suggestion to take the spotlight as the star of the upcoming party.
The blonde girl turns her head when she senses someone approaching the room. A sharp click sounding echoes as the ornate double doors swing wide open.
Arellen and the twins happily call out to Mayhin as he enters the grand hall.
Mayhin walks toward them while the children celebrate the completion of their planning phase. A small hand holds up a handwritten list of items to show the guardian.
Mayhin reflects on how well Arellen is doing while admiring the twins' impeccable eye for quality.
The boys suggest Mayhin should join their family while mentioning a potential change in imperial marriage laws. They imagine a grand silhouette of their father kneeling to propose to the long-haired guardian. Arellen is bewildered while Mayhin facepalms, wondering how many times this proposal must be rejected.
Mayhin rejects the suitor with a loud thwack sounding and refuses any further attention from the Duke.
A soft puffed sounding escapes the boys as they begin to giggle at the chaos. The twins erupt with a loud bah-ha-ha sounding and roll around while laughing at their father's failure. Noelle laughs at Mayhin's cold-heartedness, while the guardian stands silently with a bead of sweat. Mayhin sighs and dismisses the ridiculous suggestion as an utter impossibility.
A narrative note explains that the Sferum family uses their special eyes to identify all imperial talent.
Mayhin reflects that he is merely a slave to paperwork, regardless of where he serves his master. The blonde girl fidgets nervously while waiting for her guardian to acknowledge her.
Mayhin approaches with a soft step sounding and gently calls out Arellen's name.
A quick pat sounding signals his invitation as Arellen looks up with wide, hopeful eyes. The girl lunges forward with a soft hug sounding and buries her face in Mayhin's chest. The guardian wonders how such an angelic girl could have come from such a devilish master. Arellen stands among the many paintings and confirms her agreement with a simple nod.
She wonders if Mayhin would stamp the others on her behalf if necessary. The long-haired man gives her a warm smile, sounding to reassure her of his support.
The twins watch from a distance with wide eyes, completely stunned by the girl's sudden departure. The white-haired boys look on with confusion while questioning the nature of the girl's behavior.
Arellen's hands playfully pull the white-haired boy's cheeks with a pinch and stretch sounding.
The orange sunset paints the clouds in a soft glow as the day comes to a close. The twins wave from their departing carriage while Arellen bids them a simple goodbye. The boys tease her about being lonely while Arellen bluntly tells them to leave with a snicker sounding echoing between them. Arellen and Mayhin stand in the empty hallway as the carriage wheels let out a fading rattle sounding.
Mayhin holds the blonde girl's hand and suggests she return inside, to which she quietly agrees.
With a weary step sounding, Arellen reflects on the exhaustion of such a long and busy day. The blonde girl sits at a table while recalling the extensive planning she shared with the twins. As they walk with a steady step sounding, Arellen takes pride in her personal contributions to the party preparations.
A bright smile and a happy-sounding reveal that the young girl is more excited for the event than she initially expected.
A bead of sweat and a soft tremble sounding indicate Mayhin's growing anxiety regarding his master's nature.
The guardian looks toward the sunset with a sharp gasp sounding while processing his conflicting emotions. Maheen recalls the purity of Erilin's smile as she planned to present her heartfelt gift at the party. Despite the preparations meant to bring happiness, Mahen's heart remains heavy with a sense of lingering unease. Mahen stands in a snowy wasteland while worrying about the lack of response to the imperial family's invitations.
The guardian curses his master's lack of humanity while reflecting on the weight of his duties. A soft squeeze sounding emphasizes Mahen's protective instinct as he holds Arelin's small hand.
A narrative note wonders if time can truly understand the depths of one's feelings.
The narrative note announces that the long-awaited day of the tea party has finally arrived.
The grand imperial palace shines brilliantly under the light of a clear sky. A cold wind lets out a whoosh sounding over the dark spires of a castle nestled in the mountains. Two knights stand guard in a quiet hall while a repetitive beep sounding breaks the silence. A glowing red orb signals 48 missed messages, leaving the knights completely unsure of how to proceed. One knight warns the other to stay put, fearing the consequences of responding to a direct line from the halberds.
The armored guard wonders aloud about the mysterious disappearance of the elite Saren Knights.
A narrator begins to explain the rumors surrounding the elite knight's sudden departure. A stark narrative reveals that the missing knights have journeyed into the abyss. A bottomless, dark pit sits amidst the frozen and desolate snowy terrain. A questioning thought wonders why anyone would venture into such a notoriously dangerous location. An armored boot lets out a heavy step sounding as it presses into a dark bloodstain in the snow. A low, menacing grrr sounding emanates from a beast with glowing, predatory blue eyes. A monstrous silhouette lets out a wet gurgle sounding while looming over the snowy path. A man in a dark, flowing cape walks calmly away from a scene of carnage in the snow.
A narrative thought questions if the mission's goal was truly to find a legendary dragon.
A young girl with brown hair looks on with wonder while letting out an excited "wow."
A boy in a blue cape proudly displays his magic while mentioning their parents' expected arrival. Erilyn sits alone at a nearby table while Leslie's giggle sounding rings out in the distance. Fidgeting with a soft sound, Arellen realizes the servants have finished everything, leaving her with nothing to do. The blonde girl begins to rearrange the flower vases with a quiet whisper sounding. Arellen hums while considering the aesthetic of empty space until a sudden creak sounding and a whisper startle her. The table begins to slide, sounding across the floor, making Arellen wonder if the furniture is faulty. A close-up reveals Erlen's eyes widening in shock as she notices something under the table. A white-haired boy with red eyes peeks out from beneath the tablecloth with a mischievous look. Arellen whispers her confusion at his presence, but the boy happily admits he snuck away from the Empress to see her.
She questions the host's decision to hide, reminding him that he is supposed to make a grand entrance soon. The red-eyed boy ignores the risk and lets out a joyful hee-hee sounding.
Arellen stares at her unexpected guest with a look of pure bewilderment. The blonde girl tries to convince herself that a quick, secret meeting won't cause any major issues. A familiar voice calls out to Arellen, asking if she has been faring well lately. Standing on a balcony, Arellen gives a non-committal response to the boy accompanying her. Passion notes that it has been an entire week since they last saw each other and asks Arellen if she missed him. A sudden and sharp jolt sounding catches the girl off guard as Passion asks if she has been keeping up with her exercises. The blonde girl tries to claim that she has been training, but the white-haired boy instantly senses her hesitation and calls out her lie. With a weary sigh sounding, Arellen admits defeat while realizing she is in deep trouble for neglecting her fitness routine. Passion admits that his true reason for calling her out to the balcony was not actually to check on her training.
Arellen looks up with a curious expression to ask what his actual motive was for the meeting.
A warm and bright sounding reveals a genuine, heartfelt smile on the boy's face. The two friends share a quiet and peaceful moment together as they look out over the grand estate.
Possession confesses that simply seeing her face and knowing she is doing fine is enough to make him happy. Arellen feels a moment of genuine surprise as she realizes how much the boy has been thinking about her lately.
She reflects on how he must have rushed through his heavy workload just to find the time to see her.
The girl admires how energetic and confident the boy appeared despite his many responsibilities.
Arellen watches him from behind, feeling the weight of the kindness he just showed her.
A narrative note reflects on how some aspects of their bond remain difficult for the young girl to fully understand.
The boy walks through a field of light, representing the pure and optimistic energy he brings to her life. The narrative suggests that understanding the depths of one's feelings is a long and complex journey.
Arellen looks down with a look of realization, noting that his heart seems entirely free of even a sliver of doubt.
Their connection is compared to a refreshing rain that brings life and clarity to the world from time to time.
With a soft smile sounding, Arellen finally finds the words to confirm that she has indeed been doing well.
The blonde girl asks Peshin if his own preparations for the grand event were completed successfully.
The boy proudly claims that he has prepared everything perfectly while the imperial palace shines in the sunlight. Letting out a satisfied ahem sounding, Pession tells her that she has much to look forward to at the party. Arellen acknowledges his confidence with a simple and thoughtful response.
The scene shifts as a narrative note warns that the upcoming gathering may not be entirely peaceful or happy. Possession suggests that they finally head back to the main hall to join the other guests.
They stand together before the massive ornate doors, ready to enter the grand tea party.
A sharp click sounding signals the start of the event as the lavish preparations are finally unveiled to the guests.
A formal announcement marks the commencement of the party with the entrance of the true host, Empress Azani.
The Empress enters in a stunning dark dress and encourages everyone to enjoy themselves to their heart's content.
Arellen takes her place at a table as the first part of the scheduled celebration comes to an end.
With a quick glance around, the girl notices many famous figures whom she has only ever seen in the newspapers.
A sudden startle sounding hits Arellen as she hears the arrival of the legendary figure, Grandmaster Qian.
A man in a dark royal cape tells a guest to remain comfortable, while Arellen watches him with intense curiosity.
A narrative note identifies the man as Duke Muavesk, the formidable master of the Albrecht sword.
Arellen realizes he is Harun's father and feels the weight of the powerful presence he projects. With a sudden turn sounding, the Duke looks back, causing Arellen to wonder if he noticed her staring. The man lets out a low grin, sounding while Arellen trembles, feeling as if she has been targeted by his gaze.
Letting out a quick sounding, the girl hides her face and decides to avoid his direction for a while.
Her attention is drawn to another guest, noting his pristine blonde hair and striking golden eyes.
The twins swarm the blonde man, asking if their mother received the divorce papers while offering him a drink.
A playful wink sounding accompanies the blonde man's charming and slightly mischievous expression. Arellen looks away in distress, deciding she doesn't want to engage with that chaotic group either.
The girl tries to focus on her own thoughts and ignore the distractions of the high society guests. With a soft sip sounding, Mahen enjoys his tea while Lena expresses her pride in the ladies' first tea party. Mahen insists that the true honor of the day belongs to those who were invited by Arellen herself.
Lena jokingly suggests they should focus on a history lesson together once they return home.
Amidst the noisy sounding of the crowd, Arellen wonders if all the guests have finally made their appearance. A sudden shift in the party's energy catches the girl's eye as she looks toward the entrance. Mahen senses a new arrival and announces that the very last guest has finally reached the hall. A sharp click sounding echoes as a girl in a red dress enters, announced as the special guest of the Crown Prince.
A narrative note describes a girl with long silver hair and red eyes.
Letting out a loud clack sounding, the girl in the red dress enters the hall. Arellen notices the newcomer approaching her table while a soft click sounding echoes. The blonde girl wonders why the stranger is coming closer and closer to her.
You're Arellen, a member of the Halberns, aren't you?
The red-eyed girl offers a knowing and slightly mysterious look. Sarua stands before the seated Arellen with a gaze of intense curiosity. The girl in red reflects on the difficulty of finally meeting her target.
Therian watches the encounter from afar with a menacing and judgmental expression.
Sarua looks at Arellen and claims she finally understands the reason for the secrecy. Arellen wonders who would be bold enough to act so informally before royalty. The blonde girl's eyes reflect a mixture of surprise and growing wariness. Sarua admits the wait was worthwhile, while Arellen looks on with confusion.
Empress Azeni watches from behind as Sarua begins to walk away.
The girl in red tells Arellen it was a pleasure to finally meet her.
Arellen is shocked to realize the stranger already knows her name.
Sarua walks across the hall while a rhythmic clack sounding follows her.
The girl in red approaches her mother and brother with another loud clack sounding.
Therian glares at his sister with a look of pure irritation.
Sarua spins around playfully and asks why he's acting so sensitive lately.
The girl in red questions her brother's obsession with hiding Arellen away.
Therion's eye twitches with a sharp sound as his sister continues to tease him.
The boy admits he simply does not want his sister approaching Arellen at all.
Sarua claims her feelings are hurt, but Therian mocks her sudden use of family titles.
Empress Azeni calls out Sarua's name to interrupt the siblings' bickering. The Empress scolds her daughter for not waiting for a more natural introduction.
The two siblings stand together while receiving a firm lecture from their mother.
Sarua begins to fidget with her hands as she tries to justify her behavior.
Sarua points at her brother and claims she could not stay still under his intense stare.
The siblings continue to bicker as Sarua claims she is only telling the truth.
Azeni recalls Sarua's request to attend a social event after being stuck in the palace.
With a weary ha sounding, the Empress realized there was no real emergency. A flashback reveals Sarua specifically asking the Empress to host a tea party.
Azeni notes with a throb sounding how much the two siblings are alike.
Sarua asks her mother if she should not be allowed to make her own friends.
The red-eyed girl offers a bright and enthusiastic smile to her mother.
Sarua asks if her mother will oppose the very first friend she actually wants. Azeni is surprised by the rare initiative shown by her daughter until a sharp clack sounding occurs.
A hand reaches out to block the girl's path with a firm refusal. A chibi version of Therian orders his sister to stay away from Arellen entirely.
Therian warns that he will not sit still if Sarua does anything to hurt her.
The boy proudly declares that Arellen is already his friend.
Therian rejects his sister's request for friendship, while the Empress watches with a sigh.
Sarua asks her brother if he is currently suffering from a bout of jealousy.
The girl in red smirks while noting she has finally managed to hit a nerve. A flashback reveals a time when Therion was completely indifferent to his sister's actions. A low, menacing grrr sounding reveals Therion's primal and intense fury.
Sarua finds his reaction entertaining, while a sudden clench sounding comes from the boy's fist.
Letting out a sharp whoosh sounding, Therion shouts for his mother to intervene.
Sarua lets a defiant snort sounding while reminding him that they share the same mother. Empress Azeni gives up on mediating the siblings' dispute, telling them to settle it themselves, while a low grrr sounding comes from the bickering pair.
A sharp order to keep away from Arellen creates a palpable chill sounding in the air.
Mahin asks the girl what is wrong, as Arellen shivers, admitting she suddenly felt a strange chill.
Mahin offers his coat to the girl, but she politely declines while worrying about the tense atmosphere of the tea party.
Mahin looks on with a confused expression as he tries to understand the source of Arellen's worry.
Surveying the room, Arellen notes that their table is the only one without guests, while everyone else chats happily. Feeling a wave of bitter-sounding frustration, Arellen realizes her social strategy failed as Lena begins a flurry of panic sounding.
Lena offers an encouraging word with a quick raise sounding of her finger.
Mahen provides a warm smile sounding to reassure the anxious girl. Arellen's gaze a moment of quiet, focused observation.
Mayhen mentions the family's history of poor socializing with a quick nod sounding, leaving Arellen to wonder if that was meant as comfort. With a soft sip sounding, Arellen decides she is satisfied as long as Mahin and Lena are content.
The girl reflects on her own preference for quiet over the bustling social interactions of the party.
The scene shifts to a mysterious figure watching the Halburn table from a distance.
Arellen spots a familiar reflection in her gaze and wonders what she is seeing.
A partial glimpse of a man's face reveals a calm and knowing expression.
A low grin sounding appears on the face of the dark-haired man Arellen recognizes.
The girl is filled with dread as she wonders why the man she considers a stalker is attending the event.
Arellen looks on in shock as she watches the mysterious intruder move through the crowd. The man walks away with a confident grin sounding while Arellen continues to question his presence. She notes that he usually avoids places with many people, making his current actions highly suspicious.
Arellen wonders the dark-haired man has arrived to target someone other than her.
The girl watches the man's departing figure as he disappears among the other guests. Arellen looks down at her tea, her thoughts consumed by the mysterious man's intentions. She feels a growing sense of unease as she considers what the man might be planning. A series of steady step-sounding footsteps approach the table. A blonde man arrives with a lively grin and an ornate golden brooch. Duke Muves greets Mayhen with boisterous energy, much to Mayhen's visible irritation. Mayhen ignores the Duke with a polite bow, soaring toward another guest, leaving the blonde man feeling snubbed.
Ahem, Duke Muvesk tries to invite Mayhen to Sferim.
Mayhen flatly refuses the invitation, frustrating the blonde man who realizes his presence is being actively ignored. Arellen notes how noisy sounding the table has become since the arrival of the Dukes.
With a quick nod sounding, Arellen acknowledges Mahin's popularity and affectionately refers to him as her mother.
The girl notices that Lena is also busy greeting guests, leaving her feeling left out.
Deciding to take initiative, Arellen begins to sneak away with a stealthy tap sounding of her shoes. The blonde Duke suggests a future where Arellen lives with his sons, prompting an immediate and firm rejection from Mayhen. Mahin turns with a sharp turn, telling the girl not to listen to such nonsense.
The two men remain at the table while Arellen successfully slips away unnoticed.
A soft step sounding follows the girl as she walks across the grand hall. Arellen follows Chan, questioning his motive for heading toward the center of the room. She carefully tails him with a series of quick step sounding movements through the crowd.
The girl struggles to keep pace as he walks away with a rapid step sounding.
Arellen shouts for Train to wait, but she suddenly freezes with a sudden freeze sounding when he actually does. With a swift spin sounding, the dark-haired man turns back toward her. The man stands tall and imposing as he faces the young girl who followed him. Arellen looks up in surprise, realizing she has successfully caught his attention. The man raises a finger to his lips with a quick raise sounding to quiet her. With a mischievous grin, the man tells her not to interfere with his plans. Arellen looks at him with intense curiosity, wondering if he is about to do something fun. A sudden startle sounding indicates a shift in the atmosphere as something unexpected occurs. Mahin's hand makes a firm grip sounding on the girl's shoulder as he calls out to her. Letting out a relieved pew sounding, Mahin pulls the girl close as Arellen whispers his name in return. Mahin apologizes for his delay and firmly instructs Arellen to inform him or Lena before going anywhere else. Arellen casts a quick glance sounding downward and quietly accepts Mahin's strict instructions.
A low murmur sounding rises from the crowd as Arellen notes the dark-haired man has already vanished.
The girl reflects on the man's mysterious promise of something fun, feeling a deep sense of unease.
A noblewoman with her hair in a bun is addressed by a nearby guest.
Gossiping nobles let out a low whisper sounding while identifying Arellen and Mahin to the high-ranking woman.
Behind her fan, Marchianus Belfart offers a cold smirk while confirming she recognizes the pair. A narrative note reflects on the nature of the current day's events.
The Marchianus notes that the Grand Duke of Halburn still refused to attend the imperial gathering.
Marchioness Belfart looks on with a judgmental expression, labeling the young girl as a pitiful sight. The surrounding nobles whisper and murmur about the Grand Duke choosing the northern fortress over his own daughter.
Mayhen casts a sharp glare sounding toward the group of nobles as their insults reach his ears.
The crowd continues to snicker and murmur, claiming Erilyn is nothing more than a disgrace to her father.
Hiding behind her fan, the Marquisaness concludes that the rumors of the girl being abandoned are obviously true.
A narrative note displays Arelyn's full name, while a malicious sneer sounding echoes through the room.
The Marqueeness mocks Erilyn for having the nerve to attend the social event on her own 2 feet.
A narrative note describes how the girl has been unlucky since birth, possessing only an empty family title.
Shattering glass imagery reflects the woman's thought that Arelyn's facade will end for trying to become crown princess.
A close-up of Mehen shows his jaw tightening with visible anger as the insults continue.
Maheen looks pained, thinking that he never wanted the young girl to endure such public cruelty.
A flashback shows Mahin and a childhood friend as he worries he cannot provide the support Arelyn needs.
The adult man looks down at the girl with a mixture of protectiveness and deep sadness. A sudden, soft clench sounding indicates Maheen tightening his hold on the girl's shoulders. Mehen rises with a sharp intake of breath, sounding strained, and tells Arelyn it is time for them to return home. Letting out a defiant bark sounding, Mahen prepares to leave regardless of the potential insult to the imperial family. A blonde man in royal clothes comments on the situation, while a soft flutter sounding comes from his cape. A series of panels show Maheen's expression shifting from shock to wariness as he faces the royal. A knight in heavy black boots approaches the group with a loud step sounding. Another rhythmic step sounding follows as the crowd watches the confrontation unfold. Jaren watches from the background as the blonde royal moves toward Mayhen and Arelyn. One more heavy step sounding punctuates the arrival of the mysterious blonde man. The tall royal stands face to face with Mahen while Arelyn watches the encounter with wide eyes. Letting out a soft peak sounding, Arelyn hides behind Mahen while trying to identify the newcomer. A close-up of the blonde man's purple eye captures the moment as his hair lets out a soft flutter sounding.
The blonde man offers a warm smile sounding to Mahen while referring to him as a dear friend.
A flashback reveals Jaren was born to the Muvesk family, but became a wealthy marquis as a second son.
Letting out a soft barump sounding, Jaren reflects on his lifelong dream of seeing a real dragon. A knight addresses Jaren as he stands before a dark figure, acknowledging his liege's command.
Jaren is told to be ready to leave at dawn for a new mission. The red-haired knight beams with excitement while letting out a bright beam sounding of joy.
A sudden, sharp stab sounding interrupts his memory as Jaren reflects on his current disappointment. Sitting on a pathetic, dead white creature, Jaren lets out a series of desperate screams in frustration.
The surrounding knights clap loudly and congratulate Jaren on becoming a legendary dragon slayer.
Despite the applause, Jaren thinks to himself that he feels absolutely no joy in this achievement.
Jaren turns with a quick whoop sounding and tearfully complains to his liege about the state of the dragon.
Letting out a soft foosh sounding, the figure of his grace vanishes, leaving Jaren completely bewildered.
Jaren frantically asks where his lord went, only to be told that the lord has already moved on.
A chibi version of Jaren questions where they should follow as the scene shifts to a desolate, snowy landscape.
A cloak lets out a soft flutter sounding as a noblewoman notes the unexpected presence of the man.
The tall blonde man stands alongside Mehen while Arelyn watches the scene unfold.
Erilyn lets out a soft blink sounding as she looks up at the newcomer in surprise. Mehen questions the man's timing, but the blonde man explains he only just received the late invitation. With a quick raise sounding of his head, the man asks if he has interrupted something important. A sudden, heavy hush sounding falls over the grand hall as every guest stops talking. Arelyn reflects on how the once bustling hall has suddenly become as silent as a grave. The girl casts a quick glance toward the man, noticing his intense purple eyes. She observes his striking platinum blonde hair, noting its uncanny similarity to her own features. The man stands tall and imposing, facing the group of silent nobles with a confident posture. A narrative note identifies him as Valere Saroon Halburn,
the head of the Empire's most mysterious house.
Visuals of locked chains reflect the dangerous secrets he holds and his power to ruin anyone.
A symbolic handshake emphasizes the man's deep-rooted and unwavering loyalty to the imperial family.
A flashback shows the man leaving for the north and not returning for several long years.
The narrative confirms his sudden return to the estate, accompanied by a young baby girl.
While his authority remained intact, his daughter became mere fodder for the noble's cruel gossip. Mahen's eye reflects his shock as he struggles to understand the Grand Duke's unexpected arrival. A narrative note questions why the mysterious Grand Duke has chosen to attend this event.
The Grand Duke faces Marchioness Belfart and the other nobles who were previously insulting Arellen.
Valere breaks the silence, questioning why the gossiping nobles have suddenly lost their voices.
He coldly invites them to continue their conversation, curious to see who would dare speak out.
Letting out a sharp glare sounding, Valere demands to know who has the nerve to talk about his family.
Marchioness Belfart is paralyzed by his killing intent, feeling that any wrong word could be her last.
With a swift turn sounding, Valere shifts his focus away from the terrified noblewoman.
Mahane watches the Grand Duke with a stunned expression, still processing the man's protective display.
A series of panels capture the panicked reactions of the crowd as the Grand Duke's presence dominates the room.
Letting out a soft smile sounding, Valere asks if he should proceed with his next intended action. Arellen notes that he successfully managed to calm the tension in the room in a single, masterful instant.
The girl lets out a nervous wriggle sounding while trying to hide herself behind Mahen.
Mayen and Valere stand face to face while Arellen watches their interaction from a safe distance.
Letting out a heavy gulp sounding, Arellen feels the weight of the man's direct and intense gaze.
Valor offers a warm grin sounding and greets the young girl as his own daughter. Chibi versions of Mahen and Arellen let out a frantic sweat sounding in response to the Grand Duke's arrival.
Arellen lets a soft squeeze sounding on Mahen's hand as she tries to hide from the spotlight.
Mahen suggests they postpone the reunion and insists that his dear friends leave the area for now.
Chibi versions of the men exchange words as Valere agrees to go while Mahen warns him against trouble.
A series of heavy step-sounding movements punctuate the Grand Duke's departure from the group.
Mahen reassures the anxious girl, telling her that the intimidating man is not actually a bad person.
Arellen reflects on how his overwhelming presence caused her to hide away out of pure instinct. The girl recalls that in the original novel, the Grand Duke was only supposed to return after her death.
Looking at a magical book, she realizes that the events are unfolding quite differently from the original story.
Arellen wonders if the changes are due to her own actions, or if Pashan's character has shifted.
She contemplates her next move if the story continues to diverge from the plot she knows.
A flashback shows the younger versions of the characters as Arellen considers the timeline of the novel.
She thinks about Passion's feelings and how they seem to have unexpectedly turned toward her.
Imagery of the original female lead contrasts with Arellen, who feels both unease and comfort regarding the plot.
The girl reflects on how she steeled her heart to avoid being hurt if Passion's feelings ever changed.
Mahen's hand lets out a firm squeeze sounding as he provides silent support to the troubled girl.
Arlen wonders if her death is truly approaching and worries about the delayed appearance of the female lead.
She worries about the impact if the person she has always known were to suddenly become someone else.
Mahen asks Arellen if she is all right as she struggles to breathe, hearing a sudden, quick pant sounding followed by a dizzy sounding of disorientation.
Mahen watches the staggering young girl. Close up on Mahen's worried eye.
A voice calls for the lady.
With a sudden, heavy thump sounding, Mahen suggests returning to the estate because of the girl's bad condition, while they let out a sharp turn sounding of movement.
Mahen's pained expression reveals his distress. Arellen feels reassured that she still has Mayen as his hand lets out a firm press sounding on her arm. Arellen thinks that even if passion changes one day, she is sure that Mahen will stay by her side.
Letting out a soft, faintly sounding, Arellen asks her mother if she will always be liked, which causes Mahen to let out a soft falter sounding as he asks for clarification.
A flashback shows a young boy running with a quick dash sounding as Arellen thinks to herself that she understands.
Letting out a sudden rush sounding, the boy continues to run while Arellen thinks that Mayhen must be confused by her current state.
Arellen decides she shouldn't make things more difficult for her companion. Sounding.
A loud shout echoes Arellen's name.
The girl looks startled and pale. A frantic question breaks the silence.
Passion rushes forward and grabs Arellen's shoulders with a desperate and worried expression.
Her pink eye reflects pure shock.
Passion's red eye shows his exhaustion. Passion shouts that her face is incredibly pale, while Arellen wonders why he has left his seat to find her.
Letting out a quick blink sounding, Arellen realizes that her heart is hurting.
Arellen reflects on how her vision was blurry just moments ago, but now everything has become clear.
Passion stares at her with concern.
Arellen tells the boys that nothing hurts while letting out a soft sigh and wondering if Passion's refreshing scent is the reason she feels better.
Chibi Arellen thinks she was just startled because she didn't expect to see him there.
In the Grand Hall, Chibi Passion asks if she is talking about Grand Duke Halburn, while Chibi Arellen gives a soft nod sounding of confirmation.
Chibi Passion gets angry thinking about the effort he put into building her stamina, while Arellen wonders if that is truly the issue at hand. Passion grabs Arellen's hands with a sudden, firm clasp, his eyes wide with desperate pleading. Passion asks if she is all right, while his hand lets out a firm press sounding, leaving Arellen to wonder why he is so serious.
Letting out a soft sounding, Arellen realizes that Passion is just showing his worry in his own way.
She is no longer in pain.
Passion notes her improved complexion while a brown-haired man approaches with a sudden, heavy approach sounding and addresses him as Your Highness.
The brown-haired man suggests Passion return to his seat because of the whispering crowd, while nearby nobles let out a series of whisper-sounding rumors.
Letting out a heavy thump sounding, Arellen tells Passion to return to his seat since Maheen is there to look after her.
Chibi Possession lets out a soft pout, sounding clearly unhappy about leaving the young girl.
Passion tells Arellen to stay in her safe zone at the table as much as possible.
Arellen looks thoughtful and calm.
Maheen stands protectively behind the burl.
Chibi Arellen wonders if Passion is trying to protect her while letting out a soft tilt sounding.
Arellen realizes that the menace projected by the two boys kept other people away, explaining why their table felt so empty.
Maheen suggests they return to her seat and asks her to tell him if she feels even the slightest bit of pain.
Maheen places a gentle hand on the girl's head as she softly agrees to follow him. Walking away with a steady step sounding, Arellen thinks about how Passion helped her snap out of her turmoil.
Arellen reflects that she thought she would accept this event calmly, but realizes that she was mistaken.
Arellen spins around with curiosity.
The girl realizes that Passion has taken a much deeper place in her heart than she ever imagined. Passion offers a warm, soft smile. Letting out a sudden ba-dump sounding, Arellen watches Passion while a blush creeps onto her face.
Chibi Arellen casts a quick pause. Narrative text notes that the atmosphere has been completely wrecked and shows no sign of recovery.
Letting out a heavy doom sounding, the party hall turns cold as the two characters face off, causing nearby Chibi nobles to let out a quick dart sounding as they run away.
After the Grand Duke greets the Emperor, the scene shifts toward the estate.
A heavy, sudden click sounding echoes through the Grand Hall. Pacing changes as the story moves to the Halburn estate a few days later.
A row of servants stands at attention with a series of loud, heavy bam-sounding thuds.
Letting out a soft sigh, Arellen looks increasingly annoyed by the stiff atmosphere. Maids line the hall, punctuated by another series of rhythmic, heavy, bam-sounding impacts.
Arellen thinks that even Passion's visits weren't as intense as this overwhelming display of service.
A single, firm step sounding signals the arrival of the estate's master. Bowing deeply, Maheen offers a respectful welcome back to his companion.
Valor enters the room with a confident stride, greeting Maheen as his liege.
Maheen acknowledges that everyone is tense because of the man's long-awaited return to the estate.
Letting out a scrunch sounding of annoyance, Mahen listens as Valere jokes about being punched.
Chibi Mahen notes they have much to discuss, while Chibi Valere dismisses it as nonsense.
Letting out a quick glance sounding, Valere turns his attention toward the young girl. Valere lets out a soft, low-sounding sigh as he leans down, causing Erilyn to let out a startled gasp.
Letting out a soft hesitate sounding, Erilyn wonders if she is actually expected to greet him.
Recalling Mahin's insistence that she present herself, Erilyn reflects on her isolation since the tea party.
Erilyn feels a sudden, firm squeeze sounding on her hand as she struggles to greet the man.
She notes that despite his seemingly pained words, there is no warmth in his voice. Erilyn reasons that while he may be a good person, he remains a complete stranger.
Letting out a soft raise sounding, Erilyn looks at Mahen and addresses him as her mother.
A sudden, heavy rumble sounding of shock fills the room as the men process her words.
Valere mocks Mahen's new maternal role.
Valor offers a hearty laugh while beginning to apologize for the chaotic reunion.
Letting out a soft shake sounding of pure rage, Mahen struggles to contain his anger. Valor's laughter rings out with a loud, boisterous series of giggles. Letting out a sharp attack sounding, Mahen shouts at Valere while Erilyn labels the man as strange.
A narrative note reflects on how quickly time passes as the characters settle in.
Letting out a soft fsh sounding of amusement, Valere continues to tease Mahen about being a mother.
Valere mocks Mahen for lack of affection, while Mahen threatens him with violence for the nonsense.
Pestering his friend with a soft pft sounding, Valere asks about their wedding anniversary while the maids whisper.
Letting out a sharp twitch sounding of irritation, Mahen listens as Valere jokes about their lack of a wedding. An oppressive silence hangs over the room as Mahen contemplates his response.
Letting out a sudden, loud crash sounding, Mahen loses his temper and screams at the laughing Valere.
Letting out a sharp crack sounding on his cup, Mahen wishes he could truly vent his anger.
Mahen tells himself to hold it in for the sake of the child's emotional development.
He reflects on the fact that this is essentially the first meeting between father and daughter.
Letting out a soft bow sounding, Erilyn greets Valere as a trash father while he remains amused.
Letting out a quick glance sounding, Mahen laments the lack of warm words between the two.
Letting out a soft chuckle sounding, Valere enjoys seeing this new protective side of his friend.
Letting out a quick, stern-sounding sigh, Mahen suggests Erilyn return to her room to take her medicine.
Letting out a soft ponder sounding, the girl considers the strange dynamics of her family.
A thought bubble expresses concern for how uncomfortable the situation must be for the child.
Letting out a soft beam sounding of warmth, Mahen offers a rare, gentle smile to the girl.
With a series of soft pot-sounding touches, Mahen reassures Erilyn that she can leave the room. Letting out a steady sigh, Mahen orders a maid to escort Erilyn while he talks with Valere.
Waving goodbye, Erilyn bids her motherly companion farewell as she heads toward her room.
A sudden, heavy click sounding marks the closing of the doors as the men are left alone.
Letting out a sharp glower sounding, Mahin notes that Erilyn didn't even look at her father.
Letting out a sudden wish sounding of movement, Valere asks what Mahin thinks about his daughter's fear.
Valere offers a confident, knowing smile.
In the lavish room, Mahen and Valere sit in a tense atmosphere while letting out a soft drop sounding.
Valere speaks first, breaking the long silence with a single word.
Newspaper headlines announce the Grand Duke's return after a dragon subjugation, while letting out a loud thud sounding.
Mahen questions Valere went to slay a dragon when leaving the northern fortress was already difficult.
Chibi Valere playfully asks if Mahen is worried about him, but Chibi Mahen threatens a workplace harassment complaint if called honey again.
Leaning in close, Valere lets out a soft, low sounding.
Valor explains that he was simply following the advice he received.
A flashback reveals Mahane's letter, warning Valere that he would regret it if the young lady truly collapsed for good.
The two men face each other in silence while letting out a soft sigh sounding.
Mahen asks if that was really his only reason.
Valor asks if any other reason is even necessary.
Mahin clenches his hand while letting out a sharp clench sounding and laments that Valere should have returned years ago as requested.
Mahin stands angrily, questioning Valere's sudden return and threatening to kill him.
Valere mockingly suggests it would be an honor to die by Mahan's hand, while Mahan lets out a sharp furrow sounding of rage.
Mahen asks why Valere ever went to the northern fortress, but Valere lets out a soft clatter sounding as he reveals he made a deal.
Valor explains that he took a vow of silence regarding the details of the mysterious deal.
Mahen lets out a soft falter sounding of genuine surprise.
Mayan wonders why Valere would accept a high-level binding oath just to stay in the northern fortress.
Valor sits back while letting out a soft gasp. Rhythmic tapping creates a soft tap sounding in the quiet room.
Valere asks if Mahen is ensuring the girl takes her medicine.
Mahen reflects on the mysterious medicine that helped Arellen's illness, while Chibi Arellen is shown taking her treatment.
Narrator notes that Mahen's investigation into the medicine's ingredients led straight to a secluded location in the Imperial Palace.
Mahen realizes the medicine was procured by Valere and asks if that is why he stayed at the northern fortress all this time.
Valor lets out a soft smile, sounding of calm.
Valere asks who else would have done it, while Mahen looks on with a pained expression. Mahen argues that Valere should have told him sooner, but Valere explains that eavesdropping made communication devices unsafe.
Chibi Mahen admits he can't argue with that logic.
Mahen reflects that he dismissed the idea because Valere never seemed like the type to risk himself for his daughter.
Mahen asks if the deal was also the reason Valere went straight to the palace upon his return.
Mahen approaches Valere with a steady step sounding.
Mahen's green eyes are full of intensity.
Mahen stops with a soft shh sounding and tells Valere that he is still the world's greatest trash father.
Valor lets out a soft grin sounding of amusement.
Valor notes that Mahen has truly taken on a maternal role.
Mahen looks annoyed by the complete nonsense.
A warm vision shows Mahen and Arellen sharing a happy moment together.
Valor turns away while letting out a soft harumph sounding and notes that Mahen used to always know where the line was.
A flashback shows a younger Mahen whose loyalty was only tied to the wealth and status he was given.
Valere observes that Mahen is finally showing profound affection for someone.
Arlen sits alone at a tea table and wonders if she messed everything up.
The young girl looks down sadly at a bouquet of lilies.
Valere walks away with a series of soft step-sounding thuds while explaining why he entrusted Arellen to Mahen.
Valor halts with a sudden halt sounding and tells Mahin that he is the only one he trusts.
Mahen is left speechless by the confession. Mahen lets out a sharp grit sounding as he processes the words.
Mahen asks one final thing as an image of the girl appears.
The two men stand together in the large hall.
Mahen asks if Arellen is truly Valere's biological daughter.
Mahen asks if the girl is truly his liege's biological daughter. Mahen watches his companion with a tense, serious gaze.
Valor offers a calm and knowing smile.
Mahen reflects on the many years spent together. Gripping the desk, Mahen addresses Valere by name. Narrative text recalls first entering the estate.
A firm step sounding marks his new role.
Flashback shows the two men walking together.
A sudden halt sounding stops their progress. Mahen glances back with a curious expression. An ornate key unlocks the family's deep secrets.
They stand before a massive, glowing door. A quick click sounding unlocks the barrier.
A soft creak sounding fills the quiet air.
They enter the vast, secret Hallburn library.
Mahen contemplates within the archive. Arellen is destined to inherit the title. Mahen struggles to believe the girl's lineage.
Mahen demands an answer to protect the child.
Valor questions the source of the rumor.
Mahen insists Valere knows the truth better. Valere questions the timing of this interrogation.
A soft smile crosses Valere's face.
Mahen recognizes Valere's familiar, inscrutable expression.
Flashback shows Valere rescuing a young Nahan.
Valor provided his friend with everything.
He taught Mahen about friendship and trust.
A soft slide sounding breaks the reflection. Mahen's loyalty kept him at the estate.
Valere walks away, leaving Mahen alone.
Mahen questions the girl's true biological father.
Mahen claims every one of Valere's past romantic encounters and doubts he can be fooled.
Valere asks if Mahen played along with the lie, but Mahen admits he still isn't sure of the truth, leading Valere to jokingly ask for a punch.
Mahen demands that Valere stop smiling and answer.
Valere confirms Arellen is his daughter, leaving Mahen shocked and questioning the implications. A soft creak sounding signals Valere's departure.
A soft click sounding marks his quiet entry.
A sudden clack sounding marks his memory. A soft sha sounding wind blows through.
Long blonde hair catches the gentle breeze.
A peaceful morning dawns at the estate.
Arellen notices the shifting wind's gentle touch.
The maids are moved by Arellen's rare morning walk, but she admits she only came out to avoid the noise inside.
The staff's behavior shifts with the master's return.
A steady step sounding carries her away. Arellen reflects on her knowledge of the novel.
Valere's appearance remains a surprising new factor. She finds the novel's protagonist quite novel.
Paternal affection is a foreign concept here.
Another step sounding marks her internal conflict. Letting out a soft, sha-sounding breeze, Arellen reflects on her frequent walks with Peshin. Letting out a quick click sounding, two maids hide in the bushes to take photos for Arellen's 52nd album. Letting out a rhythmic step sounding, the girl appreciates her ability to walk and think clearly now. She recalls the exact spot where she once told Peshin to stop following her. In the fading memory, she remembers collapsing and telling him she could not go any further. Letting out a soft thud sounding, Chibi Arellen recalls how Peshin would always bring her water when she sat on this bench. Letting out a soft sha sounding wind, the girl sits in the quiet solitude of the garden. Letting out a quick turn sounding, she looks back over her shoulder with a thoughtful gaze.
At the palace, a chibi white-haired boy laments that he still cannot go to the Halburn estate even after the tea party.
Letting out a soft ahem sounding, Grum notes that the return of Grand Duke Halburn is a major obstacle. Letting out a sharp grit sounding, the white-haired boy shouts that Grum should not treat this as if it is nothing. Letting out a loud ooh-ah sounding, Prince Peshin throws a massive tantrum on the floor while Grum watches in disbelief. Letting out a sudden dash sounding, Grum feels like he is the one who should be crying over the prince's behavior. Letting out a steady step sounding, Grum walks down the hall as a servant acknowledges him. Letting out a soft whisper sounding, Grum receives a secret update and admits he understands the situation now.
Letting out a start sounding, the chibi prince on the floor demands to know what is going on.
Letting out a soft twitch sounding, Grum reveals that the Grand Duke has just arrived at the palace.
Letting out a quick dash sounding, Pessian tells Grum to be ready as they are going head-to-head immediately.
Letting out a sudden dash sounding, the white-haired prince sprints away while Grum shouts for him.
A colorful title card for The Male Lead is Obsessed with My Health features the main characters.
Letting out a loud wah sounding, Peshin shouts that this is finally their chance to see Arellen.
Letting out a heavy pant sounding, Grump begs the prince to slow down as they race through the palace.
Letting out a sharp pant sounding, Grum realizes the prince's feelings for Arellen are far deeper than he thought.
Grum reflects that Peshin's intensity reminds him of His Majesty's younger days.
Narrative text notes that things were truly intense back then. A flashback depicts Emperor Edward during his notorious days as one of a womanizing crown prince. Letting out a soft bloom sounding, a beautiful black-haired woman with striking blue eyes appears. Letting out a firm stride sounding, Edward marches through the palace while onlookers call out in surprise. A giant command to kneel echoes through the scene. Edward kneels before Empress Azini, having become a lover who only has eyes for her.
This transformation is famously known as the Reformation of Edward.
Despite his efforts, Azini detested him, even as Edward sprawled out on the ground waiting for her for 8 hours.
The emperor refused to give up, even threatening a man for looking at Azini too long.
letting out a loud pow sounding. The public could only wait for this unrequited love to end since no one could stop him. Letting out a soft sha sounding. Rain falls heavily over the landscape. Letting out a sharp tremble sounding. A close-up shows the tension in Edward's neck.
Letting out a soft drop sounding. A tearful Edward holds a dagger to his throat and says he has no reason to live without her love.
Edward apologizes for liking her so much and claims this is his only way to express his feelings.
Azeni watches him in stony silence while holding her umbrella, letting out a soft release sounding. Azeni drops her umbrella into the rain. Letting out a soft touch sounding, Azeni embraces Edward and tells him she will finally accept his feelings. Letting out a sharp whip sounding, a flashback shows Edward threatening to jump off a balcony before Azeni was urgently summoned.
Azeni smiles warmly and admits she found it cute how Edward cried while confessing his love.
Letting out a soft shake sounding, Grum realizes that the imperial couple was truly made for each other. Letting out a quick turn sounding, Grum observes Passion and notes he inherited the bloodline of those two. He concludes it is natural for the prince to be even more intense than his parents. A tragic vision shows Passion weeping over Erilyn, highlighting the danger of her potential death. Letting out a soft ha sounding, Grum admits that just thinking about the future makes him anxious. Stylized text announces the title of the story. Pasen stands alone in a high balcony gallery, looking out at the palace. The silver-haired man greets Valere after a long absence. An ornate silver-haired man enters with a rhythmic step sounding. Edward complains about brief reports, while Valere suggests he should have attended the party.
Edward lets out a loud shout, sounding as he admits his desire to attend.
Edward tearfully laments missing the chance to see his beautiful wife Azeni and his children.
Edward shakes with frustration while Valere explains that the Empress evicted him for being late.
Edward demands Valere stop his formal speech, while Valere lets out a soft chuckle sounding.
The silvered-haired man prepares to ask a serious question. Edward asks about the visit to that person as Valere's teacup makes a sharp clink sounding. Valere reveals he caught a dragon as a gift, surprising the silver-haired man.
Edward finds the gesture out of character as Valere mentions a deal and a vow of silence.
A chibi Valere bluntly asks why he should explain himself. Valere drinks his tea and wonders what he expected from the Emperor. Edward describes the chaos caused by the dragon remains and the mages seeking blood. Edward mentions mages attending the Founding Festival auction while Valere ponders the timing. Edward offers generous payment for the remains as Valere remains silent. Valere suddenly asks if the prince likes his daughter, causing Edward to freeze. An oppressive silence fills the room as Valere demands an answer from Ed. Edward attempts to flee to a meeting with a sudden clang sounding.
Valere glares with a dark gaze and insists the Emperor clear up the situation.
A chibi silver-haired man sweats nervously under the pressure.
Edward sits back down with a heavy thud sounding and asks where Valere heard the rumor.
A memory shows the white-haired prince and the girl sharing a close moment.
The memory fades as Valere is shown watching the children from a distance. Edward concludes Valere is bothered by the Tea Party events and thanks Azeni for her intervention. Edward reflects that Valere and the prince are a disastrous match. The silver-haired man realizes his son's feelings are truly sincere. Edward clears his throat with an ahem sounding and suggests they become in-laws.
Valere offers a bright beam-sounding smile and mocks the Emperor's sense of humor.
The silver-haired man maintains that he is being completely serious.
Valor draws a knife with a sharp slide sound and asks permission to kill the Emperor. A chibi Edward warns Valere not to start a fight during his first meeting in years.
A sudden, loud click marks the opening of the large doors.
Valere walks away with a steady step, sounding and declares his daughter off-limits. Valere looks back and explains that his daughter deserves to be happy. Valere's thought bubble expresses that palace life would only make her miserable. Edward lets out a soft chuckle sounding and notes Valere's lack of restraint. Valere leaves with a firm step sounding as Edward dares him to try and stop them.
Passion glares with intense eyes and vows he will never forgive the Grand Duke.
Narrative text questions what the prince will do in the Imperial Palace.
Glowing text announces the Grand Duke's return to the capital city.
A silhouette shows Valere overwhelmed by a massive mountain of paperwork.
Mahen handles most duties, but Valere must attend specific royal audiences.
A heavy thud marks the start of the High Council meeting.
A yellow-haired man notes that the empty seat is finally filled by Valere.
The yellow-haired man smiles warmly and expresses his pleasure at Valere's return.
Edward orders a check on the Saren Knights while Valere looks visibly depressed.
The yellow-haired man continues the conversation as the scene shifts.
Edward glares at Valere and mentions Duke Iticles is stuck placating a regent.
Valere smirks and claims he told the Duke to return his sister who was taken.
Emperor Edward expresses regret for bringing up such a sensitive topic.
Narrative text describes how Lady Sione was sold into a forced marriage.
Everyone once dismissed the heavy truth as nonsense. Demanding his sister's return nearly caused war.
Edward looks down with a solemn expression. Sunlight streams through the grand palace windows.
A yellow-haired man calls out to Valere.
The man asks if Valere is leaving already, while Valere mentions dragon byproducts.
The two men walk together through the hallway.
Valere admits he never planned to return and thought the other would die in the castle.
The yellow-haired man says he also never intended to return to the capital.
Valor notes he came back to avoid living with future regret.
Valor offers a faint and mysterious smile.
Valere calls the man's daughter lovely, prompting a shocked question about if he saw her.
Valere finds his companion's reaction quite unexpected.
Valere advises the man to be gentle and sincere with his child, who knows nothing. Letting out a sudden, loud "hey" sounding, the man tells Valere he's being too much.
The man suggests they continue their chat another time.
Valere worries others might think he bullies her.
The Grand Duke prepares to speak again.
Grum pants heavily after the tense encounter.
Stylized text announces Grand Duke Halburn's name.
Prince Passion asks why Valere is stopping him from going to the Halburn estate.
Valere reflects on why the prince is following him so persistently.
Valere offers to open the estate gates if the prince answers one question.
Passion reacts defiantly when Valere points out the prince wants something from him.
Valere asks why the prince is making his request with such a fierce attitude.
Chibi Procession wonders why the Duke is curious about something like that.
Passion shouts that it is because he simply does not like the Grand Duke.
A vision depicts Arellen standing alone and neglected by her father.
Pacian asks if Valere even cares about what his daughter likes or dislikes.
Passion clenches his fist in silent anger. Passion vows never to forgive the Grand Duke if he makes Arellen cry.
Grum despairs as Passion prepares to write a resignation letter in advance. Valor promises to keep that in mind while Passion wonders if he won.
Narrative text shifts the conversation's mood.
Valere asks the white-haired prince what the child truly means to him.
Passion admits he wants to be closer than a friend, but is not family.
Valere asks for clarification, prompting a stammering response from the prince.
Passion slumps in gloom, admitting he is nothing to her and feeling defeated.
Passion clenches his arm while lost in thought.
Valere is amused by the prince's protective daddy position. Letting out a soft puffed sounding, Valere begins to laugh.
Letting out a loud ah sounding, Valere laughs while the prince is baffled.
Valere jokingly suggests that the prince should have just asked to marry Mahen instead.
Passion shouts in denial as Valere continues to laugh at him.
Valere wipes away a tear of genuine laughter.
A servant calls for the prince as Valere walks away.
Confused by the strange turn of the conversation,
The prince wonders why he feels so defeated.
Birds let out a soft jack-jack sounding as sunlight bathes the exterior of the grand Halburn mansion.
Arellen sits by the window and looks out at the gardens with a calm expression.
Narrative text notes that life at the Halburn mansion has been different lately.
The blonde-haired girl looks down at her open book with a somber and reflective gaze.
She notes that meetings with Passion and her other friends are suspended for the festival preparations. Her hand rests on her journal as a sudden soft teox sounding marks a moment of concern.
Erilyn is baffled to see several blushing knights peering through her second-story window.
The knights are captivated by the sight of the girl's small and soft hands.
A door opens with a quick dull cock sounding as Erilyn wonders how the men reached her window.
The purple-haired maid lets out a sudden loud wadilchok sounding as she reacts with total shock.
Erilyn watches as the maid uses a broom to physically drive the ghosts away from the glass. The girl watches the chaotic scene with an impassive and observant eye.
Mehen enters the room and picks up the blonde-haired girl as she calls his name. Mehen offers to lock the nuisance knights in the annex or training yard if they continue to bother her.
Erilyn asks for the identity of the strange people who were at her window.
Mehen dismisses them as riffraff as his broom makes a sharp puke sounding against the window frame.
Stylized text reveals that the men are part of the Saren Knight Order returning from the north.
Erilyn reflects on the Knight Order and recalls seeing many men in similar uniforms recently.
She realizes that the strange people appearing lately were all members of the Order.
A chibi vision shows a man obsessed with founding a dragon preservation association.
The girl remains uncertain about the odd developments at the mansion.
Mehen explains that the knights are overexcited because they are on their first vacation in 6 years.
Erilyn acknowledges his explanation as Mehen carries her through the grand hallway. The girl rests in the man's arms while lost in her own thoughts. Mehen offers the girl a warm and affectionate smile as they walk. Mehen asks if there have been any other inconveniences for her lately.
Mehen wonders if there are small concerns she feels she cannot share with her other caregivers.
Erilyn looks away and flatly states that she has no such secrets.
She thinks to herself that she is only hiding the issue of her stalker.
Memories of the white-haired prince cause her heart to make a soft dugun sounding. A vision of Passion smiling warmly fills the background of the girl's thoughts.
Erilyn admits that some feelings simply come naturally to a person.
Mehen's steady footsteps make a soft Joe-book sounding as the girl addresses him again.
Mehen stops and listens attentively to the girl while holding her securely.
Erilyn places a hand over her heart with a soft sigh. Mehen's eye lets out a quick compact sounding as he waits for her to continue.
Erilyn asks him if it felt like time stopped the moment their eyes first met.
Mehen looks completely stunned as the young girl asks if he has ever been in love.
Mehen shakes his head with a soft jole sounding and admits he has only ever focused on paperwork. He notes that as a servant to the Lord, he doesn't need marriage when he already has a daughter like her.
Narrative text suggests that Mehen secretly finds enjoyment in provoking and teasing others.
Man jokingly asks if he should beat up the Lord for her, but she claims she handled it herself.
Men smiles and asks why she has suddenly become so curious about the topic of love.
Erilyn hums thoughtfully and looks away, deep in her own contemplation. Mehen observes that the girl has started overthinking things with her little head again. Mehen lets out a soft manjajak sounding as he thoughtfully strokes his chin. He recalls her reactions to the crown prince and the man named Valere. Mehen wonders with a soft ping sounding if he is the reason for her current distress.
A dark silhouette shows a small girl standing beneath 2 large joined hands in a grand hall.
Narrative text wonders if her worry stems from a fear that those she loves will leave her.
Erilyn looks intensely focused as Mehen asks her a thoughtful question.
Mehen reflects on the girl's growing worry since the Grand Duke returned to the estate.
A gentle hand reaches out and strokes the girl's soft blonde hair.
Erilyn is taken by surprise when she is suddenly pulled into a close embrace.
The girl remains stiff and confused while the man holds her tight.
Erilyn looks up with wide, curious eyes at her caregiver's face.
Mehen promises to keep a constant and protective watch over her welfare. The young girl blinks in a moment of silent contemplation.
Mehen notes that the child seems distracted by deep and hidden thoughts.
Erilyn breaks into a bright, happy, and broad smile.
The two exchange declarations of mutual love while the staff watches their bond.
Man mentions that the nanny team is worried about her lack of exercise.
Arellen wonders if the man is referring to the Grand Duke of Halburn.
Mehen warns the girl to report any trouble caused by the blonde-haired man.
Arellen assumes the Grand Duke has no real interest in her and would ignore her.
Her sense of security was very short-lived. The Grand Duke suddenly appears and asks why the girl is avoiding him.
Glowing text announces that the high-risk individual has started a conversation.
A diagram illustrates that the activity zones of the pair are strictly separated.
While the girl rests, the Grand Duke isolates himself within the mansion's annex.
Narrative text prepares to reveal the nature of the Duke's mysterious retreat.
Servants mention the Grand Duke is likely visiting his private portrait studio.
A grand portrait depicts a noblewoman from the historic Halburn bloodline.
Arellen reflects on the studio's restricted access for family and man only.
The blonde-haired girl considers her own curiosity about the family portraits.
She decides that satisfying her curiosity is not worth risking a run-in with her father.
Arellen freezes in her tracks as she senses an unexpected presence nearby.
The girl is shocked to find the man standing in the main wing.
The blonde-haired man offers a soft and uncharacteristically gentle smile.
An awkward and heavy silence falls between the father and his daughter.
Arellen is bewildered that the man has ventured so far from the annex.
The girl tries to convince herself that she is simply seeing a hallucination.
She resolves to ignore the man, even if he is truly standing there.
Arellen is startled as the man begins walking directly toward her.
The girl regrets sneaking away from her nannies as the Duke calls her daughter.
The tall man kneels down to look the young girl in the eye.
Arellen stares at him in a state of utter disbelief.
Chibi versions show Arellen being defensive while the man teases her about her thoughts.
The man touches her ear and notes her surprising responsiveness today. The Grand Duke offers a dazzling and handsome smile that disarms the girl. Arellen is stunned when the man reaches out to playfully pinch her cheek. The girl struggles to maintain her composure against her father's intense charm.
Arellen insists she is not lost despite the man's warnings about wandering.
The girl looks suspicious and questions why he is suddenly showing concern. The man smiles and reminds the young girl of their biological bond.
The Duke expresses a heartfelt wish to be called a father at least once.
Arellen finds his sudden parental interest highly confusing and unexpected. The girl remains wary of the man's friendly facade and true motives. The Grand Duke senses a persistent and vague feeling of rejection from her.
Arellen looks away, deeply troubled by the strange behavior of the man.
Arellen looks the blonde-haired man in the eye and flatly accuses him of hating her.
The Grand Duke looks completely bewildered by the young girl's blunt assertion.
While the girl insists on his hatred, the blonde-haired man firmly denies her claim.
Arellen thinks to herself that her senses for detecting malice are sharper than anyone else's.
Her small shoe makes a sudden, quick step sounding as she tries to move away.
The man notes her visible discomfort as she lets out a sudden, involuntary flinching sound.
The blonde-haired girl looks up with a start, her expression one of pure shock.
A close-up reveals the Duke's piercing purple eye as he watches her closely. The man's hand remains gently placed against the young girl's soft cheek.
Arellen is baffled as the Duke lets out a soft, low chuckle sounding while holding her face.
The blonde-haired man continues to cradle the girl's face with a strange, intense gaze. He lets out a soft, rhythmic rustle sounding as he explains he would simply ignore what he dislikes. The girl looks annoyed as the man's hand makes a playful, messy ruffling sound on her hair. Arellen thinks to herself that she isn't actually frightened by his presence. She reflects on how she assumed he avoided her because he found her unpleasant to look at.
The girl questions why he never visited her once if he truly didn't feel any hatred.
The Grand Duke remains silent, his expression unreadable as he processes her question. His hand makes a slow and gentle pat sounding as he strokes the top of her head. Arellen stares at him with wide pink eyes, waiting for a real explanation.
The man's finger makes a soft, playful poke, sounding as he notes her eyes look watery.
His eyes let out a quick, sharp rustle sounding as he focuses intensely on her face. The blonde-haired man admits he only kept his distance to avoid troublesome complications.
The girl is stunned by his casual dismissal of the years of separation.
You think you could kill me?
The girl lets out a nervous, heavy gulp sounding as she realizes he just delivered a bizarre threat.
The Duke offers a soft, calm smile, sounding despite the girl's obvious nervousness.
Arellen wonders if his words were meant as a literal threat or a strange declaration of power. The blonde-haired girl peeks around a corner with a suspicious and weary look. The Grand Duke stands tall and radiant, looking every bit the noble commander. His hand makes a soft, light brush sounding as he repeats his observation about her eyes.
The tall man turns his back and begins to walk away from the confused child.
Arellen reflects on the terrifying weight of his words as his hand makes a final brush sounding. The Duke's silhouette moves down the expansive hallway toward the exit.
Man is surprised to see the Duke carrying the girl and is told she misses her mother.
The purple-haired man is taken aback as the Duke lets out a quick, rushing whoosh sounding. A sharp, wet thud sounding echoes as a fountain pen is launched through the air.
A moment of transition occurs as the scene shifts toward the evening hours. Night falls over the grand estate as a full moon hangs high in the dark sky.
Arellen sleeps soundly in her bed, letting out a soft, steady breathing sound.
The Grand Duke's boots make a series of steady, heavy footsteps sounding in the dark corridor.
A strange, glowing flicker sounding marks his passage by the portrait of an ancestor named Morden.
His steady footsteps sounding continue as he reaches the most restricted area of the mansion. The man's eye lets out a bright, magical sparkle as the bloodline lock activates. A heavy, metallic clank sounding confirms the opening of the massive, enchanted gates. A slow, ominous creak sounding follows his entry into a hall filled with ancient secrets. A soft, dry rustle sounding emanates from a portrait of a man in a military uniform. The Duke's steady footsteps sounding echo through the gallery of those who earned the Empire's praise. A dark vision appears as a voice tells Valere never to forget their lineage. A sinister, mustachioed man with a purple eye smiles with a dark and plotting intent. The Duke's steady footsteps continue as he muses on the hidden power they wield. Narrative text explains the Empire's nobility are merely puppets offering cheers to the true master, the Grand Duke of Halburn.
The weight of history lingers within walls.
A dark silhouette looms over Valere and asks who would dare defy them.
The man tells Valere to cast aside sympathy and humanity because he is unlike his sister and alone is worthy to inherit the kingdom.
The silhouette leans in and warns Valere that he must do as he says if he truly cares about his sister. A sinister voice asks Valere if he wants to lose his sister as well. Valere looks away with a heavy heart and tells the man to go to hell.
Valere walks through the hallway, musing that the disgusting faces on display in the annex always ruin his mood.
The blonde-haired man admits to himself that he still cannot stand being in this place.
A hazy memory features a smiling woman. A gentle voice wishes for his happiness. Valere reflects on having always lived his life for the sake of just one person. Valere stands before a covered portrait. The man offers a rare smile and whispers that it has been a long time. He begins to lift the white veil. Valere unveils the portrait of his one and only sister, a noblewoman named Sione.
The story continues into the 50th chapter.
A document makes a sudden flip sound. Soft coughs break the mansion's silence.
The young girl hunches over as she lets out a pained and sudden cough sounding.
Arellen coughs blood into her hand while Mehen calls out to her in shock.
A doctor informs Mehen that the medicine has stopped working and tells him to prepare himself emotionally for the end. Mehen stands in silent, crushing grief.
Night falls over the quiet estate.
Staff members weep as Mehen approaches the girl's bedside with a heavy heart.
Arellen asks Mehen to hold her hand one last time, and the man whispers her name in despair.
The girl tells Mehen not to cry as her small hand is enveloped by his own. Arellen's eyes grow heavy and dim as her final words trail off into the silence. A soft whisper promises final peace. Mehen sits by her silent bedside. The man's shoulders shake with sorrow.
Mehen buries his face in her hand and apologizes to Arel while blaming himself for her fate. Arellen, the only daughter of Grand Duke Halburn, has passed away.
A heavy air fills the mansion as the people gather to share their final goodbyes amidst a sea of white lilies.
Slightly faster pace, dramatic and suspenseful tone. Rain breaks the mansion's deep silence.
The Grand Duke arrives in the rain.
Mehen and Valere face each other.
Mehen asks with cold anger if it was truly so difficult to visit even once before she was gone. He accuses the Duke of abandoning his only daughter and leaving behind a child he never bothered to look at.
Valere stares at him without a word while the rain continues to fall.
Mehen looks disgusted as he tells Valere that he is sick and tired of his constant irresponsibility.
Mehen declares he is leaving forever and tells Valere to live as he pleases and never see him again. The men remain divided by shared loss. After the family representative left, the Grand Duke vanished, leaving behind only rumors as the Halburn light faded.
Arellen's pink eyes snap wide open.
The blonde-haired girl sits up in her bed and thinks to herself that she just had a very strange dream.
Rubbing her eyes, Arellen wonders if the Grand Duke actually showed up or if her memory is simply fading. The mysterious stalker remains long gone.
Curtains make a sudden rustle sounding.
A purple-haired maid with glasses smiles brightly and announces she was just about to wake the young lady. The young girl's quick footsteps sounding echo as she moves across the plush red carpet.
Massive doors swing open with a loud thud sounding as two white-haired boys burst in, frantically begging Arellen for her help.
Arellen stares at the unexpected visitors with a look of pure bewilderment.
One of the energetic twins begins to explain the urgent reason for their sudden arrival at the mansion.
The white-haired boy continues his animated explanation with wide, shining yellow eyes.
Both twins talk at once, creating a confusing wall of noise, while the blonde girl looks increasingly overwhelmed by their presence.
Arellen sighs as the twins' incoherent rambling leaves her completely confused, while Browning works tirelessly in the background. The girl's pink eye lets out a sharp rustle sounding as she spots someone else standing quietly nearby.
Arellen notices a black-haired boy standing silently, looking as though he were caught in the twins' chaotic wake.
The young girl calls out to the black-haired boy named Haru, asking why he is spacing out and telling him to join them.
Haru approaches with a hesitant and cautious step, sounding while Arellen notes how well he listens.
Arellen offers a warm and gentle smile, reflecting on Haru's obvious kindness. The girl's hand makes a soft and rhythmic pat sounding as she strokes Haru's dark hair.
Arellen questions why Haru and the twins didn't arrive together, but the black-haired boy remains silent.
Haru points toward the window with a sudden and sharp motion, sounding as he prepares to explain their situation. A group of knights outside makes a sudden and frantic flurry sounding as they press against the window glass.
A red-haired knight beams with a bright and joyful glow, sounding while loudly greeting his nephew.
Arellen is surprised to realize that the man she calls the dragon guy is actually Haru's uncle.
The red-haired man lifts Haru high into the air with a happy and sudden whoosh sounding. The twins continue to clamor for attention while Arellen tries to keep up with the rowdy pair. The white-haired boys excitedly explain that they have been promised a wish if they succeed in their mission.
Arellen realizes they're desperately planning to infiltrate Halburn and steal dragon-related materials.
The girl looks at her own collection of dragon byproducts, remembering the gifts given to her by the knights.
Arellen asks what the twins are willing to offer her in exchange for the valuable items.
Browning presents a chest of jewels with a metallic clink sounding, while the twins admit they only have money to offer.
Instead of gold, Arellen asks the boys for their total cooperation for the rest of the day.
The twins tilt their heads with a soft and curious rustle sounding, clearly puzzled by her request.
Arellen's steady footsteps sounding echo through the hall as she reflects on the recent peace.
As they walk together, the girl admits to herself that something has been nagging at her mind.
Arellen remains deep in thought as she wanders through the expansive manor.
The blonde girl finds herself constantly thinking about the white-haired boy named Peshin.
A hazy memory shows a smiling Peshin, and Arellen wonders what he might be doing right now. She recalls the intensity of Peshin's gaze in a brief and silent moment of reflection.
Arellen wonders if Peshin is still too occupied with his duties at the palace to visit the mansion.
The narrative text explains the impossibility of a personal meeting within the grand and distant imperial palace.
Haru, tell Arellen to snap out of her daydream as she stares blankly into a large mirror.
The twins stand at attention with a sharp and sudden snap sounding as they ask when the plan begins.
Arellen adjusts her mental focus with a soft and metallic click sounding, admitting she was momentarily dazzled by a pretty face. The girl looks at the twins and notes that her heart doesn't race for them despite their good looks.
Arellen reaches out and takes the hand of one twin with a sudden and firm grip sounding.
She pulls the startled boy into a tight and sudden hug, sounding to test her own reactions.
The white-haired twin is stunned by the girl's unexpected and close contact. A long and heavy silence fills the hallway as the others watch the strange embrace.
The boy asks if she is hurt, but Arellen realizes she feels no flutter in her heart at all.
Considering Haru's face is more her style, Arellen decides to test her heart on the black-haired boy.
Arellen pulls Haru into a sudden and soft embrace, sounding while the others look on in surprise.
Haru looks surprised but remains calm as the blonde girl holds him close.
Arellen's eyes narrow as she realizes her heart is perfectly still despite the hug.
While the twins beg for their turn, the adults watch the young lady's unusual social experiment from afar.
Arellen lets out a weary sigh, sounding and concludes her thoughts of Peshin were just a symptom of boredom or illness.
Arellen finds herself thinking about Peshin.
Arellen remembers her first friend while her heart gives a sudden thumping sounding.
A heavy thudding signaled her arrival. Onlookers panic as Peshin witnesses the embrace.
Peshin stammers in disbelief, while Arellen and Haru remain in their embrace.
A hesitant and cautious step sounding breaks the silence as Arellen asks when the boy arrived.
Arellen pales as the realization sinks in.
Arellen calls out for Peshin to wait as she wonders why he returned and if he came for her.
Arellen's heart gives a sudden thumping sounding as she frantically struggles to invent an excuse before catching herself. The girl stands in shock, questioning what it is that makes Peshin so special to her.
A moment of quiet, sparkly realization. The knights discuss the serious collapse of the current social situation, while Haru's uncle considers the boy's odds.
Haru's eyes make a tight shut sounding as he laments how unfair life is.